The story begins with a golden-haired girl smiling at something. Her good mood is because she found a boy hiding behind a tree. She asked a hero named Akkad why he was avoiding her, but the boy, turning towards her, began to cry even more. But she continued to insist that he was not avoiding her. His body was trembling from the stress he had experienced, although the girl didn't understand what it was related to, as she simply took his hand. And he immediately broke free and ran away. But the boy hesitantly replied that his father had told him never to take off his gloves. And she snatched one off his hand. Shaking her hair, the blonde asked if she would get anything for this, confident in her impunity. And the boy sobbed, and only then did the heroine realize that he was truly crying and, realizing she had gone too far, she sighed and promised not to do it again. Otherwise, he might still faint if she kissed him, and the boy's vivid imagination immediately pictured this image. From this, he now blushed for another reason and roared with the shame that overcame him. And the heroine didn't know what to do with him. The girl sat next to her companion and asked him not to cry, adding that he looks ugly when he cries. The boy started rubbing his eyes and stammered, refuting her words by saying that Lego's mom said he was always handsome. The blonde assured him that he was ugly when he cried, but mentally analyzed his appearance. Specifically, his cotton candy pink hair, his plump white cheeks, and his eyes brightened by tears. She had to admit that, indeed, he was even more handsome than Rose Straw, although the boy knew she had never seen Lady Rose. The blonde smiled mischievously and replied that she imagined him roughly. The boy didn't know what she meant, but the girl decided not to explain. And she asked him to stop crying or she would really kiss him, and this threat worked as the boy begged her to stop saying such things. He started crying again, which surprised the heroine because, on the contrary, she wanted to calm him down. At that moment, a long-haired brunette approached them, having heard crying in the garden, so she decided to see what was happening here. The young man asked if the young lady had made fun of Akkad again, and the girl, approaching him, furiously denied the statement. The blonde replied that Akkad himself ran away and cried alone, and the man took the girl in his arms and told her he didn't believe her because Akkad's eyes were swollen. The girl wanted to deny this because the gentleman was accompanying her, but for some reason, he was on Akkad's side. The young man carrying the girl couldn't help but notice that his young lady had been acting strangely lately, even though just a month ago they had been at odds. The teenager suggested that this was related to that very incident, and the heroine, wriggling in his arms, decided to quickly change the subject, stuttering, and telling her knight, named Alan, that she suddenly felt cold. She asked him to walk a little faster, which he immediately wanted to do upon realizing that the young lady might catch a cold. So he would immediately take her to the room. The knight turned to the boy following him and asked if Akkad could go a little faster. And the boy nodded timidly. The girl held out her injured hand to her friend. She told him that since he was crying so much now, he looked like a rabbit, and asked him if he knew it. But she immediately apologized. She realized her hands were dirty now, and Akkad hesitantly asked about the wounds on his hand. The girl just now noticed her damaged hands, suggesting they must have been scratches caused by the grass and the trees. The girl asked why the boy was hiding in that spot behind a tree. She often played there with her older brother, so it wasn't difficult for her to find him. The girl in front of her didn't pay attention to her words, still worried that her arm hurt due to the wounds. And then she told him. The blonde smiled gently at the blonde boy, asking if she really looked so sick in his eyes. She extended her injured hand and told him that if he was so worried about her, he could take her hand and thus confirm that she was fine. This girl was named Laviat Diaz, and she had a secret she didn't tell anyone and appeared a month ago. After falling in the garden and losing consciousness, when she woke up again, she learned several new facts. While her maid panicked and asked someone to call for help, the main character learned that this world was thanks to a book she had read in a past life, and that she was reincarnated as Laviat Diaz, who is the younger sister of the main character named Werner Diaz. But the most important fact of her biography was that Laviat Diaz died at an early age and, to be precise, the girl had a minor role. She was necessary for the main character, Werner, to feel sad and worried about her so that the plot could advance. When she woke up, cold sweat appeared on her face, and she was hysterically indignant because she was supposed to die when she was 20. And she couldn't even remember what she was supposed to die from, or she got sick. Or someone bad got rid of her. At that moment, her older brother excitedly called out to his sister, asking if she recognized her older brother, and if she still felt pain. And then the heroine hit him, telling him she wasn't weak enough to die. This body was so weak and injured that even doctors and priests rejected it. And they think the only thing that can be done is to be more careful. If she continues in spirit, she will destroy her body before it gains strength. And they didn't think this weakness would disappear with age. Fortunately, even despite all this, she had hope in the boy in front of her, who, without lack of determination, took off his glove and took her hand at her request. Akkad was her childhood friend, and this boy is capable of healing a person just by touching them. When he did this, the girl lay contentedly in bed, and Enoch excitedly said that no one should know about this. And Viet promised that no one except her would know and thanked him. At that moment, she said she wished the boy would spend every day with her. And he blushed. Stuttering, Akkad replied that it would be difficult to see each other every day because he needed to get permission from the hero's parents. And he said that she knew he couldn't do that. She saw how he weakened and thought that, judging by the book, Akkad would go to war at 16. And very soon, he would understand his true purpose and his feelings for his older brother Werner. It was now confirmed that this was the story in which she was incarnated and had a theme of romance between men. However, she has no desire to help her older brother with his stormy love or to maintain the course of this story. After all, first of all, she must take care of her survival. And although she didn't know the exact date of her death and the reason, she is now determined to do everything she can. And for that, she will need Akkad. She was not interested at all in whether her brother would be influential or not, nor who would lead the empire, nor who his sexual orientation would be. Anyway, she barely remembers anything important from what happened in this story. Looking at the heroine, lost in her thoughts, the boy asked if she still felt pain, since she was sighing deeply all the time, and the girl shook her head negatively, saying that he could help her. The boy's cheeks were still red as he continued talking about how he could heal her wounds and return her to her previous state before the injury. But Viet was very weak at first and asked him if he understood this. As expected, Akkad was a good boy, and the girl decided to take advantage of this and asked him if he was worried about her. When she received a positive answer after a while, the heroine gently pushed the boy onto the bed, and he landed on his back. This was very unexpected, and because of this Enoch blushed even more and nervously asked why she had done this. And at that moment, the blonde leaned close to his face and confidently announced that today the boy would sleep with her. The hero immediately calmed down when she explained the reason for her actions, and asked her why she asked for this again if he had already slept with her last week. So Viet replied that she slept well with him and asked him if he really minded if she had nightmares. After all, without exaggeration, she woke up because it seemed to her that there was someone on the blanket, or because a slight wind was blowing. She put her hand under the main character's glove and continued talking about how she could sleep soundly only with him, and in a sweet voice asked him if he could help her again. Because of her actions, the pink-haired boy started to get nervous again, and the blonde internally felt very sorry for having to use this innocent child. The heroine was extremely hurt because she forced this boy to constantly touch her when he loved her older brother. But she justified herself by saying that she would only do this until he turned 16. And then Akkad would go to war, and when she was an adult, the girl would look for a healing priest and marry him. Viet wondered if she could survive if her husband were a healing priest, because he wouldn't ask much of her since she only wanted to live long and not get sick from trifles. However, there was a big problem because the pink-haired good morning boy was too cautious, and he tried to find excuses not to sleep with her. The boy justified himself by saying that he hadn't asked his mother yet, and the heroine reassured him, asking him not to worry and just stay close to her. Telling him that she had already informed his mother, although in reality, she was going to tell her everything later. The next morning, the girl was bathed by her personal maid, who asked her if her mistress would sleep with Akkad. And the girl replied affirmatively and said that she had already sent a letter about the request to the Duchess of Enoch. So she asked the maid to prepare pajamas for Akkad. At that moment, the brunette noticed that it was time for the girls to get out of the bath, since her skin was all red, and this was despite the fact that the temperature had already dropped well. The heroine was indignant because even if she did the opposite, she could catch a cold swimming in colder water. So, if she wanted to survive, she definitely needed to keep Akkad close to her. And that's why, when night came, she asked the boy to come closer. But the main character rejected her, and the blonde was terribly annoyed because she considered the boy too shy. And the hero explained that the fact was that he believed he should only sleep with the person he loved. And the girl didn't understand where he had heard this. After all, last time, he hadn't told her anything about it, and she refuted his words by saying they were already lying in the same bed. And the boy explained that was a different matter. The blonde couldn't understand this, since Akkad was only 7 years old, and then the girl decided she would feel better if she told him he looked like her beloved. In the original story, he just ran after his brother, but there was no romance there. Although it seemed to her that at the end of their story they kissed deeply. She thought deeply about this, not noticing that on the other side, a young man was looking at her embarrassed, clutching the edge of the pillow in his hands. Determined to act decisively, the protagonist threw 2 pillows with which the boy was protecting himself from her. And he shouted in surprise. And then he hugged the young man tightly, not paying attention to his protests. Viet hugged the boy tightly, and he shyly returned the hug, but then shuddered at her next words. The main character told the boy not to worry and just count. But instead of her, his older brother is by his side. The boy didn't understand what she meant, and Viet explained that she knew he liked her older brother. Already asleep, she explained that he had the same hair and eye color as her older brother. And the boy sharply interrupted her with a cry of disagreement with her words. The boy assured her that she was different from Werner, and the girl suggested that he disliked comparing himself to the person he liked. She apologized clumsily to the hero, and the boy continued saying that it was true, and that they didn't look alike at all. Viet decided to agree with his words to calm him down and simply invited him to take her hand, which he did. The heroine asked Akkad if he knew that he had very beautiful hair, because it was so soft that she thought it would disappear as soon as she touched it. So she confessed why she liked it so much, which made the boy next to her blush deeply with embarrassment. He mentally admitted that his girlfriend's hair seemed about to shine in the sun. That golden hair that always waves in the wind, and those blue eyes that look like a gem. Her white skin is easily damaged, so one must always be careful. But despite being so weak, it is she who always holds his hand in difficult moments. In fact, right now it wasn't difficult for him to let go of her hand, but he didn't want Viet to get hurt. As happened recently, when they were having dinner together and the girl asked Akkad if he wanted to eat her dish. But it was her food, and then the boy asked her why she wasn't eating herself. The heroine with an apathetic face explained that if she ate something like that, she could get sick, and this happens when she eats only meat. And only vegetables. The boy understood what she meant and accepted her offering, saying that then he would also eat her food. The main character decided to let the boy try something else, and brought a spoonful of fruit jelly to the pink-haired boy's mouth. Akkad wanted to refuse by saying he was already full, but his girlfriend insisted and replied that there is always another stomach for dessert. The blonde asked the boy to open his mouth, before telling him she was very happy to see him healthy, and with a good appetite. This way she felt healthier, and the boy, looking at her outstretched hand, felt strange. After all, Viet was weak, but next to her, her best friend always felt weaker. And only her smile makes the boy's eyes fill with tears every time. While Ekkad's thoughts were occupied, the heroine had a strange dream in which someone seemed to call her by name. It was a young man with pink hair who sat near the girl's bed, and asked her how long she would stay lying down with her eyes closed. The heroine wanted to answer, but she couldn't move, and her clothes were all stained with blood. The man in the knight's uniform reminded the heroine, who was unconscious, that she had said she slept well with him. At that moment, the blonde still managed to open her eyes when the young man first touched her hand to remove her gloves, to then lift her completely, and bringing her close to his lips, he called her a liar. The knight's face scared the girl immensely, who opened her eyes in horror. And she took Akkad's hand. It turned out that she had been holding the boy's hand the whole time, and as soon as Viet woke up, he asked her to let him go, which she couldn't do yet because she hadn't regained consciousness. She felt like she was dreaming about something, but she couldn't remember what her dream was about, although she could assume that her best friend was present in it and played a key role. At that moment, the boy stammered and explained that he was going to get up carefully. But he didn't think she would wake up and asked if it was because he let go of her hand. The heroine decided to leave this question and focus on the reality of dreams. And she replied that she woke up precisely because the boy let go of her hand. When she said that everything happened because he woke up, the boy hesitated because she was sleeping very deeply. And the girl replied that she needed to hold his hand anyway. Although she didn't ask him to let go of her hand, the boy didn't know how this could be done. But she gave him an angry look, so he had to shut up. After that, tears welled up in Akkad's eyes, and he asked the girl to forgive him, and not to be angry. But the heroine wasn't angry with him. She was just thinking about how to make sure he would always be with her. But at that moment, the protagonist realized that this was her chance and, jumping up, she replied that she was angry with him and asked with a malicious expression how he was going to calm her down. Time passed since that moment, and the teenagers decided to head to the girl's wardrobe, where various outfits, shoes, and jewelry were located. The boy still couldn't believe that what she said was true, and the girl confirmed her words because he himself said he would do anything. She pointed to one of the outfits and told him that she thought it would look very good on him. And she took it. Of course, the main character didn't want to wear this dress because it was women's clothing. But the girl disagreed with him, saying that this clothing was very beautiful, and that it didn't matter if it was for men or women. The heroine argued that if it suits him, then he needs to wear it. But the party suggested that she wear his clothes herself since they were still hers. Viet sighed sadly, agreeing with him and saying that she also wanted to wear this. But there were many nuances. Since the clothes are very heavy, she never wore them. If she wore these dresses, she wouldn't even be able to walk 10 steps in them. And she asked if it would be better if someone wore this clothing before they simply threw it in the trash. Now that the main character thought about it, her best friend always wore the same dress. Light fabric, a dress not too long so she wouldn't step on it while running, minimal amount of lace. And ribbons, usual design to hide the thinness of the body. At that moment, the girl, seeing his reaction, realized that if he reacted so sharply, it meant he really didn't like the idea. She accepted it and told him that if he didn't want to wear it, she couldn't do anything about it. And since it was heavy, she would just throw it away. As she mentioned that her arm already hurt, the young man stopped her, and the girl turned her head to see a flushed face in front of her. In a low voice, he asked her to promise that no one except her would see it, as it would be very embarrassing if someone saw him in this state. The girl smiled serenely, and with a bright expression on her face, accepted his condition. And she made him a friendly promise. The boy took the dress she offered. The heroine turned away to give him some space. But after a while, she impatiently asked him if he had put on the dress yet. The boy shouted at her that he hadn't changed clothes yet and asked her not to turn around until he was completely dressed. And the girl replied that she wouldn't look at him anymore. The girl internally thought something about how shy he was. He was very cute, and even though he was the same boy who had bathed with her just a year ago, he cried and then blushed. His facial expression changed very quickly, so that he constantly touched the main character. At that moment, she noticed the multicolored ribbons near the nightstand, thinking that this decoration would match the dress she gave him. She decided that she would have to try it on, and at that moment in the reflection of the mirror, she saw the silhouette of a boy in a dress. Akkad also noticed her gaze on himself and blushed deeply with shame at that moment when he was caught. The boy again began to cry uncontrollably, indignant that she said she wouldn't look at him. But in his defense, the girl replied that she really didn't see anything, and now she was very offended. His cries attracted the attention of the girl's personal knight, and he quickly walked towards them as they walked, asking what was going on there. He was worried that they weren't injured. He saw a pink-haired boy there, whose dress was grabbed by the shoulders by a blonde of his age. At first, the young man was petrified because he saw something very strange and decided to run away quickly, realizing that he had seen something that should not have been seen. After this, the boy, whom the girl had just calmed down, began to cry uncontrollably again when a stranger saw him. The heroine understood that she had nothing to do with it, but still decided to apologize, just so the boy wouldn't cry. But he didn't calm down and said he didn't hate her. Viet decided to take a different approach and admitted that she asked him to change because he was handsome. And it was nice to see him shine. The blonde touched the young man's hair and adorned his head with a bow, apologizing again, and asking him not to hate her. She began to wave her arms and asked him what if this time she should calm him down and do what he told her. This sentence immediately excited the young aristocrat, who repeated his phrase that she would do whatever he wanted. The heroine was confused by his reaction and asked him if he had any idea what he wanted. What could she ask him for? He replied that she asked so abruptly that's why he couldn't think of anything. Although mentally, he thought that his best friend looked especially beautiful today and her complexion looked good. And her lips were very red. When he started examining her face more closely, his gaze constantly stopped at her lips, which confused him even more, which is why he ran out of the dressing room. She immediately ran after him, lamenting that her best friend shouldn't run like that because she couldn't keep up with him so fast. At that moment, the main character's older brother was not far from the room and announced that running in the hallways was dangerous. He lifted the boy in his arms with a bright smile on his face and asked if his sister was having a good time today. At that moment, his sister, whom he mistook for his best friend, was horrified to think why he had come right now. Before this happened, the main character's older brother asked Alan if he had seen Laviette, and the young man replied that his sister was in the dressing room, recalling that embarrassing moment. At that moment, the blonde smiled, saying that he had heard that lately she had started to feel better. And he asked if that was why she had become interested in dresses. He wanted to see it with his own eyes, or he ran in that direction, not listening to his sister's personal knight who tried to stop him. The young man understood that it was better for Mr. Werner not to go there now, but it was already too late. The young man heard with his nose the sound of children's footsteps, approaching since they were very energetic. Well, I thought it seemed due to the fact that his sister was feeling very well. He hadn't heard anything like that in a long time, and so he happily took his sister in his arms, telling her that it was dangerous to run like that and asking if she was having a good day. At that very moment, the main character looked at him with an apathetic expression and with apathy. He asked her what brought her brother here. The boy replied that he heard that his dear Labiate went to the dressing room. So he became interested and ran to her, and as soon as he said this, he realized that something was wrong. He turned towards the source of the boy's voice. He didn't understand that all this time he hadn't held his sister, but her best friend. And then he nervously let her go. Why was she wearing Viet's clothes? Moreover, it was the dress she gave the girl on her last birthday, and he mentally added that he didn't like that Cadnock had often been confused with his sister lately. The teenager carefully noted that even though they were childhood friends, wearing someone else's dress was strange. But the blonde replied that she was the one who asked him to wear her dress. The atmosphere in the room immediately changed when Werner raised his finger again and said they were playing strange games. The blonde boy was very embarrassed and, pulling the girl's clothes, whispered to her that he needed to go home. His older brother's cold behavior annoyed Akkad. The heroine decided to ask her older brother a question, and therefore, after receiving permission, she asked him if he had a person he loved. The same blonde changed her face and replied that, of course, he didn't have that person. And now he only had her, asking her why she was interested in this. The girl interrupted his violent flow of words and said that she had already heard what she wanted, making him promise that he wouldn't start a relationship with anyone and that, even if he wanted to, he would have to ask her permission. He decided to leave quickly with his best friend, and the older brother asked him to wait, asking where they were going, and the girl replied that he didn't need to know that because those were their children's games. When they had moved far enough away, the hero continued complaining and said that only she should have seen him in a dress. And the girl replied that it was all because he suddenly ran away from me, and that if he hadn't done this, he would do it. He hasn't met his brother. Therefore, taking him by the hand, she told him that from now on he needed to stay close to her. And in this case, he would no longer find himself in a similar situation. As he could cover his eyes quickly, he made the main character laugh, who asked him how he could do this. She saw that she could finally cheer him up and also smiled in response, saying that her promise was serious, and that next time she would do it. The heroine was sincerely happy that he smiled and continued talking to the boy, asking him if he was happy to see his brother. Her best friend immediately became discouraged, thinking about why she always talked about Werner, and replied that he didn't know if he would be happy to see him since he didn't like him. The girl was indignant at her brother's behavior because she saw that this boy was upset again. In the novel, Akkad always lay with his arm outstretched and walked lost in thought. And she was sure that he was upset because the person he liked didn't even look at him. And so she decided to call the boy and hug him. This was a sign of comfort from her, and when the boy asked why she was doing this, the heroine replied in a low voice that she still had him. She didn't want someone like him to suffer, so she decided to help him as he helped her. The girl decided to help him as a friend, and so she asked him if he believed her, to which she received a positive answer. The heroine brought her face close to him and asked him again about his wish, wondering if he was ready to give her his answer. And the boy blushed even more, asking her not to bring up this topic again anyway. It had already happened. The next morning, at Duke Enoch's mansion, a young mother sat opposite her son and asked him if he had a good time yesterday. He replied affirmatively, but his face still looked as if he had remembered something traumatic. After all, when his best friend spoke to him, he realized that he didn't understand at all what she was thinking and what she felt towards him. The hero sighed deeply, wondering if she would want to meet him after he behaved so badly yesterday. Looking at the sad face of her little pink-haired son, the woman suggested that Laviat was a peculiar person. The Duchess showed her son the invitation letter that Laviat sent again. And this meant that Cad was having a good time after all. The girl was delighted with her handwriting and began to say enthusiastically that she definitely wanted Laviat to be her daughter-in-law. Although she always looked at him strangely when the girl spoke to her, and she already wanted to ask if Akkad would accept this invitation. But there was no trace of him. Without listening to his mother, the boy ran to his room and asked his nanny to give him clothes he had bought a week ago. Nervously, the girl explained that the suit had very long sleeves, so she would have to fix it. And the boy asked what about the shoes and asked her to bring all the brooches they had. He remembered that he needed to fix his hair, and the nanny agreed with him, saying that she would prepare everything and that he didn't have to worry. At that moment, other maids overheard their conversation, and one of them commented on the master's actions, saying that it was the first time she had seen Akkad like this. Well, since she was constantly washing clothes, she wasn't aware that he was always like this when he went to the Marquis d'Aya's mansion. Seeing how nervous the young gentleman was when choosing an outfit, they realized that spring had also arrived for him. The boy quickly arrived at the Daya's mansion and found his best friend, whom he called with an excited expression on his face. The heroine, seeing him, quickly approached and praised his appearance, as he always looked good. And the boy returned the compliment. He smiled sweetly at the main character, thinking that today he would definitely show his true self. And at that moment, the girl was thinking that today the boy dressed so elegantly that she thought he was going to a ball. She suggested that yesterday her brother behaved badly, so she wanted to show a different side of himself. Removing the blankets, the blonde told her friend that her brother was not home today. And the boy replied that he was here to meet her, not her older brother. He asked her why she needed a blanket, and the heroine replied that nice clothes are good. But this is what would be useful to her today. The girl asked Akkad if he had ever gone out to the garden in the middle of the night, and if he was aware of the rumor circulating among the Daya's people. The day the full moon rises before night falls, if you look into the depths of an abandoned well. Inside you can see a fairy, and they say she can grant a wish. At least that's what the maids told her. She was so interested in seeing it that she suggested going there with her friend. But in reality, it was a lie. What comes out of the well is a ghost, not a fairy, and people say that those who came to see it fainted after making their wishes. So she decided that tonight she would stay awake all night in any case. She was sure that ghosts didn't exist. But the young man didn't believe her, and the heroine began to deny his words, saying that she always only tells the truth. Although the boy continued to say that even his wish, which he made at the temple, did not come true when he was there last year. And then the heroine realized that it seemed he had already realized that all these fairy tales were unreal. Make sure the lie is believable. The blonde said enthusiastically that the story about the well was true, and asked him if he thought she was lying, thinking how low her trust in her had fallen. Then she assumed that he wanted her to go with the beautiful fairy herself, but he was simply afraid. And in the end, he just wanted his wish to come true. And the boy said that walking at night anyway was not an option, and it was dangerous. So he didn't listen to her words at all. So the heroine decided to act cunningly and shed a tear, asking him if he really wouldn't go with her because she would feel very lonely for her. And alone. Seeing her sweet expression, the hero couldn't help it and replied that he would go with her. Time passed since that moment, and the children were back in the kitchen, serving themselves cookies. Kat felt embarrassed and asked if it was normal to eat so much food, and received a positive answer. The girl explained that they would have to stay there until midnight, and that they didn't know when they would get hungry. And she showed him the most important ingredient. As soon as she said this, the girl didn't calculate the weight of the bottle. It turned out to be heavy. And she almost fell. Her best friend managed to prevent her from falling, but she didn't think she was very close to her, and knocked him over. Because it was hard for him, the boy could no longer hold her, and the young people fell from their place to the floor. Viet fell right on top of Akkad, so she softened his fall, which couldn't be said for the boy. So she asked him if everything was all right with him. The boy stood up with a flushed face and said he was completely fine. And the heroine threw it all over his neck and said that he protected her. The heroine felt very good about the healing power, and that's why she wanted to kiss the hero right now. The boy was wondering why his heart was beating so fast, believing it was because he was worried that Viet had gotten hurt. And he asked her if she had forgotten something. And the girl regained consciousness, saying that they should prepare as soon as possible. And she asked her best friend to prepare boiled water. The heroes added boiling water to a cup of ground coffee beans and observed the result of their efforts. The young man immediately noticed that the smell was the same when his mother drinks tea every morning. And the girl said that it was a magical tea that could keep adults awake for a long time. She only needs to take a sip to get the effect, as she might faint due to the large amount of caffeine. But holding Akkad's hand, she suggested that everything could be different. But only the girl tried to touch the cup and taste the drink because of the interruption. It was the girl's personal knight who asked what they were doing here. And the girl quickly asked how long Alan had been here. The young man began to say that the girl was told not to enter the kitchen because it was very dangerous for her here. And he asked her to leave immediately before he told the Marquis everything. The pink-haired boy connected the fact that the Marquis would find out what would make him scream. And most likely, he wouldn't be able to walk like that anymore, which made him panic. Fleeing with her best friend, the sweet-looking blonde asked her knight not to talk about it, and then followed the boy. Stalo exhaled, wondering aloud when these sons of aristocrats, whom he had cared for since childhood, had become trouble to walk. He asked why they were drinking coffee and decided to try the drink, which he immediately spat out upon realizing the terrible taste it had. At that moment, the children were still running through the mansion and unable to bear it. The blonde called her partner, saying she couldn't breathe. Her words were from a young man, and he immediately apologized, realizing they had been running for quite some time. And the girl told him not to apologize, asking him if he had done a good job. Akkad didn't understand what she was talking about, and the blonde, with an enthusiastic expression on her face, explained that he held her hand until the end. From this, it seemed that she could go anywhere with him, and the boy, stuttering, admitted that he could also do anything by her side. The girl was pleasantly surprised and said she was in a good mood, offering to hold hands for half the night. But the boy didn't think he could do it because it was a bit excessive. After many turns waiting for the night, the best friends finally fell asleep. 2 months passed since that moment, and Akkad spent the night with his best friend again. And when he opened his room door, he announced that there was no one outside. The blonde pretended to be happy, although in her mind, she thought that she had used the well legend as an excuse for him to stay with her all this time until night. But today, they would really have to go after the ghost. She sat on the bed and excitedly asked the boy if he wanted to sleep, and he replied that he managed to do it during the day. It was the heroine who asked him to go to the well with her from the beginning, so he couldn't refuse now. The girl, with a sigh of tiredness, asked the boy to take her hands, which he immediately did without objection. This made the blonde smile, and she immediately suggested that they go out onto the road, since they had to quickly go to the well to meet the magical fairy. Akkad was afraid of every creak made here and there, and constantly asked the girl if she had heard strange sounds. The girl didn't pay attention to the fact that the boy shuddered with fear every time, and she calmed him down by telling him it was just the wind. At that moment, the boy didn't even notice how his hand was squeezing the blonde's hand. But she didn't pay attention to his strange actions, so she exhaled in relief. Although the girl still told him that if he was scared, he could squeeze her hand tighter, or just look at her while they walked towards the well. At that moment, the boy thought that if a fairy really exists in this world, she shouldn't have the same smile as Viet. The protagonist finally came out and asked her friend if she was cold. He was surprised by her question, but replied that he was fine. Viet took his face between her hands, not believing the words he said because his face was very red. And it also seemed to be on fire. The boy, stuttering, continued to say that everything was really fine, only that he was hot. And most likely, this was due to the blanket he had on his body. The heroine asked him to have a little patience, because without a blanket, he could catch a cold. The problem really was that she couldn't use her powers on herself, but only on other people. At that moment, the pink-haired boy asked why the girl was so kind to him, and she immediately replied that he was a special person to her. She realized she answered evasively and decided to continue talking about how only she and her parents know her abilities. So of course, they have a special relationship. The boy understood her point of view, and the cheerful blonde said that since they have a special relationship, she can give him anything and even give him all her toys. The main character couldn't believe these words and asked him if she would even give him what she values highly. And Viet said she surely would, because she likes him more than toys. Therefore, the heroine asked Akkad to keep holding only her hand, and not to do this with other children. To her surprise, the blushing boy very quickly obeyed her, and although she felt guilty about it, she felt pleased, deciding to make up somehow and to make sure she didn't look selfish. The heroine allowed him to hold her older brother's hand, Alan, and her family too. She listed too many names in the main character's opinion, which he immediately expressed. The blonde, hearing his words that there were too many names, replied that then he should only do this with her. The pink-haired boy clarified if it was true that he could only hold her hand, and the girl confirmed what she had said before. Despite this promise, Akkad would eventually find someone more important to her than the main character. So she wasn't worried. When she thought about these things, the heroine finally found the well about which there were so many rumors. The atmosphere was so strange that there was a feeling that there were really ghosts here. And that's why the heroine wanted to finish this as soon as possible. The girl asked Akkad to quickly make a wish, but the boy objected and said that the fairy hadn't appeared yet. The blonde was surprised by the fact that the boy wanted to make a wish so insistently and was so attentive to the details. She replied that the fairy must have been in the same well. And the boy wanted to look inside to make a wish, since that was exactly what she had said before. It wasn't true that he was going to open the well, although the girl only wanted to hear Akkad's wish and leave this terrible place. Seeing how difficult it was for him, the heroine wanted to help him since there was no other option. And she had to see it through to the end. She supposed they couldn't see anything yet because it was dark, so she calmly looked into the well and looked for the fairy with Akkad. And I saw something flashing there, and inside the well appeared the silhouette of two young men in bloody clothes. And the boy was very frightened when he heard the whispering of the birds. Tears welled up in his eyes because he thought it was a ghost, but the girl calmed him down. But while the girl quickly brought her hand to his mouth, her lantern fell into the well. They were left without light in complete darkness, and the boy's scream woke up everyone in the mansion. Of course, they were scolded for this, but the girl began to defend her friend, explaining that there was definitely something in the well. Her older brother, named Werner, tried to calm her and told her that they were simply seeing their faces in the reflection of the well. But this was a bit strange in the opinion of the heroine's personal knight. This interested everyone in the room. And the young man explained that it was strange because this well had dried up a long time ago and therefore there should be no water there. Werner opened his fraternal arms to Viet and asked her not to worry, because if she was so scared, she could sleep with him tonight. But her sister ignored his words and threw herself onto her best friend's neck, asking her what they saw. Then that scared them. This made the blonde feel bad, and he ordered Alan to start filling the well as soon as dawn broke. His order was taken seriously, and the workers began filling this well with ghosts in the morning, which was seen by the passing maids. The head cleaner didn't understand which haunted well they were talking about, and the girl next to her explained that there were rumors that a ghost could be seen at night when it was cold. And the woman with glasses sighed and asked how the rumors could reach this point, because they had never spoken so badly of him before. The girl immediately became interested and asked how they spoke well of this initially. And the woman replied that the story was still very old and almost no one knew anything about it. She ordered the maid to wash the blanket that Miss Laviette had left her. But the girl couldn't contain her curiosity and asked her to tell her this story. Now everyone has forgotten the old rumors that the night before 12 o'clock, a person will see their fiancé in the reflection of this well. No one knows if this is true or not, but it doesn't matter, as the main characters had already finished in the girl's bedroom, where she apologized to him, and he considered her a liar who knew everything and said she would not go back to the well. The girl accepted his conditions, saying that even if they wanted to, they still couldn't go there. And she added mentally that now she didn't know with what pretext to call him. Time passed since that moment, and the main character remembered the events that happened not long ago related to his best friend. And he sighed deeply in the morning. His parents immediately suspected something was wrong and asked him what had happened. And the boy admitted to his father that he wanted to become strong. Naturally, the protagonist was surprised to learn that her best friend would like to learn fencing. And the dangerous one confirmed these words by saying that the lessons start tomorrow. And the heroine couldn't believe what she heard. After all, in her opinion, how could she hold a sword with her soft hands? He justified himself by saying that he could do anything if he learned. The protagonist realized that Akkad had reached the point of learning to wield a sword according to the novel. The eldest son of the Duke's family was so capable that he was sent to war at the age of 16. It was strange that the events were happening very quickly, and she said out loud that they couldn't play together now. Seeing that her best friend was upset, the boy comforted her by telling her that he would still come to her mansion frequently. But the girl noticed that she couldn't spend the night with them every time. The heroes replied that they could spend the night with her approximately once a week. And the heroines began to negotiate, so the heroes had to promise to spend the night with her once every 3 days, although it would be difficult to do so. For the blonde, this was a great deal, because if he stayed overnight every 3 days, then it would be very similar to the current situation, and she wouldn't have to find a reason for their sleepovers every time. She took the boy's hand and asked him to promise to write her a letter if he suddenly couldn't come. The boy wondered why this was necessary, as they see each other so often that he wouldn't have anything to write about. And the heroine asked him to write whatever he wanted since there were no secrets between them. She mentally thought that someday the day would come when her circle would expand. And she expressed the hope that he would not forget her. She explained her thoughts by saying that Akkad was the closest person to her, to whom she could entrust all her secrets. These words greatly moved the future knight, but before he had time to answer her, she made him promise to write her letters starting tomorrow. Time has passed since that day, and while the protagonist's best friend was training hard with the sword, the girl also decided to keep up with him. She diligently wrote him letters with a detailed description of her day, and Akkad read them before going to bed. The boy felt very embarrassed when he came to visit the girl, and she read his letters aloud. But he continued his friendly correspondence with her. Some time passed since that day, and on a training day that Akkad was holding, his mother praised him and said that he had exercised very well today. It wasn't just words of comfort from a loving mother. The boy worked very hard, and not a single training day was missed. She knew with what enthusiasm the boy was waiting for his best friend's letter, and allowed him to quickly go to the room, where the next message awaited him. Having received permission to leave training, the main character immediately ran to the room and opened the doors. He immediately noticed a pile of letters on the table, and catching his breath, he approached and immediately recognized Viet's handwriting. The boy wondered what his letter would be about today, but he was interrupted by someone else's voice, which said that Akkad always runs somewhere after class, and it turned out to be for the sake of letters. The brunette painfully hit the boy on the shoulder. She said that the hero couldn't even avoid a blow, and asked him if he was attending fencing classes. The main character didn't like his behavior, and replied that they were not in class at that moment. But the other side said that a weakling like Akkad cannot choose a convenient time to train. After all, he told the Duke that he wanted to become stronger, but he was so weak that it was unclear how he was going to do it. The boy's name was Cade, and he was Akkad's cousin who constantly bullied his brother. And he constantly talked about how the pink-haired boy was losing to him in every class. The protagonist didn't like his words, and replied that it had nothing to do with him, asking him to stop this meaningless conversation. Cade's father, who shares the same blood, was forced to stay with Countess Courtney when this boy was heir to the title of Duke of Enoch. And no matter how his skills surpass him, he has no choice but to watch this boy inherit the title of Duke, which in Kate's opinion was unfair. He brandished his sword at him, telling him to defend himself, but, to his surprise, the dangerous one was able to block his attack, and although he looked calm at that moment, the boy actually tried very hard, because Viet told him not to hurt his face in any way. Since he was able to block his unexpected blow, Kate became even angrier and said that it seemed Cad didn't understand something. He kicked him with all his might, saying that he was in no position to tell him what to do. Having injured him, the brunette didn't stop and brandished his sword again, shouting that he had come here at the Duke's request to help him. And he was not only a little boy who cried all the time and had a strange hair color, but he was also running after a girl. Cade, with an elegant expression on his face, asked if Miss Diaz had handed him the letter he previously held in his hands. Already knowing the answer, the boy told him that he was very stupid because he didn't need to befriend her, and that it would be more useful to be friends with his brother. He asked why he should look at that weak girl who would soon die, and these words infuriated Akkad. He got a second wind and pushed his cousin with all his might, and the other side was frightened by such a coincidence, not knowing where the dangerous one got so much strength from. Stuttering, the brunette asked what had just happened, but without paying attention to his question. Akkad, with a terrifying expression on his face, ordered him to immediately take back his words. Time passed since that moment, and in the Daya's mansion, one of the maids opened the curtains of Miss Laviette's room. She asked her mistress if she had slept well, and she shook her head. To avoid catching a cold, the heroine covered herself with a blanket up to her neck, so she couldn't breathe normally all night. She felt numbness in her arms and legs, and her head was also throbbing. When she slept with Akkad, she always got enough sleep. But she resolutely rejected these pessimistic thoughts, because today she could finally meet him face to face. Although she said so when she arrived for breakfast, bad news awaited her because her best friend couldn't come. Her older brother told her this, who replied that Kat sent him a letter in return. And the blonde immediately snatched it to look. She said that the boy apologized because he couldn't come for some time and for some reasons. The heroine couldn't understand what other circumstances the young man had, thinking that he simply liked sword training so much that he discovered a hidden talent in himself. He liked this activity so much that he decided to leave his girlfriend in the background, which was unfair because the girl also wanted to see Akkad train. She shouted at her brother, demanding to go to Akkad to play with him. But the young man said he didn't want that because he might start running a fever after the carriage ride. The maid told him that she hadn't slept well today, and he told her to rest today. As a result, all she could do now was write a reply letter, which discouraged her. She was in the mansion the whole time, so she didn't even have anything to write to her best friend about. The heroine wondered why Akkad had such a short letter, because she didn't even know how to reply to it. Looking out the window, she thought she would like her best friend to come see her as soon as possible. And if he can't come, they won't see each other at all. In the afternoon of the same day, the maid brought Akkad a letter from the Marquis Diaz's mansion. He immediately unpacked it and began to eagerly read what his best friend had written to him. There the girl wrote that it was fine if he didn't come, but she asked why his letter was so short since he had to write at least a page. She was interested in what was happening with him, how his training went today. If he had found a new friend, what treats he ate with tea. How many times he cried and laughed today, all this was very interesting to the main character. She also wanted him to tell her later why he couldn't come today, and mentioned that she would be waiting for him to return to her. Tears welled up in the boy's eyes after reading her sincere letter and feeling that it was Viet who wrote it, and not another person. Her ladyship and even her distinctive voice seemed to emerge from every line of her message. But there was a big problem, and that was that the boy was not sure if his girlfriend would be angry if she saw his condition. He remembered the day he told his cousin to take back his words. He tried to resist and asked what would happen if he didn't take back his words, and if the young man would go complain to the Duke. The dangerous one replied that he would not have acted so cowardly. But he couldn't forgive him for what he said about Viet, and the brunette asked again if he wasn't afraid to say such a thing to his face. He believed that the boy had simply taken him by surprise, and that Akkad was actually a weakling. Cade always noticed how his opponent always closed his eyes as soon as the sword went towards his face. And that meant that this time it would work. The boy ran as fast as he could towards his cousin, aiming for his face, which took the dangerous one by surprise. However, this did not last long, as Akkad quickly polished his attack with his own sword. His attack was so strong that it knocked his opponent's sword away, causing him to freeze in place. Stunned, he couldn't understand why his plan didn't work, and his opponent didn't close his eyes as he had done every previous time in their training. Ignoring the wound he received, Akkad said that this was the last warning. Cage Courtney had no choice but to accept defeat and say that he took back his words. He began to flee frantically, fearing his cousin. But he finally managed to tell the future Duke that he was behaving badly, although he mumbled his last words. Akkad didn't seem to be the same and didn't pay attention to his cousin's reaction, who was stuttering, and asked him to stop. After a while, the main character could be seen in his room, where he looked at his reflection with tears in his eyes, wondering what to do. He wondered when this would disappear from his face, because Laviette told him not to hurt his face. The future knight understood that she would definitely be angry with him or simply disappointed. Which is even worse. She told him to apply ointment to the wound every day, and then it would disappear quickly. And he still needed to sleep a lot. The boy underwent special procedures, and before going to bed, he did not forget to blow out the candle, wondering if he could go to his best friend tomorrow. He missed her very much, not knowing if she had eaten well or slept today, because he also wanted to know everything possible about her. A few days later, he could be seen running quickly towards the exit of the mansion, where he was caught by his father, asking him where he was running. The dangerous one told his father that he was going to visit Viet at the Daya's mansion, where a rabbit was born in the nursery. So they decided to eat cake and celebrate. He wanted to continue his story, but his cousin approached him, wondering if Akkad told the Duke everything, or if he kept his word and told him nothing. The brunette greeted Duke Enoch and Akkad for knowing his true nature. The pink-haired boy only looked at him sadly. At that moment, the Duke thoughtfully watched the staring contest between the young men. As he had heard that they had fought during the combat, they held a mental dialogue, where the Duke's son said with his gaze that he was going back to his best friend. And the brunette asked him what else he was talking about with the Duke. The man asked them if they were still fighting, to which he received different reactions when the gray-eyed one nodded his head. And the brunette lied. After that, they stared at each other, each thinking about their own thing. For example, Kate considered his opponent to be narrow-minded, because at such moments, it is necessary to reduce the topic to nothing. When the pink-haired boy also couldn't understand it, because he says they reconciled when he was the first to start everything. Looking at this scene, the Duke sighed tiredly and said that Earl Courtney, Cade's father, is his only brother, and that the two of them have only one son each, so he would like the boys to be like brothers to each other. He explained this by saying that if their families were united, then no one could harm them because they would have a family on their side. The brunette didn't take everything as the man wanted, as he believed that he was making him understand that Kate would forever remain in his son's shadow. But he said out loud that the Duke was right. The boy turned to Akkad and admitted that he had treated him badly last time. And he apologized to him, saying that he would be careful in the future. He held out his hand to him as a sign of reconciliation, when, being a gray-eyed man, he thought that he didn't like a handshake, but if he was doing something wrong now, he couldn't go to Viet. Hesitantly, he extended his hand back, and his cousin saw this as an opportunity to take revenge on him. The Count's son dragged him towards him and whispered to him that as far as he knew, Miss Diaz only spent time in the mansion, and he asked Akkad his opinion on whether he thought she would be scared to see his disgusting hands. And the main character quickly withdrew his hand. The Duke apologized to Cade instead, although he didn't understand what had happened to him lately. The brunette pretended that everything was in order, and that he perfectly understood the fact that Akkad was younger than him. And he was just a child. Time passed since that moment, and the Duke's son was traveling in a carriage heading to the Daya's mansion. His brother almost got him into trouble again, and he realized he needed to calm down and distract himself. So he asked if they could go faster, but the knight told him that they were already going as fast as possible, and they would soon reach their destination. Kicking his legs, the boy thought about what Viet must be like. She was already tired of waiting for everything. He wondered what she would be doing now. He was afraid that, although she wasn't forcibly sick or crying much, so with a happy expression on his face, he opened the doors and announced that Laviette had finally arrived. At that moment, the unsuspecting heroine was sitting on the lap of her personal knight, and she called Akkad, telling him that he had arrived earlier than she thought. Seeing the scene in front of him, the main character froze in place, when the girl didn't notice and asked him to see what kind of hair Alan was doing for her. He stuttered and asked when his relationship with Alan managed to reach such a level, directly imagining the scene of his friend saying how cool knights are. The main character carefully asked if this was the responsibility of the accompanying knight, thus condemning such closeness. Laviette didn't understand what he meant and replied that normally she wouldn't. But today she wanted to ask him to comb her hair, and the boy asked in an offended tone why she wanted that. And the girl began to recall the events that occurred shortly before Akkad's arrival. So she was very bored and had no strength, to which the knight replied that lying in such a strange position, she would get even more tired. He announced that her best friend would arrive soon, so it was time for her to get up. But the girl didn't know why she should do it, because she didn't necessarily need to look good in front of Akkad. In any case, she didn't consider him an object of desire, so now she thought she wanted to lie in her knight's arms because she was dizzy. The young man allowed her to lie on him as long as she wanted, and at that moment the girl noticed how beautiful his hair was. And she asked him how he took care of it. The young man didn't even know that the answer was that he did nothing with them, and the girl asked him why he didn't let it grow long. Because she likes long hair. The hero replied that it's not that he likes it, it's just that she cried when she couldn't touch his hair when she was even younger. And then her mistress always fell asleep on her back playing with her hair. And he couldn't tie up her hair normally high because then it wasn't long enough. He asked her if she really didn't remember anything, and the heroine replied that she didn't remember anything, not understanding if she had to let her hair grow just because he wanted it so much. The brunette replied that she didn't see any reason not to do this, because he was her knight. And he would do anything for her. Then, the main character realized that Elaine was truly a very good person, despite the fact that he likes to remain silent. She asked him if he could comb her hair, since she wanted the same high hairstyle as his. He agreed, but suggested an alternative, believing that it would be better to give her a lower hairstyle, because a high one would give her a headache, and she accepted it. The girl enthusiastically asked her best friend how the hairstyle looked on her, believing that Alan did it better than she thought. But she remained silent when, as the girl's maid, she began to be indignant because it was her duty to braid Viet's hair. While sensing danger from the knight accompanying his lover, the girl herself approached the sad Akkad for some reason. She asked him what had happened to him, because she hadn't seen him like this in a long time. And she understood that she couldn't immediately ask him to take her hand. The girl understood that there might be a number, so she thought it was better to wait. But at that moment, the pink-haired boy took the initiative. Without saying a word, he took off his gloves and wrapped his arms around Viet, who for the first time felt such a large amount of energy. The blonde thought that everything was because they hadn't seen each other for a long time, or because something had changed in Akkad. And at that moment, as soon as she thought it, the main character brought his reddened face close to her and paid her a compliment. He admitted that, with that hairstyle, she was even more beautiful. The heroine couldn't believe what was happening, because it was as if a storm had passed through her. Although it was clearly a healing power, her heart beat so strongly that she felt strange. She stuttered and asked Akkad to stop, because he was holding her tightly, which hurt her. At that moment, he came to his senses and apologized to the blonde. And the girl calmly asked him if he was boasting about being stronger than her. She also felt offended because he said he didn't like her usual hairstyle, even though she had previously said that she didn't need to look good in front of Akkad. The girl really shouldn't have cared, but his words annoyed her, so she asked him if he meant that she was ugly with loose hair. The boy began to deny his words and replied that this was not what he meant. And she demanded a clear answer from him. She really wanted to answer him, but the words wouldn't come out of her mouth. The blonde didn't understand the reason for his hesitation, and when the boy looked at the girl's hair again, he blushed even more. The main character hid his expression and replied that he thought Jenny braided her hair better. And the blonde didn't know how to understand this, and the servants behind her wished the boy good luck. Time passed since that moment, and the young people finally managed to reach the garden. While they were not drinking soft drinks, the blonde asked Akkad if he remembered what she wrote to him in the last letter. And the pink-haired boy replied that in it, she told him not to let anyone touch him. And the girl once again reminded him that he cannot touch someone like she did. She also said not to hug anyone, and the blonde again confirmed his words by saying that this should not be done even if a gift is offered in return. And if someone forces him to do it, he must say no, don't do it. Now Akkad's face was shining, and he was the one who had recently been rude to her. But no matter how careful he was, this was not enough. At that moment, the boy began to stare at her, and the girl thought that he thought she was telling him that. but she was doing exactly the same thing. After all, she treated him and constantly forced him to take off his gloves. And the girl replied that this was an exception, since she was only a weak girl. And her best friend. The boy replied that he didn't look like that because of that, but because she forbade him. But for some reason, she herself allowed others to touch her. The blonde didn't understand what he meant, and was indignant that he was using his pretty face against her again. And at that moment, the boy reminded her of her interaction with Sir Alan, and the heroine wanted to refute his words. But she thought that, since she wanted to protect Akkad from the evil wolves that might attack him, she would have to set herself as an example. She explained to him that Elaine was her accompanying knight, and that even now he was next to them. The problem was that the boy pulled her hand, and also did it without saying a word to her. But the knight who overheard their conversation believed that the young lady herself often did this to Akkad. And he didn't look happy when he got so close to someone else's face. At that moment, the blonde explained to the pink-haired boy that no matter how happy she was with the person, he shouldn't touch him like that, and that it was possible to do it with her, but others might misunderstand. The Duke's son wanted to refute her words, and the girl interrupted him by saying that Alan was a completely different matter because he was handsome. He asked so insistently that she finally gave her honest opinion and now regretted it. The girl began to say that she didn't mean any of that, but it was too late. And tears began to well up in Akkad's eyes. The blonde excitedly asked what happened and why he suddenly cried, and the boy sadly asked his best friend if she thought he was handsome. She enthusiastically said that she really thought he was handsome, and even mentioned it many times. But the boy didn't believe her word, not considering himself similar to Sir Alan, and therefore, it turned out that he was not handsome at all. After that, there was a dead silence between them, that you could even hear the rustling of falling leaves. The girl began to comfort the boy, believing that he was talking nonsense, and although she would like to tell him, she first needed to calm the boy down. She said that of course she thought he was more handsome than Alan, and that there was no point in comparing them. So she asked him to stop crying because he was becoming ugly. The boy, who had previously covered his tear-stained face, replied briefly that she was lying to him. There was a pronounced pain on his face, as if his best friend had betrayed him. The blonde was in shock, not knowing when he managed to lie to her, and he replied that he liked seeing her cry. And he lied by saying that she was ugly. After his words, the blonde's mouth dropped open in shock, and her face flushed. And even the knight behind the tree grabbed her face. She began to furiously deny his words, saying that she didn't like it and asking why he was looking at her like that now. She understood what he had been thinking all this time and why he was crying, that is, because he thought she liked it. The girl felt embarrassed for not noticing the reason for such behavior earlier. In fact, he was very handsome even when he cried, but that didn't matter anymore, so she shook her head to get rid of those thoughts. The blonde, stuttering, asked the boy not to tell anyone these things when he went somewhere. And as if mocking her, he asked what exactly he shouldn't say. And the excited girl replied that he shouldn't say that she liked it when he cried. He replied quite dryly, and the heroine realized that she had to be more careful because what if he said something like that in the presence of the Duke? And Duchess Enoch. The girl said that he must swear not to tell anyone about this, and they pinky swore. Although at that moment, the boy confirmed that Laviette definitely liked his tear-stained face. The moment finally arrived when the main character could lie down with Akkad. She jumped onto the bed and asked her best friend if he was sleeping, because he hadn't even taken off his gloves. The main character extended his hands to remove the glove, but at that moment, the boy pulled his hand away. The blonde asked what was wrong because he held her hand during the day, and she thought it was because she said she was in pain. The girl offered to hold his hand little by little so they could go to bed, and mentally packed her bags, thinking that he wouldn't allow it. The boy hesitantly fiddled with his gloves, while the heroine thought she wanted to sleep, holding her best friend's hand. The dangerous one remembered his cousin's words, who said that his girlfriend would be scared to see Akkad's disgusting hands. The hero, whose hands were very ugly today, did not answer decisively. He didn't want her to see this ugliness, since Viet definitely wouldn't like what she saw. While his thoughts were occupied with this, his best friend called him in a terrifying voice and asked him who told him that and how his tongue had moved. The young man didn't understand what she was talking about because he didn't expect such a reaction from her. It was the first time he saw Viet so angry, which made him uncomfortable, which made him quickly admit that his cousin had told him about his hands. The blonde quickly demanded to know who it was, and the boy said that his cousin's name was Kate Courtney. He was 2 years older than him, and they studied fencing together. This meant that because of this annoying fly, he couldn't meet his best friend. He didn't remember Kate's cousin, or if he was even mentioned in the novel. To begin with, he asked Akkad to tell him exactly what he had told him. And when he did, the girl couldn't understand something. Kat was not a weakling at all, he was just kind. And what did it matter if he had pink hair? But in the girl's opinion, any clothes suited him. As for height, everything is clear, he is shorter. Because he is still small, and she knew he would grow. She also said that the main character would be scared if he saw his hands, and Laviet replied that it was funny. And how he could talk about her with such confidence when he didn't even know her. Stuttering, the main character asked if that meant his best friend didn't hate him. Laviet guessed that the young man believed in that nonsense and felt sorry for him because he didn't hate him at all. But on the contrary, she wanted to take him away and live with him. For her, things couldn't happen like this, so she demanded that they go to sleep in Akkad's room today. The Duke's son didn't understand why she needed to sleep in his room, and when he asked about this, the girl replied that she couldn't wait to look at Kate's face. Then he realized that she wanted to see his cousin, which made him act hastily. He jumped onto the blonde to stop her, and holding his head, the main character said that it was good not to be in bed because they could get hurt. Still hugging the main character, the girl asked him if he really didn't want her to see Kate. And the boy, hiding his face in her neck, replied that he didn't want this with all his soul. Kate Courtney was the eldest son of Earl Courtney, and always pleased everyone he met along the way. A polite boy with a pleasant hair color and a beautiful smile is good with the sword. And he also excels in his studies. If it weren't for his special strength, the word gifted would have applied to his cousin. Despite the fact that he is rude to him, he will still be a good and pleasant boy to others. And Akkad didn't care that he pleased others. But when his best friend asked him why he didn't need to see his cousin, the young man realized that he didn't want Viet to have that opinion of him either. He didn't want to admit it, so he told her that he didn't know and that he simply didn't want to. Asking her if they could sleep here, the main character assumed that the only thing he could do was cry and considered Akkad very kind. She decided to give in to him this time and replied that they would sleep here today and then sleep at his house. But in return, she asked him to sleep without gloves because there should be no secrets between them. The girl reached out without permission and began to remove his gloves while the boy closed his eyes. What he saw surprised her, and she understood how much pain he was probably feeling. His hands had small bruises and cuts, so the main character, closing his eyes, apologized and asked her if it was unpleasant for her to look at him. She replied that she was just upset because the wounds looked serious. Regretting that Akkad couldn't heal himself and would feel so much pain every time he continued practicing fencing, the girl asked him not to hide his hands because this is an indicator of his hard work. She thought his hands were very beautiful and reminded him that she wanted to know more about him. The hero admitted that it's actually not as painful as it looks and that he is interested in fencing. And the blonde was happy because she was worried that he wasn't enjoying this activity. The main character was told that it was okay, but the girl didn't believe him until she found out for herself. He liked fencing so much that she couldn't even ask him to give up fencing. Therefore, all she could do was praise him and tell him to study hard so he could defend himself if someone offended him. It hurts a lot, but he promised himself that he would do his best, just like this fragile girl Laviet, who is so much like the son that he wanted to protect. A few days after this, the main protagonist could be seen in his room. The girl approached her best friend and was about to suggest what they could do at his house when the boy quickly interrupted her. When she mentioned his house, for some reason, The pink-haired boy got nervous and said that today he wanted to eat dessert at her house. The next day, the situation did not change, and when the blonde wanted to go with him today, he replied that he wanted to take a walk in her garden. And the next day, when the heroine suggested going to his mansion, the Duke's son rejected her idea. She couldn't yell at him at all and didn't understand what the problem was and why he didn't want it so much. A month later, the girl could be seen heading to the library, and the knight accompanying her again asked if the book she needed was there. The girl replied affirmatively, explaining that there was a book similar to the one she needed, thinking that the main character rejected her again and again. At this rate, she knew she would never see the boy's face, and so she would have to resort to another plan. While her thoughts were preoccupied with this, the brunette opened the library doors for her and asked her what book she was looking for, assuming she needed the fairy tale section. The heroine gave an unexpected answer, saying that she needed a pedigree of aristocrats, and asked for a dictionary and new ink to be brought to her. If Akkad didn't allow her to meet him, she intended to contact Kate herself and challenge him to a duel using a letter. But she quickly lost all enthusiasm, thinking that she was writing incorrectly because Courtney sounded too friendly with the young master. And writing to Akkad's cousin was also not appropriate. She suddenly had another cousin. Did she decide to start the invitation with a question about how the person was? She decided not to be too direct. She showed the weather and carefully revealed the reason for her invitation. Although she later realized that it was foolish, because why bother so much? And writing a threat that she would kill him with one blow, in her opinion, was much more appropriate. As far as she knew, in front of adults he behaved like a good boy. But only in front of Akkad did he behave like a scoundrel. It was necessary to prepare well so that she could bring him to light, as it was unpleasant for her to realize that her best friend was listening to all this harassment. It seemed to her that when a guest came, she would need to wear something comfortable, and although in secular society it is customary to dress very well and look at everyone with a kind of contempt, she was different. And it's better not to wear jewelry because they can interfere with her. She will also need to style her hair so that it doesn't get in the way and wear pants instead of a dress. It would be good to win in hand-to-hand combat, but even the protagonist herself knew that this was unlikely. So she suggested that it would be better for him to hit her and thus get a bruise. Then her older brother or the Enoch Dukes would kick him out themselves. Or maybe she should just fight him verbally. And although it's better not to touch those topics, ask him if he has already taken laxatives. The blonde knight asked her what she had been thinking all this time since she was making fun of her hair. The girl did not answer his question and asked Alan how one can defeat a person without too much strength. The young man asked if she wanted to learn the art of self-defense. I think she has no need to learn it because she has it. And the heroine replied that maybe someone in the mansion would bother her. This caught the attention of the accompanying knight and apologizing to the main character. He picked her up and asked if she had ever had anything similar. He immediately began to analyze her condition and said that he didn't see any wounds. And if she was somewhere he couldn't look, he suggested that he could call Jenny for that. The main character began to furiously deny his words, replying that something similar could happen in the future. This alarmed the brunette even more, and she asked him to tell her more about it. And the girl panicked because it wasn't what she expected. She slapped his cheeks, ordering him to calm down and explaining that nothing had happened to her, and that she was asking just in case. Alan realized that he was exaggerating with guardianship and admitted his fault to the heroine. And the girl asked him to let her go, adding that everything was really fine with her. She felt uncomfortable, so to calm the situation, the boy asked her if she could walk where there was more space, and he took her by the hands. Standing behind her, he began to explain to her that she couldn't hit someone hard no matter how hard she tried, and that if she had no other choice, she could tense her body and make a certain movement with her fist, and the main character was impressed. The brunette reminded her that when she hits someone she might fall, losing her balance, and explaining that she normally uses her legs to support herself. And the girl understood why such a defensive unit couldn't help her, because she had problems with her legs, which could happen out of nowhere. She didn't know why everything was so difficult with this body, and said she would go and rewrite the letter, deciding to give up for now. Seeing how upset her mistress was, the worried boy said that if the one who bothered her in the mansion was a man, she could simply hit him between the legs. Only when he said this did the man realize that it was wrong and not something that could be taught to a girl. And he said that he had accidentally spoken badly. In love, the brunette reassured her and told her that she would do everything possible so that she wouldn't have to take any action. Therefore, she asked him to discard that idea of learning defense, and the main character replied that he understood. While the young man was glad that she accepted his words and trusted him enough, the girl thought that his advice to hit the man between the legs was enough. Finally, the girl finished her letter, and now she needed to deliver it to Jenny so she could send it to the Enoch estate. While Alan went to get a snack, the girl stretching in a chair accidentally dropped the documents on the table. And while complaining that, as always, everything was slipping out of her hands, she noticed that the documents mentioned the royal family tree, including Prince Felix and Crown Prince Jack Reed. In the future, there will be a confrontation between two factions, and the main character will be at the epicenter of the event. And Brother Werner will eventually join forces with Prince Felix, and they will defeat Crown Prince Jack Reed. And Salome, who will fight over political discord. And her best friend Akkad, who will be a talented knight at this time, will help them in this. He will go to war very young, and already at that time, the blood of others will be shed on his hands. It is very difficult to imagine, given Akkad's current nature, but in the future many people will die by his hands. The Duke and Duchess Enoch love and care for their only son, and the girl didn't understand how they could send their only son to the battlefield. The protagonist, holding her head, was indignant because she didn't remember anything from the novel about such important moments. She felt a big difference between the novel she read and the current situation. Sometimes the heroine thought that this sinister future might actually turn out to be a dream. Or maybe it was just a child's fantasy. If all this were not true, the girl believed she could relax and just be happy. For example, the turbulent future of her older brother, whom all the male main characters will fall in love with. Or Akkad's unfortunate fate. All this the girl wanted to forget and stop worrying about his future. And knowing that she could live to adulthood, time passed since that moment. And the letter from the Marquis Diaz's mansion reached its recipient. Recently, the main character often came without an invitation, and he didn't know why he suddenly received a letter. But he decided to accept it without hesitation. Although his expectations were not met, and this time, the recipient was not him, Mr. Kate. The brunette himself was very surprised, but calmly took the letter and unpacked it to read the content. He realized that his cousin was following him and asked if he was interested in what was written there. The other party did not want to admit this obvious fact, and the stuttering pink-haired man began to make excuses, saying that he also needed to go in that direction. Of course, the brunette didn't believe him and, moving away from him, calmly replied that then she would read it alone, because Miss Diaz had sent the letter to him. Akkad stood still in the dark, while his brother mentally asked him if he now understood his place, because lately he had been speaking arrogantly about him. He wanted someone to see how worried Akkad was about some piece of paper. And that, in his opinion, was funny to watch. He said out loud that his throat was dry and offered a deal if someone brought him a glass of lemonade. He could show him the letter. Akkad understood that they were shamelessly using him to humiliate him, but he couldn't calm his curiosity because he was alarmed. He went to the kitchen and asked the worker for lemonade, and when the girl replied that she could ask the maids to bring it to him, Akkad replied that he was already on his way. The girl fulfilled his request, saying that when she came down, it was better for him to go down the western staircase, because she heard that the central one was waxed. When the main character said that she understood him, he immediately went to his cousin and was surprised by her arrival. After all, he didn't expect her to seriously bring him lemonade, and Akkad replied that he only did it because his throat was dry. And at least the brunette took this positively. his next actions were completely opposite to his smile. Since the boy deliberately dropped the glass, saying that Akkad had a bad memory. And he was not trainable, because there was no way he would drink what he would give to an idiot like the pink-haired boy. He said that the letter said that Akkad no longer needed Viet, which meant that even Miss Diaz knew what an idiot. How useless Cade's cousin was. The boy tore up the letter and threw it at the main character's feet, wishing him good luck if he wanted to read it. He suggested that he would settle their dispute through sparring if he wanted to challenge his actions. But this time, the dark-haired man assured him that he would definitely emerge victorious. The young man was not sure if his cousin had the courage to train with him. Leaving such words behind, Kate left while the dangerous one began to pick up pieces of the letter. Outraged by how he could tear up what the Viet had given him. The young man was upset by the fact that his cousin hated him so much. As his father said, he wanted to be his brother, but he still wanted what he couldn't give him. Another country wanted his status in society, and even now was targeting his best friend named Laviette. He remembered her words that she would be waiting for him at the fence spot. And to get there, one had to pass the central staircase. Realizing this, the main character ran in her direction, asking her to wait as he was aware that the stairs had been waxed. He didn't understand why she needed to wait for him in any case, in his opinion. He was simply afraid of Kate, so he stopped her. Of course, this was not the case, and the dangerous one wanted with all his might to explain it to her and warn her of the danger. But the dark-haired man did not listen to him and said that if he wanted to say something, he had to do it face to face. And for that, he needed to go down. As soon as this sentence was uttered, the young man felt himself slip and begin to fall. The main character had to watch his cousin slide down the stairs and could do nothing about it. He watched from above as Kate landed. He felt terrible pain in his leg and asked what was wrong with these stairs. Looking at his brother, who didn't even try to come down to him, the dark-haired man realized that Akkad knew about this. The dangerous one began to deny his words, replying that he only wanted to help. But the brunette didn't believe him, saying not to make him laugh. He accused him of deliberately telling his cousin about this so late. And he did this to see how he would fall because of a torn piece of paper. The main character would be lying if he said he didn't hesitate in his decision, but Kate hated him for everything he did. So he said that his brother was right, and he knew it. In a cold voice, the boy continued talking about what he simply forgot to say, because he had memory problems. As Kate had told him before, the young man decided that he was fed up with this harassment and would no longer be friendly. From that moment, some time passed and it began to rain outside, which the protagonist did not like because it made her feel aches in her muscles and bones. She expressed hope that Kate would receive her letter, and while thinking about it, someone knocked on her door. The girl asked who it was and poked her head out to see who it was. What she saw surprised her greatly, because it was neither her personal knight nor her maids who came to her, but her best friend. She enthusiastically asked Akkad what he was doing here at such a late hour, and why his clothes were all wet. The main character didn't understand why he came out in the rain and only wanted to go get a towel when Akkad squeezed him against him. As soon as he hugged her, the girl felt a tremor in her body and called him. At that moment, the boy cried even more and asked the girl not to hate him. Some time passed since this point, and Akkad's cousin, whose leg was broken due to this incident, complained to his father. He asked why he had to keep enduring this, although he was sure that Akkad did it on purpose so as not to go to the Diaz family. At first, the man wanted his son to write to Diaz after his leg healed. But then he changed his mind. The boy couldn't understand why he thought it would be beneficial for them to establish relations with the Marquis. And he could handle this better than Cade. The man interrupted him and ordered him to be quiet, reminding him that they were in the Duke's mansion. And someone could hear them. He made it clear to him that the boy should not worry, and this did not mean that he was giving up. Asking him for patience, as everything has its time. While father and son were discussing what they should do, the main character asked his best friend what was wrong. She made him hot chocolate to calm him down, knowing that there had to be some reason why he came in the middle of the night. And said something like this. Moreover, this happened immediately after she sent the invitation to Kate. She immediately assumed that it was related to the protagonist's cousin. The boy admitted that he was upset because Kate said that his girlfriend no longer needed Akkad. He replied as if she needed him before, and the girl thought that he first needed to choose the right words. And she asked Akkad to listen to her carefully. The main character assured her that his words were true and that he would never hate him. Resting her head on her crossed arms, the girl asked him why he thought she hated him. At that moment, the dangerous one stared at her, and his cheeks turned very red. To hide his embarrassment, he quickly turned his head and stammered that there was no serious reason to think she hated him. When she thought that somehow he was too slow with his answer, the boy said that he liked the Viet. Smiling at the hero, she replied that she also liked Akkad, complaining that he had forced her to say this. The young man smiled happily, rejoicing. The feelings were mutual, and the girl couldn't help but admire his smile, considering it beautiful. The boy asked her again if she would like him even if he did things she hated. And the girl asked how many more times she needed to repeat that she would not hate him. And she believed that his main problem was infinite kindness, and that's why he worried about everything. The protagonist decided that if her plan didn't work, it was time to redo it. She wanted to do better, but in the end, he only worried even more about this. Even though she made that idiot cry, the girl would actually feel very happy. The girl decided to deal with problems as they arose, and now she simply enjoyed the time spent with her best friend. They walked through the garden, and the boy made her a flower crown. Her best friend admired its beauty, not believing that he himself had made it. The pink-haired man admitted that he made it thinking it would look good on her head. Of course. The blonde immediately compared herself to him and asked him to bow down to put the flower she was wearing in her hair. The boy blushed with embarrassment. He touched the flower and asked why she needed it, and the heroine replied that it would be nice if they wore them together. She liked that with Akkad, she didn't have to do anything special to feel good. One day they had a picnic under an umbrella on a sunny day and read a book together. And another day they fell asleep to the sound of the rain, leaning on each other's shoulders. And all these days, they always held hands even when sleeping. Their nights passed without nightmares, and she thought that this peace would last forever. But after 2 wonderful seasons, something unpleasant happened. The knight accompanying the girl looked for her everywhere, asking where she had gone. The maid laughed, thinking she had a lot of work again today, and the young man nodded with her, complaining that if she moved away for a second, the Viet was gone and they were monitoring her health. And in the end, he just got old. However, everything continued as usual, and the maid, looking at the Viet, no longer believed that she had health problems as they had told her before. She grew up, gained weight, and even her disposition improved. In her opinion, she became even more beautiful than she originally was. At that moment, the person they were talking about was trying to see what was happening outside. But while thinking, nothing was visible. She became indignant because she couldn't even hear anything that was happening there, and at that moment, a young man called her. It was her best friend named Akkad, who asked her to be careful, otherwise she would get more hurt. The girl began to be indignant, considering it unfair that he could see what was happening there. And she couldn't even see how the festival was unfolding, so she wanted to jump the fence. The boy moved away from her and said that she was not allowed, and that to leave the mansion she needed to get permission. Although the heroine herself knew this very well. In her opinion, Akkad has changed a lot because she has known him for quite some time since she played with him in the mansion for 2 years. So she is very bored here. She was tired of this whole routine. And during this time, Akkad became taller and more mature, and now he tried to calm her down by telling her that there was nothing special about the festival. Just high-ranking people from other countries laying flowers. The boy suggested that if she wanted to see something, she could tell him, and he would tell her. The protagonist did not want to give up her plans, so she took her best friend's hand and asked if they could play something while they weren't going anywhere. Having known him for so long, the heroine assumed that if you ask him for something while making eyes, he will quickly give in and agree. And that's what happened this time when he, blushing, asked the protagonist what she wanted to play. The young man leaned against a tree and counted from 1 to 20 until he decided to ask if his girlfriend was hiding. Considering him a naive fool, the blonde, laughing, replied that she hadn't hidden yet. She knew he would interfere with her if she admitted she wanted to escape, so she prepared in advance. The girl promised herself that she would go to the All Roses festival and then return. And she would take Akkad's hand. The protagonist began to imagine how surprised her best friend would be if she brought him something she bought on the street. She imagined what a cute expression he would have on his face, thinking that every day he sees the same landscapes. The shadow of anxiety disappeared, and she felt her body enveloped in warmth. It felt like a dream. And she promised herself that she would look around a little and come back. But she couldn't even imagine how wrong she was, because when she woke up, the whole house was in an uproar. Everyone asked her how she felt, and someone loudly ordered them to call the pontiff. Everyone was running back and forth, and the doctor announced that she was bleeding a lot and ordered them to bring hemostatic agents. And a bandage. The protagonist couldn't understand where she was, why everything was so noisy, and why everyone had such a strange expression on their faces because her head was throbbing from the shouting. She wanted to ask them to be quiet, but she couldn't even move a finger. The pink-haired man opened the room where the main character's mother was, who was crying and asking what this child had done to them. Her eldest son tried to calm her down and told her that Laviette would be fine. While the young man eavesdropped on their conversation, the knight accompanying his girlfriend approached him and told him that he could not be here. The duke's son did not want to do this and asked if he could see Laviette for at least a second. But they told him that she was not yet conscious, so it would be better if he came next time. The smart boy immediately realized that he couldn't look at her because she was in very bad shape. The dark-haired woman didn't want to admit the obvious and simply repeated that he should leave because the pontiffs were coming. And bowing to him, she expressed her regret for what happened earlier. The boy, with a dejected step, walked to his carriage and, getting into it, declared that it was all his fault. A few hours before this incident, when the boy was playing hide-and-seek with his best friend, Akkad called her by name. The young man had been looking for her for a while and still couldn't find her. He announced loudly that he would give up and that his best friend could come out of hiding. The young man found it strange that he still hadn't heard her voice, knowing that they were forbidden to hide in the mansion. And she shouldn't be there. When he was mentally perplexed, he randomly turned his head towards the fence where there was a gap a small child could fit through. He immediately assumed that something irreparable had happened and quickly headed towards the mansion. The duke's son warned the main character's mother that the Viet had left the mansion. And the worried woman asked when this happened. Stammering, the pink-haired man replied that it was about 2 hours ago, when he was waiting for her because he thought she just decided to joke around. And he apologized to the woman. Realizing that she had just traumatized the child, the blonde hugged the child, thanked him for what he said, and asked him not to worry, thinking that she hadn't gone very far. The one who was supposed to accompany her asked the maid if she knew what clothes the young lady was wearing. And she replied that she was wearing a cape with white pompons. She remembered because they bought this cape only a week ago. Witnesses said they saw her on the outskirts of the city center because there are many people there for the festival now. And they also expressed the hope that she hadn't met any bad people in the capital. The dark-haired man announced to the people that he was also going to give orders to increase the number of people for the investigation. Akkad quickly ran to Alan and asked him to wait because he wanted to go with him because he was the one who told the girl about the festival. Moreover, he knew how she was dressed so he could help, but the dark-haired woman opposed the answer that it was dangerous. The dangerous one said there was nothing to worry about. He knew the capital well. And he knows how to handle a sword, but the knight was adamant. He replied that the boy should leave it to the knight and that it didn't matter how strong he was. They must protect the immutable young lady. The young man announced that his lover's best friend could not protect her now. The knight accompanying the girl told him once again that he could not help in any way. so it was better for him to go home. The boy really wanted to protect his best friend, but he couldn't do anything, just as the knight said. He regretted not being a knight, thinking that at first there was nothing unusual. The main character always thought about what was outside, smelled it, and heard voices singing outside. And everyone could be there except her. That's why I felt greedy, because I couldn't be there. It wasn't enough for her that they told her what everything was like there. She wanted to see everything in person and comment on it. Since it was dangerous there, she understood that they wouldn't let her in, so she decided to go there for a while. And return. But it turned out that everything was not as rosy as she imagined, and she barely stepped out into the world. Some people grabbed her from behind and covered her mouth. The main character would never have thought that everything would turn out like this. As soon as she opened her eyes, the first thing she saw was her best friend, who was crying bitterly for her. He held out his trembling hand to her and asked her not to cry, and she grabbed him like a lifeline. Still crying, the boy apologized to the Viet for not understanding everything right away if he had gone with her. None of this would have happened. But the heroine replied that it was good that he was not present because he was so handsome that they would have kidnapped him immediately. The girl said that it was so scary on the street that it was completely different from what she heard in the mansion. When the heroine started coughing, the main character became worried and said that now he would take off his gloves. And he would heal her, but she stopped him. Anxiously, the blonde asked him not to do that, and the boy thought she was angry with him. The Viet asked how she could be angry with him if it was his fault that everything turned out this way. But her words made no sense to the boy, because if she wasn't angry, why didn't she take his hand? And the girl admitted that she didn't want him to use his abilities for such a trifle, because the wound would disappear quickly on its own. And he needed to hide his ability. The main character understood this himself, but he couldn't help seeing how much pain she felt because he didn't want her to suffer. And Laviette wondered if a person could be so kind, because to her Akkad was just one more of the novel's characters. But he treats her like a very close friend. The girl touched the boy's hair with a trembling hand, thinking that she was dragging him everywhere so that he would simply treat her. She asked the protagonist to stop crying because she had already cried as much as she could, even though his girlfriend was going to take care of everything. The heroine said that a priest would come tomorrow and everything would be fine, but before she could finish her words, blood began to flow from her lips. Of course, Akkad was very scared and jumped out of bed, but the girl began to calm him down, telling him not to make a mountain out of a molehill over some scratch. The dangerous one asked again if she needed his help, but the girl shook her head, reminding him that they had finished this conversation. Moreover, she didn't believe that Akkad could heal her easily, so she sighed deeply. Then, with tears in her eyes, her best friend shyly offered to at least help her lips. The girl did not expect so much courage from Akkad, and the fact that he offered to heal only her lips. She looked at the main character, who blushed with embarrassment and replied that it would be better if he brought her the ointment. This annoyed the young man a little, but he complied without questioning her will and brought the medicine, which was in a pink jar. The boy, sparing no expense, took a whole handful and offered to help the girl. But at that moment, the blonde asked him if he understood that this was not strawberry jam, but an ointment. As the protagonist spoke, she realized how inconvenient it was to do this with broken lips. Gently touching it, the girl asked her best friend exactly how she wanted to heal her lips. Stammering and blushing, the main character replied that the case is that when my mother got hurt, my father did the same to my mother, and she recovered quickly. The blonde didn't understand what she meant and asked her if she could explain it properly before losing her temper. Then the boy, with an even redder face, murmured about her lips, and the heroine silently admired him, admitting how much she liked him. It seemed to her that they would have trouble if she met someone handsome, and he suggested a kiss, so she advised him not to do it again. At this rate, the men of this country will not be able to resist such temptation. Therefore, the heroine once again reminded him not to tell anyone else, and to wait until she herself gave him permission to do so. But the pink-haired man wanted to refute her words, by saying that if he touched her wound, it would heal immediately. Although the heroine was not going to listen to his explanations, and, turning around, replied that they would see each other when she felt better. She made it clear to him that she was no longer going to talk about this with him, thinking that he still had a lot to learn. When she fell asleep, the boy wanted to touch her, but at the last moment he pulled his hand away. He mentally apologized to the main character and promised her something. That is, that he will become stronger as soon as possible and will be the one who can protect her. Several hours passed since that moment, and despite the beautiful weather outside, the main character had a nightmare. It had been quite a while since she had such dreams, so she had time to relax. She saw her older brother in it, who pulled his hand away from the redhead. The young man looked at this girl coldly and said something really rude. Then the scene cut and showed Werner again, but now next to her bed, and putting a compress on her forehead. Then Laviette, who had matured remarkably, asked her older brother not to worry, since she was not going to die from such nonsense, and would not allow Akkad to lose his friend today. At that moment, the maid began to bother the main character, apologizing for waking her up, but telling her that she needed to have a bandage applied. When they did this, the blonde noticed that the small wound had already healed and thanked Jenny for her help. But all her attention turned to a recent dream, thinking that she was starting to remember the novel because she was sick. Looking at her damaged hands, she began to relive the events that happened in her dream. Like her older brother, for some reason, was in conflict with the redhead and didn't even let her touch him. And then he took care of the protagonist when she got sick and had a fever. It seemed to her that she was going somewhere, and it definitely had something to do with Akkad. Her face was very pale at that moment, and it was raining outside, which made the atmosphere even gloomier. Due to the fact that she was trying to recall her dream in great detail, her head began to hurt terribly. And she told her maid that she urgently needed to see Akkad, clinging tightly to her. Of course, Jenny didn't understand why there was such a hurry. Because Werner ordered the young lady to stay in the room until she fully recovered. But the blonde didn't listen to her, and grabbing her sleeve with her trembling fingers, replied that it didn't matter anymore. She hurried the dark-haired woman, telling her that she had no time and that she needed to meet Akkad. After all, the heroine remembered why Akkad went to war at the age of 16. A few years later, Uncle Akkad will kill Duke and Duchess Enoch and make it look like there was a carriage accident. And he will become the head of the family. And for his son to become heir, he will send the legitimate heir of the Akkadi duchy to war. Some time has passed since the main character remembered this. And now her older brother came to her to check on her condition. Jenny had already informed him of what happened in the morning, so he went to his sister as soon as possible. He sat down next to her bed and asked her if anything had happened to her today, since she had barely calmed down when she suddenly started crying. And looking for Akkad. When the blonde asked if she could tell him what happened, the girl did not answer. And she asked her brother if he could do whatever she wanted for her. The young man answered affirmatively and immediately began to ask her what she wanted. And when the heroine asked how far he could go, her brother replied as far as he could. And he was extremely serious, although the girl didn't believe him. The girl envied him. Knowing how good it is to be the main character, he is healthy, has strength, and can do a lot. Even though he had a beautiful wife, he ended up having an affair with the first emperor. And someone can die without even having time to start any kind of relationship. And when she said this, she was referring, of course, to herself. The young man couldn't understand why she was looking at him like that. And the blonde explained to him that being 9 years old was very difficult, and that she couldn't even do anything. She swore that she made her older brother ask her fearfully where she got those words from. Werner said that he now works at the Imperial Palace if his strength is not enough. She can ask her father to help her. He swore by the Daya's name that he would do everything he could for her, so he asked her to say whatever she wanted. Hearing his words, the main character doubted him and asked if he would really do everything possible, even if she asked him to get rid of someone. This statement immediately attracted the attention of the blonde, who asked if she accidentally wanted to get rid of Akkad with his help. While the girl thought she was too hasty, saying this, his words interrupted her thoughts. When she let out an exclamation of surprise, the young man relaxed because he already thought they had fought. The heroine couldn't understand how a fight could go that far. At that moment, her brother asked her who she had to get rid of, and the girl replied that she would tell him later. The young man asked her to tell him later, and his sister complained that she hadn't actually shared all her secrets with her. Although he said he had nothing and wasn't telling her anything. Then the girl reminded him of an arranged marriage, and the young man didn't know who could have told her. And Laviette advised him not to sit on 2 chairs, as he must respect and treat his soulmate with affection, even if it is a marriage of convenience. She herself didn't realize how she was babbling, so she decided to quickly go to bed, saying that she was tired. But Werner had already heard everything she wanted to say and replied that he wouldn't do any of that. So she didn't have to worry and wished her good night. He seemed so kind to the girl now, but she wondered why he was so fickle in the novel. She asked him if he wanted to go to bed, and he replied that his sister was very sweet, and that he was starting to worry about her. The young man invited her to sleep together today, and the heroine replied that it was uncomfortable, and that she could die from the fact that he would fight in his sleep. And she also expressed her view that sleeping with him would be a bit disgusting. For the young man, this was already too much, as his sister slept peacefully with Akkad. And he couldn't even give her a good-night kiss. The girl explained to her older brother that she considered him better when he was reserved and quiet. This made her never consider him that way, and mentally, the girl asked him not to destroy the idea of the main characters. When he left her room, her personal knight asked him if he could find out the reason why the young lady was crying. And when the blonde asked him why he had been eavesdropping all this time, he apologized, saying that he was simply very worried. The young man understood his feeling, but he didn't want to put the Viet in an uncomfortable position by asking her something she didn't want to answer, because the fact that she was simply alive was enough for him. His little sister since birth thinks about how she is fading away and not how bright the future awaits her. Her body doesn't accept food well, and there were days when even breathing was difficult. And the maids commented that everything had become much more serious, and she didn't even have the strength to cry. They thought that perhaps every day they spent could be the last for their little lady. The boy, who perfectly heard their words, prayed to save his sister, as it would be a shame if she died without having time to do anything. He promised to do everything in his power and cherish her more than anyone. And that's why he asked not to take Labi away. In spring, she catches a cold from a slight wind, and in summer, it can be hot from the scorching sun in autumn. And in winter, she doesn't get out of bed, and this world harms the Avi. But then something changed, and his little sister's eyes began to shine. And every time he saw those eyes that seemed to scream that they wanted to live, he wanted to do something for her. When he was in his office, the dark-haired woman asked him if she should still prepare for work since it was already late. And he replied affirmatively. He had to leave the palace early, so he didn't have time to review some documents. And he needs to review the donation to the temple. Those wishes he made in childhood remain unchanged to this day. As long as Lavi is in this world, he will do anything for her. If she is weak and cannot live a normal life, the young man promised to simply create a safe world for her. He again remembered her words about the arranged marriage when she asked him about it. Aristocrats' children rarely go to war at an early age, unless the guardian himself sends or orders the imperial family. After the death of the Duke and Duchess, Enoch became an uncle instead of Akkad, who was still very young at the time and became the head of the family. However, despite this, the uncle still could not change the successor chosen by the previous head of the family, because this requires the emperor's approval. And so, the new head of the family got the idea to send Akkad to war so that he would die there, and then make his son the successor. The girl cursed because she was about to explode thinking about it. She couldn't even find words for all these idiots. When she was talking about how she would show everyone where the crayfish spend the winter, her personal escort heard her and asked why she expressed herself so rudely, and where she found out. She stammered and replied that she didn't know. And the young man thought that if someone found out about this, they would be in trouble. At that moment, the girl asked if it was time to leave, since Akkad was supposed to arrive today. They headed towards him, immediately seeing pink hair from afar. The boy was holding flowers in his hands and waved, looking much better. And the girl replied that now she could look at him calmly. The boy congratulated her, saying she was always beautiful, but the main character didn't believe him because she was later covered in bruises and blood. The young man held out his hand and asked if they could hold hands again now. And the girl said she would do it with pleasure. Realizing that he seemed worried about this, the young man smiled sweetly and hugged his best friend tightly. The girl couldn't understand the reasons for such interaction, because earlier she said she wanted to hold hands and not hug. At that moment, the boy who was talking interrupted her thoughts and said that the Viet wanted to say something. Of course, the protagonist became immediately interested, but she offered to continue talking during the walk since she felt better. She had been waiting for his arrival for so long and had a long list of things she wanted to do with him. But for the first time, the young man refused her offer and apologized for this, as they couldn't do it together. With an apathetic expression on his face, the pink-haired man told his friend that he would go to the estate. They decided to discuss this in more detail in the room. And finally, after a while, the young man finished his story. The main character concluded that, for his best friend to be officially named a knight, he needs to train at the estate, especially because his father has a lot of things to do there. The blonde asked when he would return, and the young man replied that he didn't know yet, but that tomorrow it was his turn to leave. The girl, who had previously tried to control herself, couldn't hide her confusion and asked why this happened so suddenly. She couldn't believe she would have to separate from Akkad because she wanted to stay with him until she married the priest. The angel in her head said that Akkad's abilities did not belong to her, that she should support him as a friend. But the devil asked where her strategy was going, that her life was the main priority when she first got out of bed. Shaking her head so as not to hear their conversations, the girl asked if he would go alone since she wondered if his cousin would go with him. The pink-haired man replied that he would not go with her since the dark-haired man would go to his estate because his lessons had stopped due to disagreements. To begin with, the main character was happy to leave these relatives before this tragedy. There was still enough time, and she would need to know more while Akkad was not there. She sighed deeply while the boy was nervous, awaiting her answer, and asked the young man to write her letters of at least 3 pages. The main character promised to do this every day, and in return, asked Laviet to correspond only with him. The girl took it for granted since she still had no one closer than Akkad. One way or another, the heroine realized that it seemed her best friend had already decided his dream. Staring into the void, she ironically asked what she should do all this time, but she only thought about how she could survive. Then the dangerous one invited her to enter the imperial palace, like his older brother Werner. The girl immediately rejected this idea, considering it very boring. And just thinking about it made her fall asleep. And at that moment, nervously fiddling with his hands, the boy, with a trembling voice, invited her to become his lady. He could be a knight for her, she is his lady. And for some reason, the girl didn't believe him and asked again. When the main character repeated that he could become her knight, the girl suddenly jumped from her seat and asked him to wait because she had an idea. The girl took a rose from the bouquet that was on the table, presented it to her best friend, and asked him if he swore to become her personal knight. A day had passed since the young man promised to become her sword, and Akkad had to leave. The main character's older brother reminded him that it was time to leave, and the girl, waving her hand, agreed with him. She suddenly felt an emptiness in her heart, which saddened her greatly. She asked her brother what she had to do to become a lady, and the young man wondered what suddenly happened to her. The protagonist wrote letters to her best friend and asked if everything was all right with him, since he had been there longer than she thought. It had been a year since he visited her, and that's why in her letters she asked if he wanted to see her. Although she then thought that after these words, he wouldn't want to go to her. She was interested to know if he was still learning to wield a sword, and if he had even more calluses on his hands. And at that moment, the girl looked at her own crippled hands. The blonde became indignant when the bruises she received disappeared, as she wondered how he trained. So she secretly took a wooden sword from Alan, but in the end her wrist swelled. Because of this, the priests approached her several times and examined her body. One of the priests was very surprised when treating her wounds, because even though the injury was not serious, the Viet recovered very slowly compared to other people. The older brother asked if it was possible to invite a better priest, and the dark-haired woman awkwardly replied that it would be difficult to find someone better, since even priests from other countries had already come to them. The girls accompanying the knight whispered to him that her health was like this initially. And besides, the young lady was seriously injured last year. Maybe that's why. However, the young man asked to search even more carefully, and the priest bowed and said that he would try, as he was indebted to the Daya's family. Although the main character believed that, compared to Akkad, all priests are scammers and charlatans, she closed her eyes and wondered why, without her best friend, the days are so boring. And time passes very slowly. The girl can't wait for them to meet in warm weather and play something, because she always feels very comfortable with him. The blonde didn't forget to talk about her brother, with whom everything was also fine. But as before, very busy with work. To her, her brother was very handsome and tall, but it seemed he wasn't dating anyone. So the girl asked her friend not to worry. Moreover, the main character had a new friend, Mrs. Oscar, with whom she had daily lessons. She was always strict with the girl, being her personal tutor. The woman with glasses always walked with a pointer that hit the table at the slightest mistake. For example, like being a little late. The lady instructed the protagonist, advising her not to raise her elbows too high, and forcing her to repeat the movement over and over until an acceptable result was obtained. The blonde's whole body was trembling because the weight was very heavy, so she asked to use her usual cup. But the teacher refused, explaining that in this mansion there were light dishes for her. However, she couldn't demonstrate her manners when she entered another mansion. But this still didn't prove anything to the main character. After all, her wrist hurt. She didn't touch the woman with glasses at all and ordered her to try again, thinking that she was just whining. After these lessons, the girl was exhausted and once asked her brother how he could radiate grace without even moving a finger. For him, it was very simple, because nowadays there is a vivid example, although the heroine was sure that it was definitely not about him. The young man asked her if she wanted to quit classes, since etiquette lessons were very difficult. And the girl thought about it. The blonde remembered the woman's words, that there were many people who would want to tarnish her name. And they shouldn't even be given the opportunity to do so, so the girl replied that she would try to go to class again. At that moment, her older brother told her that then she should tame her for working hard. And he gave her the papers she asked for. The girl quickly snatched the report, indignant and saying that he should have said so right away. Shortly after Akkad's departure, the main character asked her brother to find out why Count Courtney was so eager to take the Duke's place. This is not the kind of information that can be given to a child, but he still took care of this matter. In the end, he had to accept several strange conditions for him to do this. After reading the content, the girl asked if that was all that could be discovered, because it was simply about illegal actions committed during the management of the guild. The boy replied affirmatively, saying that she was so worried about this that she approached the matter carefully and never found anything. The girl couldn't believe that she couldn't find anything, because there had to be something for which they could be expelled or killed, but in the end it turned out that, at best, they would receive a fine for it. The young man will not be able to deal with this personally, because he could not enter the Duke's mansion like that. And it will be difficult to approach him without any reason or evidence, because this man is an ally of Enoch. The older one reminded his sister that, as he had said before, he didn't want her to worry about this and talk about death or exile in her presence. When the main character asked if she could continue searching for information, the boy replied that it was not that difficult, but that he would like to get what she promised him before asking for a new request. The protagonist's younger sister turned against the fool and replied that she didn't remember anything about the promise. Then the young man decided to take all her hands and receive his reward himself by kissing the girl on the lips. The heroine got angry and told him not to make her laugh because they had agreed on a kiss on the cheek. And for those words, he caught her because the blonde realized that she didn't have memory problems. The girl replied that it was disgusting because she was already 10 years old and had long gone too far to do such a thing with her older brother. But the young man didn't give up and replied that regardless of whether she was 9 or 10 years old, Laviette would always be his sweet little sister. He believed it was unfair to his brother, who had been waiting for the kiss for so long. And the girl didn't understand what he meant and what kind of expression he had at that moment. If he did it once, then he wouldn't stop. The boy was relentless in persuading her, but the girl pushed him away and told him she would call Alan now. The blonde said she only needed to do it once, just to bury her face in his cheek. Because if she didn't do it, then he wouldn't listen to her new request. The knight accompanying him, who heard cries for help, entered the room and apologized, but what he saw surprised him. After all, there was a happy Marquis's son in the room, who told Alan not to worry because his younger sister was just wishing him good night. Of course, the dark-haired woman didn't believe him and asked not to bother the young lady too much. But the blonde replied that the Viet was simply embarrassed. After the main character regained consciousness, she announced with angry tears in her eyes that she was leaving. When she did this, the pancake said that if the young man continued in the same spirit, the girl would hate him, which he knew very well. But he thought that if she hadn't liked him so much, the Viet would have kicked him a long time ago. Even if she had broken her toe afterward, which was a correct assumption. The blonde decided to give the knight permission to go to classes with the Viet. He wanted her to accompany her with Mrs. Austen's tutor. The knight agreed, but asked if it was okay if he didn't understand etiquette. And the escort could be someone else, and the other party made him believe that he had to do everything as usual. At the same time, the protagonist moved as far away from her brother's office as possible. Wiping her lips, she mentally cursed her best friend, who had no idea of the humiliation she had to endure while he was away. The girl couldn't believe that the main character could behave like this, but she was grateful that he listened to her request without asking the reason. The main character asked Akkad to come as soon as possible, but contrary to her wishes. He never returned to the capital, and 2 weeks passed since that moment. The girl asked the maid if it was necessary to wear this particular dress. And Jenny apologized, explaining that she insisted on wearing this particular dress today, and suggested loosening it a bit. The blonde thanked her because she couldn't breathe, and now not only her wrist hurt, but her whole body. Finally, the countess arrived, and the girl looked out the window, saying that her teacher was never late. The main character could see the woman with glasses getting out of her carriage, with the help of the accompanying gentleman, Laviette. They seemed very close to each other, as the countess continued touching the gentleman. And Jenny couldn't help but exclaim that they still got along well. The blonde couldn't understand what they were talking about, because she didn't know this wasn't the first time they had done something like this. And the maid said that Alan had recently started accompanying the countess. The girl remembered that for a while, her gentleman was present in our classes, and asked us not to pay attention to him. The protagonist's younger sister immediately assumed that Alan was interested in the countess. Some time passed since that moment, and now the girl was studying etiquette with her teacher. As she was staring at her, the woman asked her how many more times she needed to repeat that it was so rude to stare at others. And the blonde apologized. The woman said that the young lady still had much to learn on the planet of etiquette. And the girl thought she wished Alan would meet someone kinder. I remembered Jenny's words that if the rumors about Sir Alan and Countess Austen were true, it would be very good for the gentleman. When the blonde asked why it was good, the maid explained that if he married the countess, he could receive the status of count. If you think about it, the title of Count Austen is not held by anyone now. And since Alan is also a noble of the countess, she can marry him for the second time, if both wish it. At least the main character understood that, judging by the looks towards the gentleman. The Countess seemed interested in him. The girl agreed with her because Alan was really good, young, gentle, and reliable, and also handsome. She started to laugh quietly, thinking about it, and the woman watching her closely ordered her not to laugh. She asked her why she was so frivolous, even though she herself smiled mischievously at Alan. The main character faced the topic of today's lesson, and the girl admitted that she had never worn those shoes. The woman replied that who knows when the time will come when she will need to wear shoes, for which she needs to learn to walk in them so she can walk gracefully. The blonde replied that the truth is she never intended to wear shoes. And looking at her, Granny told her never to say never. After asking her if she would go to her debut or tea parties, the girl sighed deeply, since in her position this was impossible. Well, of course, she would like it to be possible, and she put on the shoes, immediately feeling how uncomfortable she felt in them. The Countess ordered her to move forward little by little, and at that moment looked at the young man standing near the door. At that moment, the blonde was practicing walking in heels for some reason. She was happy because it seemed like she was succeeding, and it wasn't that difficult. She turned to her teacher expecting praise, but she didn't even look at her. The girl understood that she needed to have more patience, because this is normal behavior between a woman and a young man. At that moment, the woman finally noticed that her student had finished the exercise and looked at her again with a smile. She hit her on the arm with a pointer and asked if she had already made several comments to Viet about this. When tears appeared in the fragile girl's eyes, a young man ran towards them and asked them what the woman had just done. The woman asked Alan for understanding, because such behavior is not good for the young lady, and he shouldn't be so surprised by a little teaching. He replied that she had no right to behave like that with the young lady, and it seemed to him that she didn't even listen to what Avi told her. But it turned out that she knew everything and replied that she remembered Viet saying her arm hurt, not her legs. Because of this, the gentleman's mood worsened even more, and Viet cried mentally because it was her fault that Alan was fighting with his lover. She grabbed the brunette and asked him to stop since there was a lesson, and the boy replied that her lesson was over for today. This outraged the Countess, who heard the whole dialogue and asked how the gentleman could afford such impudence. The young man replied that he had the right to make decisions about the young lady's activities. And he knew she liked to get carried away, but he didn't think she would resort to violence. The woman, who was humiliated, couldn't understand what he was talking about because she couldn't understand. When I managed to free my hands, the young man awkwardly looked away and began to recall that a short while ago he was supposed to accompany the Countess, and she behaved strangely. He told her that he usually constantly touched other people, which made her uncomfortable. And this revelation surprised not only the main character, but also the woman teaching the girl. The Countess could not stand such embarrassment, and with a flushed face began to indignantly say that he was the first to express his feelings. The brunette replied that he did not remember this, so he did not understand why she had come to that conclusion, while the blonde mentally asked to discuss it not in her presence. The woman in front of them trembled with the emotions overwhelming her and said not to make her laugh. She asked why, if he had no sympathy, he didn't take his eyes off her during lessons. And the young man replied that he was looking at his miss more precisely. He looked at his young lady. And also at the pointer in the teacher's hands, Viet the Countess blushed even more and shouted throughout the mansion how terrible the brunette was. After that, the protagonist's entire house was in an uproar. And that beating greatly angered her brother, who wanted to break the contract immediately. And the parents cried a lot because they were worried about their daughter, believing that this meant she wouldn't do anything, and she would stay there for days. Mrs. Austen wanted to spread rumors that Alan was a rude man and also wanted the gentleman escorting her to challenge Alan to a duel. However, they managed to calm her down by telling her that she would continue giving lessons and that her contract salary was doubled. Recently, the heroine had seen Alan frequently and could confidently say that he had become too soft. When she shared her thoughts with him, and the girl explained that usually he didn't know how to say no, and was easy to convince. The young man touched the girl's hand and replied that he was like that only with her, and then the girl asked him if he thought she was to blame for everything. Now Mrs. Austen was not so strict with the main character, but her complaints did not change. When teaching the girl, the woman instructed her that if a man looks at her, it doesn't necessarily mean he's in love. In her opinion, such people just flatter and confuse, and the brunette not far from them caught the hint and asked if it was necessary to teach this in class. The woman asked her not to bother her, and the main character sighed deeply. Thinking they were alone again, and Viet remembered that Akkad often confused her. He was as kind as Alan, so she fell for the trap. She wondered if she would ever tell her feelings to her brother, and thought about asking him in the next letter. And from that moment, 5 years passed, and the young man in question returned to Duke Enoch's estate. His mother congratulated Akkad, but then corrected herself and asked if she should call him Sir Akkad. The young man thanked her and replied that all this was thanks to his mother's help. And the Duchess asked him if he had already packed his things, and the newly appointed knight replied affirmatively, saying he couldn't wait any longer. At the same time, the protagonist was walking through the capital and asked her escort if he knew that strange rumors had been circulating lately. That on drizzly or cloudy days the ghost of a young blonde woman dressed in white appears. And there is always a frozen smile on her face, which seems creepy and strange to passers-by. The girl smiled cheerfully and asked Alan if it was funny, while passers-by whispered that she looked like the girl in the rumors. At that moment, the unsuspecting main character continued saying that she had never seen a ghost, even though she always walked in cloudy weather. Although Alan knew very well who started these rumors and decided to reveal the truth to his young lady. Of course, the blonde was indignant, not believing that she was the same ghost from the rumors, although she was alive and well, and Alan explained that it was all because it was hot in the summer, so they only go out for walks in cloudy weather. The girl replied that from now on she would go out when it was hot under an umbrella. But the gentleman stopped her words, saying that this could not be done, since last month she had only walked for 30 minutes, and she had lost consciousness. Besides, today she also walked a long time, so Alan suggested that the heroine return. But the girl asked to walk a little longer. After all, she didn't know when she could go out for a walk again, and these words greatly annoyed her gentleman, who felt very sorry for her. For 5 years, the protagonist adapted to life without Akkad, whose letters rarely arrived, and her physical condition worsened day by day. The heroine asked if they could somehow go to the temple, because she would soon turn 18, and she needed to find a boyfriend. Sometimes she fell into despair, and things only got worse because she needed Akkad. But she still couldn't ask him to return. Seeing her condition, Alan said it seemed time for them to return at that moment. Since the heroine thought she knew how kind Akkad was, who would immediately run to her as soon as she asked. While her thoughts were preoccupied with this, the girl noticed a carriage she had never seen before, and that was moving away from the mansion. The young man beside her replied that it seemed that day had come, and the girl, realizing he was aware of this event, asked him why he wasn't aware, and whose carriage it was. Looking away from her, the hero replied that it was the carriage of the Salome family, and the girl realized that the time for an arranged marriage had come. Before she knew it, it had already happened, so the heroine forced her personal gentleman to lift her in his arms for convenience, and ordered him to go to the mansion as quickly as possible. The young man disagreed with her, and with a trembling voice, suggested she see the guests later, despite her interest in this event. Anyway, she will be officially introduced a little later, but the main character didn't listen, and wanted to get on the road as soon as possible. She looked towards the crack in the room, complaining that usually this was where guests were received, and asked where they had gone. Suddenly, a female voice behind her came from the owner, who asked her exactly who she was looking for. And the unsuspecting blonde replied that she was looking for the red-haired scoundrel. And immediately after she realized she was now talking to someone, she jumped aside, and the girl in front of her apologized for scaring her. The lady said that the other party mentioned red hair, which clearly referred to her. But the girl disagreed with the words that she was a scoundrel. The blonde started to get nervous, realizing she was in trouble, and wanted to justify herself. But the girl was already listening to her, and introduced herself as she already knew she was the Rose of Salome. She curtsied and said she was delighted to meet the kind lady, which made Lavi nervous when she introduced herself as Viet of the Diaz family. The lady, realizing she was nervous, wanted to extend a hand to her. But someone turned out to be the first. The heroine's older brother asked Madame Salome to stop scaring his younger sister. The blonde approached Viet and helped her up, asking if she was okay. And the woman in front of them said there was a misunderstanding between them, and she only wanted to say hello. She felt offended because the young man hadn't invited her to the mansion for a long time. And she assumed he was gossiping about her with his younger sister. Of course, the blonde didn't understand what she was talking about, and the main character began to realize that they could now fight over her, which she didn't want. Therefore, the girl stood between them and, composing herself, reintroduced herself to Mrs. Salome, telling her that she was Viet Diaz, but the girl opposite could simply call her V. And if she didn't mind, the main character wanted to offer her a snack where she could explain everything to her. Everyone looked towards the window at the same time and could notice that the weather was cloudy. And it was not conducive to drinking tea. The redhead said it seemed that because of the rain they could go out, and the blonde replied that there was nothing to worry about. The main character assured her that the garden is especially beautiful when it rains, so she can go there safely. Madame Salome thanked the heroine for inviting her to tea in the garden, and the girl, blushing, replied that there was nothing to thank her for. At that moment, she realized that she probably shouldn't have interfered, because the fiancés had something to talk about in private. At that moment, the girl, whom she respectfully called Mrs. Salome, asked the blonde to simply call her Rose. This captivated the main character, who appreciated beautiful people, and Salome had a supernatural beauty by her standards. At that moment, they were interrupted by the blonde, who cleared his throat, and told his sister that sooner or later she would have found out everything from him, that he was engaged to Madame Rose Salome. Seeing that his younger sister paid him no attention at all, the young man was indignant. And only now did the blonde realize that her brother was also here, which further outraged the man. It was the first time the redhead saw the young man behave like that in front of his sister, and it attracted her interest. The girl suggested that before the engagement they talk about themselves, so there are no misunderstandings. She was 25 years old and the head of the 7th Regiment of Imperial Knights, which was incredible in the blonde's opinion. She asked how she could become so strong while complaining that she hurt her wrist just by holding a wooden sword, which stunned the other party. The family of the Marquis of Salome stands shoulder to shoulder. With the Duke's family, the little heirs have studied fencing since childhood. And the girl boasted that she was quite good at this matter. Her liking for her older brother's fiancé increased every second, and she began to envy her because she would also like to have such a life. Madame Salome didn't know what else to tell and asked her fiancé for help, inviting him to complete the story. The young man lowered his cup and suggested that they get down to business and stop talking about useless things. The blonde said that the engagement ceremony should be simple and that there was no need to organize it at all. The main character couldn't believe that she had become such a cold person at a time when she was only capable of creating the right atmosphere. According to the novel, Werner Diaz betrays Salome, and then the girl swears revenge on the main character. She wondered why everything happened this way, but now she understood the reason. It was all because her older brother behaved like a real fool who didn't understand love. The blonde, with a deep sigh, explained that they still didn't have time to think much about the wedding since they were both busy people. Her younger sister mentally asked Salome if she really wanted to marry such an insensitive man. But it seemed she really wanted to marry him since she agreed with his proposal to make the wedding as simple as possible and prepare quickly for the wedding ceremony. This was the first time the girl participated in something like this, so she didn't know exactly how arranged marriages worked. She didn't even know the answer to this question, as she had never had a relationship, neither in her previous life nor now. At that moment, the redhead spoke again and said that her brother valued Viet very much. And in the contract, they had the condition that they would live with her in the same house. The blonde immediately blushed, imagining the prospect of living alone in the same house with Salome. And Werner was indignant, reminding her that the three of them would live together because he would also be there. This is a deal that Salome easily accepted and assured her that everything would be fine, and that she shouldn't worry now that she had met her in person. The girl was even glad she had agreed. The heroine asked him to slow down because all this was very unexpected, and asked her brother what all this meant. The man replied that he was not going to tell her everything right away, but said that this would not change her life. She would take Alan as an escort, as well as doctors and maids, since she didn't have to follow the rules or duties of noble ladies. She would simply live as Viet Diaz. But this also meant that the blonde would not marry and lived with her older brother because she was sick. She could understand that for the redhead, such a life would not be a fairy tale, since her future husband would be a traitor, and her sister-in-law would always be sick. Therefore, the heroine jumped from her seat and began to indignantly say that she did not agree with his plan because she had her own plans for life. The girl called her brother a fool who didn't understand her feelings, but at that moment she stumbled. She understood that she was about to fall, so she closed her eyes, but at that moment someone's strong arms caught her. The heroine realized that she almost got into trouble, and looking down, thanked the young man for saving her. The girl apologized to Salome for what must have scared her, and the other party replied that everything was fine, since it seemed that Viet was more scared than her. The redhead decided to ask if her fiancé's younger sister was going to introduce them to the friend who was holding her. And the heroine immediately introduced a young man named Alan, wondering how he managed to catch her. But when she turned her head to look at him, she didn't meet the gentleman who was accompanying her, but a young man with pink hair. She immediately recognized him as her best friend named Akkad, who greeted her at that moment. The blonde wanted to tell him so many things when they met. But now the only question that came from her was whether it was really Akkad. She wondered why he had been absent for so long and why he hadn't written her letters. And if it was because he had forgotten her. But she couldn't say anything that had occupied her thoughts for so long when the young man replied that it was really him. From now on, all her thoughts were occupied by the question of when her body managed to improve so much. Not only did he grow a lot, but his shoulders also broadened, and the heroine was also prevented from thinking sensibly by the fact that his hair, wet from the rain, stuck to his neck. The young man felt the girl in his arms, hugging him very tightly, and asked about it. But at that moment, he came to his senses and began to ask if everything was all right with the girl. At first, the heroine couldn't understand why he was so surprised, and at that moment, she saw the faces of everyone present when her brother said his nose was bleeding. She gently touched her nose and really felt that it was true, which was a real shame for her when Rose looked at her. Covering her nose with her hand, she tried to explain herself, but Salome got ahead of her, saying it would be better if she went to rest. Rose didn't think about the fact that she was so late, as she was even tired. And for the first time, the blonde was glad to be constantly sick. She awkwardly asked if she could say goodbye first and invited Rose to stay here quietly. Saying goodbye to her, the girl began to whisper to her friend that they should leave immediately because she was very embarrassed. The young man asked her to wait because he wanted to heal her first and asked if she was better. The girl could only look at him with a flushed face and suggested that he return first, and then talk. At that moment, the redhead turned to the blonde, offering to finish all the questions of the day. And the young man agreed. He remembered the guy who, as soon as he appeared on the horizon, behaved with the utmost caution. But as soon as he called her by name, his expression instantly became harmless. The girl saw something interesting, and therefore smiled, seeing that the young man was a tough nut to crack. When the main characters reached the girl's room, she pressed Akkad against the wall, crying that she couldn't believe it. The heroine hadn't seen him this whole time, and suddenly he introduced himself to her so abruptly. And this meant that things were going very well for him because he didn't even write to her. He used to be a very cute little boy, but now he has matured a lot, and his appearance is more beautiful than even a rose. The young man noticed how close they were and turned his head and said that they first needed to move a little further apart. To him, she was just too close, but the girl believed he had decided to avoid her and, touching his hair, the heroes asked him if he wanted to tell her. The young man did not lie and touched her hair and said that her hair had grown a lot, and that it was very beautiful. The girl hit him on the forehead, ordering him not to change the subject, although she screamed mentally because even Akkad's voice had changed. The young man apologized to the girl, and the heroine realized that she had nothing but trouble. He used to charm people with his tenderness and now with his cool side, so she decided to accept his apologies. She pushed him with all her might, but he didn't even move, and she felt how strong he was. The girl felt his chest, wondering if they were hiding something inside, or if it was all his doing. Realizing that this time it was reality, her blood began to flow from both nostrils at once. Since the girl couldn't get used to him, changing so much during the time they hadn't seen each other. When the young man gave the girl a handkerchief again to cover her nose, he began to talk about how she seemed very sick all this time. And Viet agreed with his statement. She still needed his touch, so this time the young man himself took off his gloves and asked if he could help her. It was at that moment that the main character realized that she was gradually recovering, and asked him if he had really learned to control his powers. Her best friend replied that he could now use force whenever he wanted, and that he didn't even have to wear gloves. Viet felt a pleasant energy inside her, as if her body was absorbing Akkad's energy. While the main character was enjoying the moment, the young man watched her closely and strongly took her hand with his. This gesture caught the girl's attention because she hadn't noticed it before because she was beside herself. But now she wondered if his energy had always been so strong. As they looked at each other in silence, the girl experienced strange sensations, looked at the serious face of her childhood best friend. When her nosebleed slowly stopped, the girl felt full of strength and also felt a kind of overwhelming sensation in her chest. The heroine shook her head to get rid of her thoughts, simply believing that it was because her energy was very strong. The young man apologized, thinking it was hard for her, since it seemed she still didn't know how to fully control her powers. The blonde agreed with him, thinking it would be better if she improved her ability if she understood how it worked. But to start with, she thought that such close physical contact plays more roles. If he can control his strength, this means he can ensure that she starts chewing early in the most natural way possible. No one will suspect if a large wound suddenly heals. The girl thought it was simply incredible and immediately told him, and he replied that there was nothing special about it. The heroine found his modest appearance amusing and patted him on the shoulder. The blonde began to congratulate him, saying that he had strong shoulders and arms, which was the complete opposite of her brother. When the girl turned her head towards him, she noticed that he wasn't even looking at her, so she snorted angrily. She complained that he looked away when a person addressed him, and the boy wanted to deny it, thinking that she was simply too close. Looking at her through his peripheral vision, he realized that Viet hadn't changed at all. She is just as beautiful, and his heart still beats so fast because of her that he hasn't seen her for a long time. But he could understand something. When he arrived at the place where he was told his best friend was, he immediately realized that there was always light near Viet, even if it was raining outside. And no matter how cloudy the day was, thoughts about Viet always brought him warm feelings. And he felt better. He wondered if she was okay and hoped she wasn't sick, thinking of going and see how she was. The young man remembered that significant day when they were still children, and the blonde asked him to swear to become her knight. And the days when he was very tired, the only thing that kept him going was that he didn't want to be ashamed of his appearance in front of Viet. But everything turned out to be useless because he couldn't control his facial expression. The protagonist also understood this, because it seemed to her that her best friend named Akkad blushed. But she thought this was not due to the fact that he was so close to her, but for a more trivial reason. She jumped excitedly from her seat and began to dry his hair, which was wet due to the rain. The girl started scolding him because before holding her hand, he had to clean himself. The young man replied that everything was fine and that she shouldn't worry about it, although the girl didn't believe him. The heroine thought he had a fever, and a cold is a very terrible thing. You have to be careful with this. Otherwise, you will die. And the boy couldn't admit that this was because of her and not the cold. Akkad smiled radiantly at his best friend and told her that he didn't need to worry about him because he had her. Viet immediately understood his hint and asked him if he would stay in the capital. To which the young man replied affirmatively. He apologized for not writing to her often and for arriving late. He didn't know she was waiting for him so much because she never asked him to return. The girl replied that she thought he, as he had promised, wanted to come to her as a knight. But it turned out that in reality, he also missed her very much. The heroine said she thought he had completely forgotten about her and wanted to scold him strongly when they met. But in the end, she couldn't. When the young man asked her why she mentioned her older brother Werner so many times in her letters, he admitted that he even thought these letters were not addressed to him, and this outraged the main character. The protagonist hit him because she thought he should have liked it, and when she wanted to continue her speech, she suddenly started to fall. It happened that she fell directly into the arms of her best friend and apologized to him. The main character still couldn't understand what had just happened because it was very unexpected. Although another country accepted this much faster than her and blushed to the roots of her hair. The protagonist was very worried about her best friend, so she asked him if everything was all right with him. At that moment, the young man got out of bed to get a better look at the main character. He asked excitedly if they had just kissed, feeling how strongly his heart was beating. And the main character ruined this moment for him by shouting that it was a mistake. It was terrible because before she cried just talking about kissing. Now, nervously waving her hands, the heroine began to make excuses. She said that she felt a sharp weakness in her legs and fell, and didn't do it on purpose. So she called it a mistake. But for some reason, he was even more upset. The girl thought that he was so surprised by her kiss, so she decided to apologize. She suggested that he kiss her himself so they could consider it revenge on her part. Here Oa suggested that she think of it as a rehearsal for a future marriage, and noticed that his lips were soft and pleasant, wishing not to have that expression on his face. Time passed since that moment, and the girl's escort said that maybe it was just his feeling. But it seemed to him that something had happened between them. Akkad and Laviette avoided looking each other in the eye and replied that nothing had happened. And the young man thought that she had changed a lot. However, it seemed that his girlfriend didn't notice the changes at all. He wished it wasn't a mistake or revenge, wondering why she only wanted to pretend it didn't happen. Just thinking about this terrified the blonde, and although it was Akkad's first kiss, it was hers too. When the brunette approached his young lady, he told her that if she felt uncomfortable because they hadn't seen each other for a long time. The young man gave her advice. He suggested starting the conversation with some simple topics and that she could ask what interested her. The blonde immediately turned to her best friend and asked if he had heard anything about her uncle. The young man asked if she meant in the letter Werner sent her, where he wrote that Count Courtenay was planning something illegal. So it was better to watch his movements. The main character thought that due to this strong evidence, the father was dating his uncle. And it seems my uncle is gradually losing the trust he has gained all this time. Now her father knows that her uncle is a greedy man, so he warned her so that the girl wouldn't have to worry about it. This pleased the main character, that they were now attentive, but the girl didn't know how to explain. This may not be enough. The dangerous one didn't know why she was so worried about her brother's uncle, but the Duke's family was not that easy to break. He whispered in her ear that the title of Duke Knock was actually granted to those who inherited the ability. Only he is the father, and the one from the imperial family knows about this. The Enoch family's ability is very rare and valuable among other abilities, so Count Courtenay will not dare to threat them. The girl couldn't believe he had just told her about this, but the young man saw nothing strange in it. With a slightly flushed face, he admitted that he could tell her anything. Seeing his glow, the main character could only think that he was quite naive of him. She suggested stopping here for now, and the young man asked why, since Viet could ask him whatever she wanted. The girl refused this offer, saying that if she was interested, she would ask later. She thought that if the imperial family knew that Akkad's abilities were so important, why did they send him to war in the novel? Perhaps the imperial family wanted to get rid of Enoch's power, or perhaps Akkad's cousin did something. In this case, preventing an accident will eliminate the main danger, and perhaps Akkad is their target. While feeding her, the girl told him that in any case he should be careful, especially with carriages. The girl couldn't understand why he was trying to feed her while actually talking. And the young man explained that he had lost weight because he couldn't eat well because he was worried. The main character replied that she couldn't eat much even if she wanted to, because she could get sick immediately. Threading a piece of meat onto a fork, the main character said again that he shouldn't worry about anything, and that now he will always be by her side. Still deciding to follow his example, the girl tried the meat, wondering if he was even listening to her. Anyway, she is very happy that he has returned, and several days have passed since that moment. The main character called Alan, and the young man congratulated her, saying she looked luxurious today, suggesting that she was going somewhere, and that was a guess, since the girl wanted to go to Akkad. But the young man in front of her didn't hear anything about it, although it was necessary to warn him. The heroine replied that she was doing this right now, and said that Akkad also came to her without warning. It was so difficult to get permission from my mother that she didn't have time to warn the others. Since she said that more than 10 people had to accompany her, she couldn't go anywhere because of the Duke's mansion. Until her mother changed her mind, the girl wanted to go faster. The young man agreed, but he asked to be given time to prepare. The gentleman next to Alan, named Caleb, began to envy him while walking with the young lady. The gentleman accompanying the main character didn't like this because the young man still showed no signs of remorse. So he ordered him to return and do another 100 laps around the training ground. Caleb began to indignantly say that this was too much because he only drank a little alcohol during training. And Alan asked him if he wanted to be fired. Of course, he didn't want to be fired, so he agreed with him and told him he would wait for him. This made the main character laugh. She found out that there was another person besides her whom Alan complained about. And noticing her gaze, the young man winked at her. When she thought this boy was very strange, Alan wanted to accompany her to the carriage and asked her if she could wait until he gathered an escort, and the girl agreed. The blonde was on her way to Akkad, but it seemed that because she hadn't been anywhere for a long time normally, she felt her heart beating wildly. Who met her was her best friend's mother, who praised the girl, saying she had become so beautiful that the Duchess barely recognized her since they hadn't seen each other for a long time. The girl replied that she was still beautiful too, and it seemed that soon her mother would be jealous of the Duchess. The woman hugged the protagonist tightly, saying that she spoke just as beautifully, and that they would like her to be their daughter-in-law and live in their house. At that moment, the main character remembered why she had come here and asked where Akkad was because she wanted to see him with the Duke. The woman replied that her son had left because he had business at the imperial palace, and that he wouldn't return until the evening, and Alan, who was nearby, mentally reprimanded her because, according to him, she should have been warned about her visit. The blonde replied that it was okay, she had plenty of time, so she would wait for him, because next time it would be difficult for her to get permission to leave the mansion. The woman took her hand and offered to spend the whole day together. Of course, the main character was delighted. She asked her if she wanted to leave the mansion, and the woman replied that she wanted to if it didn't bother her, without wondering why she was so surprised. The blonde replied that she felt good today and wanted to go to a popular boutique and go to that dessert shop she saw on the way. They could go to the wishing fountain in the square and the park with flowers, but it seems she won't be able to. She promised her mother that she wouldn't go behind the mansion and walk on the street. And if she breaks her promises, she won't be able to leave the house anymore. and then the woman suggested, why don't they go to just one place? The woman assured her that there was nothing to worry about, she wouldn't tell her mother, and asked her to simply answer the question of whether she wanted to go for a walk. And of course, the main character agreed, after which they immediately set off. They arrived at the designated place, and the girl thought that with their shopping, they only reached the door. And for the first time in the store, she chose something for herself. According to the Duchess, what her baby is looking at has no bad design, but the stone was chosen incorrectly. The woman told the butler that it would be great if he changed this stone for a pink diamond. And the old man said that the jewelry came with earrings, so he asked her if she wanted to change the stone there too. And she agreed. At that moment, the blonde asked if Mom had already chosen something, since her eyes were going crazy. The women laughed and said that this was the place to start, and they placed a pink diamond necklace around her neck. She was satisfied with the result because, as the main character expected, it turned out very well. The opinion would be excellent if she put it on and stood next to her son. And the blonde replied internally that this would not happen. The woman noticed her reaction and asked if she didn't like it because she could look for something else. The girl replied that First Mother needed to calm down. Time passed. The Duchess asked if the girl would like to try on another piece of jewelry, which was also very beautiful. And the girl began to refuse. She replied that they had already taken many things because she couldn't afford to wear them often. And the woman replied that she imagined she was her daughter, so she wanted to buy them for her. The blonde thought that if she looked at her the same way she looks at Akkad, she wouldn't be able to resist what happened. So she had to agree, saying that only this truth should be the last. At that moment, she noted something down and asked her to wait, picked up the brooch, and said she would take it too, asking to bill the Daya's family. The pink-haired girl was surprised, thinking that if she liked it she could buy it, but the girl refused, saying that she wanted to buy it and give it as a gift. She attached the jewelry to the Duchess's dress and explained to herself that if they had matching jewelry, in her opinion, it would be very nice. The girl asked her if she thought the same, and the Duchess got excited. The woman hugged her tightly, wishing she could have a daughter like her, asking her how she could be so pretty while the main character was suffocating from her strong hug. The Duchess apologized to her and explained that she spoke from the heart if she went to the Enoch mansion. She would always be very welcome. For the blonde, the most important thing was that her best friend could treat her. Alan announced that everything was loaded and they could leave. And since she had a lot of luggage, he would have to go with the knights. And his young lady understood. Mom bought a lot of things, there's nothing to do about it, and it seems they all have different designs. Akkad's mother said that her son should return home so they could leave, and the heroine agreed with her. Thanks to her, the Duchess felt very happy and well and knew she wanted to meet her son. But he has been very busy lately. She asked if she knew what was going on, and the blonde replied that she had no way of knowing. Although she knew very well that he went to the palace, perhaps because the authority of the Courtney family had fallen. She pretended not to know anything. The Duchess continued to say that Akkad was part of the Duke's work, even though she thought he had told her. The pink-haired girl, with a malicious smile, asked if she was right, and he also told her about his abilities. The blonde flinched, as if she had been caught red-handed, and stammered, and asked him if he knew. The woman said she found out about this when I was 7 years old, when he told her that when Viet got sick. He healed her. The main character realized that she must know that she constantly made Akkad cry. And he constantly told her not to be afraid or asked her to stop. The girl apologized because it was a family secret. The woman told her not to worry. Anyway, she already knew. She meant that when she got married and became a duchess, it wouldn't matter. But at that moment, the carriage swayed violently, and they were thrown to one side. And the girl noticed that this had not happened on the way. The pink-haired girl already understood everything and looked sadly out the window, telling the other side to sit quietly for now. She looked carefully out the window and realized that it seemed their journey would be delayed. The blonde thought it was about the same accident instead of the one that happened in her dream. How did the accident initially happen, and she hoped it wasn't because of this attack. Besides, she was confused by the fact that this was supposed to happen to the Duke. And it shouldn't have happened to the Duchess. The girl began to deny it because she had to be careful. So she would have thought about going by another way. And if she hadn't arrived, maybe nothing would have happened. That's why she behaved too arrogantly. At that moment, the woman told her not to worry because this carriage was the strongest of all they had. And they were following them, so they would catch up soon. Besides, she was close, so she smiled confidently at the girl to support her. It is true that there is no time for despair. It is necessary to quickly find a way out, while you still have the strength to do it. Besides, they had Alan and the Duke's knights who would soon be with them. She was sure that she would return and find Akkad. She would hug him and tell him that everything was fine now, and that the worst day of her life was already behind her. The pink-haired girl looked at the girl and told her that if she was scared, she could close her eyes. But to her surprise, she shook her head and replied in a firm tone that she was fine. The Duchess had been thinking for a long time about how wonderful the eyes of this fragile girl were. They were full of life. Although she expressed her thoughts out loud and simply replied that then she should also prepare herself. She lifted her dress and saw a small dagger tied to her leg, which she pulled out with the words that she could not lose her daughter-in-law here. At the same time, in the imperial palace, Akkad argued with his father that with these documents, he would no longer have to worry about Count Courtney. He himself was going to do the rest, so he told his son that he could return. The young man replied that he had come, and that it would be better to finish all his work today. The men even asked if Laviette was at his house now, and then Akkad hesitated. But he was still able to answer that he could wait. The Duke had a look that said to go while he spoke well, and asked what his mother would say if he arrived late. So he had to leave quickly. The young man touched his chin thoughtfully as he recalled the words of his best friend. She said that this time she could kiss him, which they would consider revenge, noting that her lips were soft and pleasant. In his opinion, Viet did not attach importance to this, and only he felt that it meant something. He was not sure if he could look at her calmly, and at that very moment, his thoughts were interrupted by the sound of hooves. It was a bloodied knight on horseback who called his master and told him they were in trouble. The young man immediately ran to him and asked what had happened, and the man replied that the carriage in which Madame was traveling and Miss Diaz had been attacked. He supposed they were in the woods on the outskirts of the capital, and Akkad told him to go to the audience hall now and ask his father for help. The Duke's son said to stay here because he needed to heal his wounds, and he decided to go on horseback. The knight wanted to dissuade him, believing that he could not go alone, but should wait for reinforcements. He remembered Viet's words that he should be careful in any case, especially with carriages, and he expressed the hope that she was well. At that moment, the girls who worried Akkad were sitting quietly in the carriage. They were waiting for the moment when those who damaged their carriage would start attacking them. Finally, two masked men appeared to hide their faces and opened the carriage door. He looked uncertainly at his companion and asked what he was doing because he should have dealt with them already. The man asked if his target was a married couple, since there was no one in the carriage except two women. At that moment, the pink-haired girl threw a dagger at the man, and he called her a bitch. This further enraged the woman, who asked how they dared to say such dirty words in front of her daughter-in-law. And she started beating him. The protagonist knew that her mother was a knight, but she could not even imagine that she was so strong. At that moment, the woman who had safely gotten rid of one of the assassins. She praised his sword, which turned out not to be so bad. The blonde looked carefully out of the carriage and asked if her mother was okay. And the woman turned around when she heard her voice. She told Viet not to come out and to stay in the carriage because they still had a lot to deal with. The blonde was horrified to see how many people were going to kill them, which made her scream. The men swung the ball and said that it was only women against them. So they were going to get rid of them. And at that moment, the pink-haired girl cut with her sword, because the one who said these words asks how he dared even think about it. The blonde did not know what to do. She was only getting in the way with her helplessness and could not even move. At that moment, behind the Duchess, one of the men called not to make a fuss because he threw the ball at her. The blonde, who saw all this, ran forward, holding a hairpin in her hands that she took out of her chest. The blonde waved her hand and hit the man in the back to stop his attack. The girl could not believe that this was all she could do because she was too weak. The brunette immediately turned to her and asked if she had gone crazy. And the girl started strangling him. She asked him what he was doing, ordering him to let her go, and the blonde said not to touch her mother. And who knows, maybe if she let him go they would kill her. The man, no longer restraining himself, irritably pushed her with all his might, making her fall. He said he only wanted to pity her, but in his opinion, she really did not want to live. The girl remembered the advice of her accompanying knight, who said that she could not hit someone hard, no matter how hard she tried. But if she has no other choice, the man showed her exactly how to tense her body and make a fist movement. And the girl followed his advice with her strength and hit the spot where he had taught her. And at that moment, all the attackers could not contain the trembling in their bodies, even though her opponent was a fragile girl. The girl called the man a fool because who would want to die? Moreover, all this time she tried so hard to survive. The brunette trembled with pain and asked if he thought he could get away with it. She wanted to throw the ball at him, but she didn't even have time because someone got ahead of her. It was Alan, who dealt her a slashing blow, and he apologized to the lady for being late, since she should have been waiting for him. He turned to her and told her that the girl could leave the rest to him. The girl, from whose forehead blood was flowing, smiled at him and told him that she knew he would come to her aid. Today, thanks to her, 15 knights from the Enoch family, 5 more people were sent here. The girl asked how many there were, suggesting that there would be about 30 or even more. The protagonist did not know what she was doing because she was already dizzy. At that moment, the girl noticed something and stood in front of her to protect her from the sword blow aimed in her direction. The girl screamed and called Alan. The young man assured her that everything was fine, asking her to wait a little and try not to lose consciousness. The knight accompanying the main character kicked one of the assassins with all his might. But he felt the pain himself. He gritted his teeth in pain and continued to wield his sword, defeating his enemies despite the wound in his side. Although the young man did not see it in person, he could determine exactly what happened by the sound. The screams of the people he knew intensified, and they could not cope, which the protagonist also noticed. Only a slight wound, but he felt so much pain that he wondered how difficult it would be for others at that moment. She called the knight accompanying her and began to cry in pain, regretting having disappointed him. Of course, the heroes did not want to die and did not want to see other people die. The knight noticed that she had lost too much blood and needed to see a doctor, or a priest, as quickly as possible. He moved aside to meet the Duchess, and standing next to her told her that he would take care of everything. The young man invited the woman to leave here, and she replied that there were still opponents, and that she could fight. Of course, Alan knew her abilities very well, but Miss was seriously injured. She could die at any moment, so he asked the Duchess to help her. Looking seriously at the young man, the Duchess made it clear that she understood at a moment when the main character was already imagining her death. But still, this feeling is not familiar to her because the girl really wants to sleep. So she closed her eyes. She wondered how much Akkad would cry, and if that would change the future if she died instead of her father. At least she thought that Akkad would not be left alone, and only she thought so when people heard the sound of hooves. They could not believe that the mount arrived so quickly even though it should not have. It was a pink-haired young man who with a precise movement attacked one of the assassins. His expression at the moment he killed was terribly cold, but it quickly changed when he dismounted his horse. He immediately noticed a tall, bloodied figure with blonde hair and recognized her as his best friend. At that moment the girls were confused, because for some reason it seemed to her that she heard Akkad's voice. Her body was so weak that she could not properly absorb the divine power. Even if she recovers slowly, she still has to wake up, so everyone asked to save her anyway. One of the priests said that, unfortunately, today would be a decisive night, because greater use of divine power could only cause more harm. The man understood that it was all his fault. He should have taken better care of everything so as not to endanger his loved ones. This was especially true for his son, who was very worried about his best friend. And he called him at that moment. He told his father with a serious expression that he had something to tell him. The man, who had blamed himself a lot before, let the priest go to hear his son's request. When he finished listening to him, the Duke realized that, judging by the expression on his face, he had already made his decision. The young man agreed, explaining that he did not want to rush. But his father said that at 15 he could make his own decision, so he asked not to argue with him. The brunette touched his forehead tiredly, fully aware that the young man had already used his abilities with Viet. He asked if Akkad had suggested that it would be impossible to refuse the decision made, and if it would definitely be okay. The young man smiled and replied that everything was fine because without Viet this ability was useless to him. The pink-haired teenager quietly entered the main character's room and took her hand. He understood that he had to be careful with her. It was difficult for him to grasp her energy like this, because she was unconscious, and if he overdid it a little, Viet would be in danger, which he, of course, did not want to allow. At that moment, the girl finally woke up, but the protagonist's joy did not last long. The girl started crying, asking out loud why she felt pain if she was already dead. The young man began to unbutton her dress, asking the girl not to say that because she would not die, because he was going to do it for her. At the same time, the Duke was in the hospital, and his servant replied that he no longer needed to worry about Miss Diaz. Since her condition would not worsen because they changed the treatment method, they could focus on healing the night. In particular, he asked to take care of Alan from the Diaz family, since he had been raising this boy for a long time. The man replied that he did not treat anyone other than nobles, and the Duke was indignant, asking if they really did little for him, that they couldn't even fulfill such a request. He asked if he didn't need to heal, so he could hold the sword in his hands again. And at that moment, Alan called him. The man immediately approached him, telling him that he was not in a condition to get up yet, ordering him to go back to bed immediately. With a trembling voice, the young man replied that everything was fine for him and asked how the lady he was supposed to protect was doing. The brunette replied that he had nothing to worry about and that Viet was completely fine. At the same time, the pink-haired girl had already unbuttoned all the buttons and began to treat. She deeply regretted what happened to her best friend, but asked her to have a little more patience with her. She began to carefully touch with her lips the places where the girl's most severe bruises were. The young man promised that he would make sure she didn't get hurt, and as he promised, the serious wounds disappeared without a trace after touching them directly. It was at that moment that the girl began to murmur his name, which made the protagonist freeze in place. He touched her chin and realized that now he needed to inject a little energy. The young man no longer hesitated to kiss the protagonist, holding a lock of her hair in his hands. He was scared when she slept like that. It felt like they had returned to that day, when a small child asked Viet to get up because he was bored without her. She told him it wasn't a serious fall, but he asked why she was sick for so long. The pink-haired boy was afraid that his best friend would never open her eyes. He looked in different directions to make sure no one was nearby and took off his gloves. The Duke's son closed his eyes and touched the main character's hand, and a bright bluish light began to emanate from his palms. It was the first time he used his abilities on someone, and it probably made him feel warmth in his heart. After a while, the girl in bed began to show signs of waking up, and the young man sighed with relief. The young man leaned on the edge of the protagonist's bed and began to talk to her. But his voice was no longer distinct, and the words seemed pronounced in fragments. And the main character could no longer hear his voice. She could not determine when it happened, which suggests that it happened the day she learned about her past life. I think it was like when memories return to you before you die. The girl's head was throbbing violently, and there was a terrible ringing in her ears. And it seemed to get worse with every breath. But as soon as she thought about it, she began to breathe very easily, and this meant that she was alive. When she opened her eyes, she only saw a vague silhouette in front of her face. The girl did not know what happened, but now she only needed one thing. The girl's hands trembled slightly, but she still held the main character tightly by the face to draw him towards her. The young man asked her to wait, but she was in a trance and drew him to her again. The only thing she could think of was that she wanted more of what made her feel alive again. The main character responded to her kiss, thinking that it seemed Laviette had not fully recovered yet. He understood that he needed to control his abilities, so he clenched his fists tightly. Several hours passed, and morning came when the main character's older brother finally arrived at the mansion. The young man was indignant, not understanding what the Duke meant about Laviette. And Akkad sleeping in the same room. The only thing the brunette can think of is whether the other party considered this a problem. The blonde burst into the guest room without knocking, where her younger sister was resting, and saw an interesting sight. There, the main characters lay peacefully together, which made the blonde feel uncomfortable. And he left the room. The man asked why he didn't wake them up, because he wanted to get his son out of there earlier. And he replied that only this time he would close his eyes, because Viet must have been very surprised. It seemed to him that she would be happy when she woke up and saw Akkad by her side, but curiously, she was not as seriously injured as the Duke told him, and she looked much better. The man began to make excuses, saying that it was all thanks to the priests, and that he was dead and seriously injured. But his wife and Viet fainted from shock. The young man replied that they could not ignore this situation and asked where the man was now. Count Courtney, who was involved in this. When the main characters regained consciousness, many things were settled. Count Courtney's family was finished, and the instigating count committed suicide, unable to bear the pressure from the Diaz and Enoch families. And his wife and son were deprived of their status and fled to another country. They must be sought for the rest of their lives. The families of the knights who died in this incident received adequate compensation. The Enoch family decided to do everything possible to take care of the victims' families. Although, of course, no money is worth it. Naturally, the temple provided support to the victims, and most importantly, healed the knight accompanying the heroine. And those who were the target of the attack recovered safely, and now everything has returned to normal. Except for one fact that the main character's best friend behaved strangely towards her. When she asked if they could talk about this, the young man blushed and pursed his lips. Because before his eyes was a scene where he and Viet were kissing when she was crazy. He also kissed bare areas of her skin without asking, and of course, the main character could not even think what to say about what happened that day. The blonde touched her chin thoughtfully, thinking that it was good that she had recovered. The young man next to her also didn't know what to say between them, and an awkward silence arose between them. By an incredible coincidence, the main characters decided to speak at the same time. But their words did not match. If the young man asked for forgiveness, the blonde on the contrary thanked him. They looked at each other inquisitively, and the main character asked why he was apologizing. And Akkad explained that she suffered because of his fault. She warned him that something might happen, but he did not think it would be so big. When he saw Labiat amidst all the commotion, his heart sank. He felt his body getting heavier, and the way the heat from his body was gradually leaving made him panic. It seemed to him that everything happened because of his uselessness, and he thought that he could no longer do anything. Therefore, he needs to master the sword even better to be able to continue with his family, while his father takes care of everything else. She almost paid with her life, and he could not gather the courage to look at her, because he was the reason Viet ended up in this situation. It seemed to him that he did not deserve to love her. And at that moment, the main character asked him what he was talking about right now. She slapped him on the cheeks and asked if he knew what she thought of yesterday as soon as she woke up. And she admitted that at that moment, she was glad that he was by her side. Upon opening her eyes, she realized that she was alive, and it seemed that nothing hurt her. Then, she didn't realize that there was another person next to her, until her best friend murmured her name. The girl could not believe that Cad treated her all night, and this meant that there was no funeral since she was here. It also meant that her best friend's parents were also fine, and she was very happy about that fact. She gently touched him and cried silently, feeling sincere relief that Akkad's main misfortune had not happened. Then the girl replied that Akkad had nothing to blame himself for, so she would not tell him. She was glad they met again because Akkad's parents were alive. He would not go to war, and if she continued with the same spirit until she became an adult, he would be by her side. At that moment, the young man in question remembered a conversation with the Duke where he asked if he was sure he was okay. After all, he knew that, having made a decision, he could not change anything later. And the young man did not regret it. He made his decision the day he first took Viet's hands to heal her of her illness. He liked her so much that he wanted to live for her, so he admitted that he was also glad they met again. The blonde replied that it was necessary to say it immediately, and the dangerous one mentally admitted that sometimes it was hard for him to breathe with that overwhelming feeling. He promised himself that someday he would definitely tell her his feelings. But now he decided to leave everything as it was and pretend that he was hurt by her weak blow. At that moment, the protagonist asked him if she should apologize because she was not herself. And she bumped into his lips, which cannot be called a kiss, and the young man realized that this day would not come soon. But he wanted his feelings to be mutual. That day, he decided that now he needed to be close to her, and the time would come when he would tell her his feelings. But they still did not know the terrible future that awaited them. If you move from another place, a man whose face was hidden told Earl Courtney what happened. The hooded man asked what they should do and if they should change their plans, when he, initially silent, replied that it was better to leave everything as it was. Several days passed, and Alan was recovering, so he walked with His Excellency. He told him that he was a patient, but the Duke did not believe him and told him not to pretend because he knew he could endure a little longer. The young man replied that since he had enough strength, then it would be better for him not to walk with him, but to visit the lady. The man replied that he had something to say about the lady, but it seemed that he would not want to listen. And the knight thought that she was not well. The Duke replied that, on the contrary, Viet did not have a single scratch, so in the morning she had already returned to the mansion. And her knight wondered how the lady recovered so quickly, because it seemed that she was very seriously injured. The man replied that it was not a serious injury, and the priests healed her. But the young man already knew this, and he didn't care what the truth was, and he realized that it was better to keep his mouth shut. The brunette could not tell him more, because it was related to a family secret. And if it is a family secret, then he should not know the main thing, which is that the lady is in good health. The Duke was surprised that the parents were so worried about this girl. Because even now, Alan was worried about whether the lady had fallen during the walk, if she had gotten a cornfield after eating, or if she had caught a cold. The young man was also worried about whether she had burned herself because the bath water was too hot, if she had sprained her ankle while walking, if she had hurt her finger while writing a letter, etc. The other party did not think it was so serious and asked how they usually spent time with Miss Laviette. The young man replied that he usually doesn't worry so much, but now he is like this because a soldier introduced him to the lady, in whom he did not trust at all. The unsuspecting main character felt great and smiled happily. The maid, who closely monitored her well-being, noticed that she seemed to be in a good mood today. The girl confirmed her words because she could not be in a bad mood because the Dukes were fine. And the problem with Uncle Akkad had been resolved. Now her best friend does not need to go to war, and her goal, where Akkad will treat her. And at the age of 20 she will marry a priest. It might work out. It was a pity that she could not stop the war, but in any case, there would be no etiquette classes today. So she could rest as her older brother told her. But after a moment of joy, the news surprised her when Jenny told her that she would have a new accompanying knight. The young man introduced himself as Caleb, the new knight accompanying her while the vice-captain rested, and said he was delighted to meet the lady. The blonde pointed her finger at him and asked if he was the same knight who winked at her last time. And the young man replied that he was glad she remembered him. He settled on the sofa and thought that they admired his beauty because it was irresistible. The main character looked at the knight and asked what he was doing, and the man replied by asking if he needed to be in the room. The girl agreed with him, and at that moment the man said he was going to take a nap, and asked her to wake him up if she wanted to go somewhere. 10 minutes later, the young man was already in the realm of Morpheus, and the girl could not help but compare him to Alan. In her opinion, knights were generally conscientious and affectionate with their manners, which is why it turned out that all the knights behaved the same way as Alan. So she assumed that all other knights were similar to her current escort, named Caleb. Time passed since that moment, and her best friend finally came to the main character, who immediately noticed a change in her. She asked him what had happened to his fingers, and the girl explained that it was all because of the homework. The man asked the heroine of the story to explain that after the incident in the carriage, she took a break from etiquette classes and did this instead. The teacher heard that Miss Diaz had recently gotten into a difficult situation, and she didn't know all the details, but she was glad she wasn't hurt, and instead of studying, she decided to give her homework, thanks to which she could relax. And she gave her the task of doing embroidery and included threads and needles in the kit, saying that Viet could take her time. The Countess wrote that a good lady should be able to embroider her lover's name on a handkerchief, and that this is the best gift if she wants to conquer a man's heart. Akkad replied that this was still too much, and the heroine replied that if she didn't do it, the Countess would complain about her. Besides, this might be useful to her later. When she is looking for a boyfriend, it is a kind of investment in the future, and the heroine thought about when she could go to the temple. The girl got a young man about whom there is nothing to worry about. If problems arise, she will ask Jenny for help. The man asked to show him her wounds so he could heal her, and the heroine worried that someone would see them. The young man replied that then he would simply tie the bandages for her. And the girl thought that after that incident, Akkad started coming by carriage, believing more often that it was because he blamed himself. She studied embroidery to do it well, but felt a little guilty when she thanked him. The heroine said that in return she would show him what happened, although her skills were still not that good. And the young man replied that he didn't need to give anything for it, although he would like to see it. When they entered the main character's room, Akkad noticed that there was no accompanying knight in the area, and the girl replied that he was probably in the cellar. She said that good alcohol should be delivered today, and thought that the knights were secretly given free drinks. The main character believed that all knights were like Alan, that is, kind and caring. But Caleb turned out to be completely different, and since the knight was not watching her closely, she could walk alone. Last time she even tried black tea mixed with brandy, which was very tasty. But her heart beat very fast. Viet turned to her best friend and told her that she had finally found her best embroidery. And at that moment, I noticed that Akkad's expression was very strange, and he replied that he wanted to see Caleb. The blonde could not understand the reason, suggesting that it was because they were drinking without him, and said that next time she could accompany them, and the young man agreed. He began to calm down, thinking that he just needed to make sure Alan returned as quickly as possible. The Duke's son focused on the words embroidered on the handkerchief, but could not understand what was depicted there, until the heroine said that her name was written there. The pink-haired boy could not understand why she was training with her own name, knowing that they usually trained with someone else's name. The blonde replied that she felt that this scarf was something of hers when her name was written on it, because something like that was given to special people. The heroine explained that this is usually given to lovers, and if she sews hers there will be an association that it is hers. The girl said it would be good if the main character looked at the handkerchief every time and remembered her. The young man understood her intention and was about to take the handkerchief, but at that moment the heroine said that since she could not read the name, she needed to practice more. The hero began to deny it, considering that the scarf was very cute because it looked like a child's handwriting. But the blonde thought that his words meant that she had sewn it ugly. A week later, the protagonist's older brother constantly asked her if she wanted to give a gift to her brother. For example, something like a handkerchief. Unable to bear it, the heroine ordered him to stop because she was not going to give him something like that. And anticipating his reaction, she kept it a secret from him. But the gossiping maids began to spread the news of her first embroidery. Although in any case, the girl did not want to give anything to Werner. The blonde took it as if it wasn't him, then the handkerchief shouldn't be for someone else. And the girl could not understand why he did not want to assume a normal facial expression. She pinched his cheek and told him that she actually needed to go to a meeting with Rose. And the young man asked her why she was suddenly talking about that. The girl replied that if they were engaged, he should be responsible, and began to ask him if they were dating, if he gave gifts, and if he wrote letters. The hero was warned that she was watching him, and the young man thought that every time engagement was mentioned, Viet began to scare him. When a carriage arrived for the novel's hero, before getting into it, the blonde asked for a farewell kiss. And the girl heartlessly replied that she needed to go the right way since she had already dismissed him. But despite this, the young man still considered her cute, and at that moment someone interrupted his thoughts. It was Akkad running past, and the blonde couldn't even think that he worked in the imperial palace. But for some reason, he often saw him at her house. No matter how sure he was, his sister's best friend, the younger one, would not receive the handkerchief. And he would still have to wait 100 years. At the same time, Labiat greeted Akkad, whom she had been seeing every day lately, which she liked because she never got bored with him. The girl asked what they would do, suggesting they have tea or go for a walk, and the young man asked her to wait. The blushing young man replied to the girl, who asked why he was here today. That the reason was different. The girl could not understand what he meant when he said he was here for another reason, and asked about it. She immediately thought that he had come to visit her brother, even though he had just left for work. And at that moment, the young man handed her some kind of cloth bundle with the words that he wanted her to have it. It was a scarf with her best friend's name embroidered in elegant handwriting. He did it very well, and the girl wondered who knew that Akkad not only wielded the sword well, but also sews so well. She thanked him politely and promised to keep it, but decided to ask him why he gave it to her. The young man remembered their previous conversation, when his best friend told him that the handkerchief was given to special people, that he feels that it is something of his when his name is written on it, and that's how the idea came to him. That is, he can give Laviette something with her name, which will mean that it is mine. Wherever Viet was, he would want her to think of him. And while his thoughts were on this, the blonde in front of him made a grimace that she didn't understand anything. The pink-haired girl said out loud that her embroidery turned out quite well, and she didn't want to throw it away. And besides her, she had no one to give it to. The girl laughed quietly and replied that she did the right thing, because it would be a pity if this talent could only be hers. The young man was about to leave, so he said goodbye to the girl, but at that moment the heroine stopped him. In her opinion, it would be strange if only she received something, so she invited him to take back what he had done. When Akkad enthusiastically examined her gift, the girl felt uncomfortable realizing the even more pronounced difference between them. The young man asked if he could really take this scarf, and the girl nodded her head, saying that after seeing his work, she realized that she had no sewing skill. Therefore, she was not going to do it anymore, and although her work might not look very good, it was Viet's first and last work, so it was invaluable to her. She asked if this was enough for an exchange, and the young man smiled happily, thanking Viet, who was so happy she wanted to do something more for her. And the blonde considered him a naive fool, because no matter how you look at it, it was not an equal exchange. When she thought he was too kind, the heroine's eyes sparkled, and she decided to take advantage of the situation. The main character, who enjoyed Akkad's kindness like no one else, asked him if she could ask him for something. The pink-haired girl asked what he wanted, and the girl, grabbing his hand, replied that there was a place she wanted to go with him. Viet's face was very close to his, so the young man blushed, and asked where that place was, and the girl admitted that she wanted to visit the temple with him, which was a white sanctuary built in the center of the capital. It is open to all people, except for some festivals, So the temple is criticized for being only for privileged classes like the royal family and aristocrats. However, the entire people believe in the existence of God because there is evidence of miracles. For example, that priests know how to use what everyone calls divine power. The bright light from their palms, which heals wounds and restores strength, was sufficient proof of the existence of God. But even without this, she considered the temple a special place for her. Although her best friend could not understand the reason, because why would he go there if he himself could heal her if she was injured? So the girl, with a shamefaced look, admitted that she really wanted to pray. But that she couldn't just leave. The real goal, of course, was different. That is, the girl wanted to look in advance at the priests, whom she would have to fall in love with in the future. Since most people who went to them were high-ranking priests, and they were already of legal age, and in any case, she cannot overcome that difference due to her age. Therefore, she decided that it was better to look at the young men, so with tears in her eyes. She told Akkad that she was afraid to go somewhere far away, because every time it ended in an accident. But if she goes with the Duke's son, everything will be fine. And if you think about it, he was responsible for Viet not being able to leave the mansion. She wondered why she hadn't thought of taking her somewhere, so he agreed. And said he would take her there tomorrow. And the heroine thanked him for his understanding, and the young man said he would stop by in the morning, which is where they settled. When the main character said goodbye to the young man, she realized that it was time to get used to the idea that she could not always rely on Akkad. At the same time, the other party, on the contrary, was in a very good mood because he was happy to have a reason to meet tomorrow. He didn't care that she didn't understand his feelings now, because if they stayed together someday, she would find out. And when she thought that she wanted to grow up quickly, the girl's thoughts, on the contrary, were that she needed to let Akkad go sooner or later. The next day, the main characters, as agreed, went to the temple. And Akkad pointed his finger to where the prayer room was located. But the main character didn't seem to hear him and automatically replied with her consent. After all her attention was not focused on the goal she told her best friend about, but on the men in uniform. She was so mesmerized that with a flushed face she walked towards them, and Akkad could not understand where Viet was going. The main characters hid and watched the men when Labiat asked her best friend if these men were also priests. Akkad said that they were Templars responsible for the temple's security and escorted visitors. The blonde admired them inwardly, considering how they looked, already making very reliable guesses about whether they had the healing power she needed. She thought it would be very good if a person who looked very healthy treated her. So she said out loud that they were very cool. Akkad, who was next to her, heard her words and could not help but feel a little annoyed. At that moment, one of the paladins noticed a piercing gaze on himself and asked his compatriots if they also felt the cold. And they nodded their heads. It was at that moment that the trio greeted His Highness, wishing the Lord to protect him. The young man apologized for visiting them so suddenly and expressed the hope that this would not bother them too much. One of the young men replied that it was a great honor for them to meet him, and at the same time asked what had brought him here today. His Highness replied that there should be no reason to come to pray at the temple. Time passed since that moment, and the best friends continued to watch the paladins, which of course did not please Akkad, who said it was time for them to return. The blonde said she wanted to look a little longer, and the Duke's son noticed that 30 minutes had already passed. The girl wanted to object, and at that moment she hurt herself because the wall was rough. And she hurt her finger. The young man next to her immediately worried, although the blonde replied that it didn't matter anymore, internally adding that she needed to find at least one more candidate for boyfriends. Akkad assumed that she was suffering a lot at that moment and therefore decided to help her immediately. And Viet was indignant at not understanding what he was doing in this sacred place. When the main character was younger, she felt relief when Akkad healed her. But when she learned to control her sema, his healing method changed. And when he touched her with his lips like now, for some reason it made her nervous at those moments. She felt something different, so she withdrew her hand and said she was very ticklish. But according to the main character, She was now healed and they could go pray. At first, Viet was not happy, but after he led her there, she couldn't even imagine that there would be no one here. Although Akkad specifically guided her this way, he didn't show it and was surprised along with her. And even if the girl was happy about this fact, she understood that now she would have to pray not in the presence of a priest. At that moment, the young man next to her asked her if he reminded her of her childhood. When the blonde asked for clarification, the dangerous one said he was thinking of a wishing well. And the main character finally understood what he was thinking and laughed because she didn't believe he still remembered it. With a malicious smile on her face, Viet said that then he should remember how much she cried then, since he remembered everything related to her. The young man blushed and began to deny her words, saying that it was not true, and that she didn't cry. And when she started laughing even louder, he asked her not to make fun of him because she also cried with him. The girl replied that then everyone rushed over when they heard her screams. So she asked why he remembered the bad things. The young man explained that they simply couldn't make a wish at that moment, but that he was glad he had brought her here. Safe and sound this time. These words impressed Lavier, who did not always take his words seriously. At that moment, noticing her gaze, the young man with a trembling voice asked her what wish she wanted to make, suggesting that it was the same wish as before. The blonde said it was a secret because no one talks about their wishes, including her, who understood that she could not tell something like that to such a kind and innocent person as him. Her wish was to have an attentive and flexible husband who would massage her shoulders in the future, and he would use divine power for it. Akkad said he could help her with something, and in return, she could at least tell him a little about her wish. And the heroine replied that she would not tell him, no matter how hard she tried. The blonde believed that she should keep this a secret until she got married, and Akkad replied that then he would also keep his wish a secret. Akkad's wish was obvious to the main character. She believed that it was somehow related to her older brother. Seeing that her best friend had already started praying, she also put her hands together and asked God to give her an attentive husband. And flexible. And she didn't forget her best friend either, asking him to send her a good man. That is, not as fickle as her brother Werner. And at that moment, they were interrupted by a male voice with the words that he didn't know someone was here. The main character immediately turned around and replied that they had already finished praying, and that the one who said these words could enter. When she saw the young man, she admired him, considering him a really handsome man, suggesting that he was not a priest, but probably a paladin. At that moment, the young man approached Viet, telling her that it seemed like fate that they met like this, and asked if he could find out her name. The girl thought that God had decided to answer her prayers, asking for an attentive husband. And flexible. But just as she was about to answer him, the pink-haired boy stood in front of her, as if blocking her. The Duke's son greeted His Highness the Prince, wishing him God's blessing. The man replied that there was no need to be so formal, commenting that Akkad was still just as gloomy. Only then did the girl realize why this young man seemed so familiar to her. Since it was His Highness the Prince, her brother's future lover named Felix. She immediately began to get angry with God, believing that he was joking with her because she had asked him to bring her fiancé, and not her brother's fiancé. With a sad look, the girl greeted His Highness the Prince, introducing herself as the Viet of the Diaz Marquise's family. The young man had heard a lot about her thanks to Madame Rose, so he was happy to meet her. He decided to follow etiquette and kiss her hand. He congratulated her, saying that she was much more beautiful than he had heard. The girl was sincerely surprised that Rose, or rather Madame, told him that, and asked him about it. She didn't know whether to be happy that the conversation wasn't about her brother, but she was still surprised that he had heard of her. The prince noticed that the main character was interested in this topic and suggested they all talk together. When he looked at the main character, Akkad replied that they had business and had to leave, and he apologized for that. The dangerous one looked at her best friend and asked her to confirm his words. In fact, she wanted to talk to him more, but since she saw that her best friend's mood left much to be desired, she agreed with him. In her opinion, Akkad distrusts His Highness the Prince. She suggested that he instinctively kept his future rival in love at a distance. The girl herself felt uncomfortable, since in the future Felix would be responsible for the attack on Rose. But she was not inwardly indignant, not believing that it was really possible to behave so hostilely towards him. The girl thought that Mrs. Austen would faint if she saw something like this. At that moment, His Highness realized that he was unwelcome and sighed deeply. He said they would meet next time and thanked Cade for his understanding. Although he didn't look grateful to him at all, he took the main character's hand and left quickly. Felix thought that the blonde seemed to be an even more significant figure than he had heard from others. When the main character got into the carriage, the blonde said she didn't know her best friend knew the prince. The young man replied that he often visits the palace with his father, and that the prince communicates quite closely with the feudal lords. And the main representatives of the feudal lords are the Enoch family and the Rose family. So the girl understood how they talked about her with Rose. But when she thought about it, she couldn't help but notice that the young man was holding her hand and asked him to stop pressing her skin hard because it would hurt her. She knew how sensitive her skin was, although it seemed to her that there was something about it. She didn't know what was going on, but she immediately decided to clarify the situation with the young man and admitted that he was the most handsome man she had ever seen, and he smelled delicious too. The young man didn't understand why she suddenly started talking about this, and the girl replied internally that she shouldn't get angry, because she had met the main character's partner. The girl continued by saying that she thought so when she was a child, but she was even more surprised when he arrived after training as a knight. He got taller, his shoulders broadened, and he started looking very cool, and he also wielded a sword very well. Although she doesn't remember this for sure. The young man still didn't understand what she meant, but stammering, he thanked her for the compliments. And the main thing the girl wanted to say was that she knew better than anyone what Akkad was like. That is, sweet and kind. The main character knew how difficult it was for him because of the man she loved. And the young man asked her to slow down. He couldn't even imagine that Labiat knew his feelings and blushed. The girl turned her head towards her and replied that of course she knew, because she couldn't know when she had been watching him for a long time. The girl reminded him that no matter what feeling was hidden, he could tell her everything. She spread her arms to the sides and continued by saying that she would accept anything he said, no matter how strange it sounded. It was true that she didn't have any special skills, nor any outstanding talent, nor enormous strength and power. But as Akkad's closest friend, she could hear the story better than anyone. The pink-haired man took his hand from her cheek and asked if she would really take his feelings seriously. After all, if she knew how many things he wanted to say, but couldn't. And the girl replied that he could say whatever he wanted, for example, by saying he was bored, irritated, annoyed, and bothered. The young man inwardly asked if he really wanted him to tell her his feelings. He wanted to admit to her that he wasn't so kind at all. And lying in the same bed with her, he worries that he won't be able to bear this emotion. He gets nervous when she is near other people who try to flirt with her. He wanted her to know his intense feelings, but at the same time, he was afraid of her reaction as soon as she found out about them. His life was a complete mess because he liked her so much, but if she really didn't care. He wanted to tell her everything. And at that moment, the girl ruined the moment by saying not to get angry because Werner didn't know. The young man froze in his seat and asked what she was talking about. And the girl replied that her brother was tactless and insensitive when it came to relationships. She didn't seem to hear him and was talking about it, and the sad teenager asked why she suddenly started talking about Werner. The main character couldn't understand why his face suddenly distorted, and then suggested that she should have waited and not asked anything about it first. He raised his hands in surrender and said that if Akkad didn't want to talk, then there was no need. The dangerous one finally figured out what was what, and replied that there was no need to associate him with a stranger because he was not who she took him for. All this time, the blonde felt like he was acting as if he had something to tell her. Suppose she said something else, since Akkad's expression turned bitter at the mention of her brother's name. She gently touched his hand and hugged him, apologizing if her words offended him. The young man shook his head and said not to be angry with her, and the girl was happy to hear this because it meant they were still friends with him. At that moment, the child felt that he was not only a bad person, but even an evil person. Because he always lies to her. While the main character was sleeping, fragments of some memories from the future appeared before her eyes. There she was older and wrote a letter to the commander-in-chief, asking him to take care of himself. And even though she was far away, she still believed that everything was fine for him. With tears in her eyes, she asked him to be careful, although she knew that everything was in vain. And the number of letters increased, but they would never be sent. But the reason she can't stop is because it's the only thing she can do while missing Akkad. She thought about it hundreds of times. What decision had to be made then so that they would not separate? Several hours passed since that moment, and the main character apologized to Jenny for not being able to eat anymore. The maid asked her to eat a little more because she needed to take medicine. And the girl replied that she would just take the medicine if she gave it to her. In those days, it is very difficult for her when she puts something in her mouth. She feels like she is eating sand. Then she felt pain in her eyes, felt heat, as if she was about to vomit. And she even had trouble breathing, as if she were underwater. She lay down again and asked if Akkad had said he would arrive today or not. Jenny replied that she heard that her lover's best friend has been very busy lately. The girl took this for granted, suggesting that she had probably said something wrong, since he hadn't come for several days. The main protagonist hasn't been sick for so long, so she feels like she could die at any moment. And she also remembered a dream she had yesterday, where she wrote a letter to Akkad, and every time she remembered it, her head hit. At the same time, in the imperial palace, her older brother met his chosen one. Madame Rose started a conversation with him and told him that he always seemed busy. The young man sighed deeply and replied that he was about to meet her. The girl smiled because she already thought he had forgotten about her since the promised time had already passed. The young man realized his mistake and apologized because he had been very busy lately. And the girl replied that she knew and was only joking. She also has something to say about it, so she asked him to pay a little attention. Madame began the conversation by saying that, as she understood it, the war would soon begin again. And because of that she would also be busy, so she wanted to propose postponing their wedding. She said that this time she would also participate in the war, and apologized for not having discussed this topic with him before. To be honest, the young man didn't understand her, because he had heard that the enemy was a small union of states beyond the borders. But they attracted mercenaries, and now they outnumber them, and the surrounding terrain is unfavorable. He thought this war would be difficult to win, and it seemed to him that it would be easier to negotiate with the enemy so that the damage would be minimal. So he asked why they didn't do this, and the girl asked him if he said that because he was worried about her, or because he doesn't believe in her abilities, which she thought was the right answer. The young man squirmed because she didn't even let him answer that it was because he was worried about her. The girl apologized again, but replied firmly that she would not refuse to participate in the war, because how could she stay here when all her knights went to war? When she passed the blonde man, Burr returned and asked if she would take that risk simply out of a sense of duty. Without turning around, the girl replied that not only for that reason. She looked at the report and realized that the result would not be the same as he described it. She believed they had a good chance of winning, and that's why she was confident he would return safe and sound. But she still understood that he would have to wait, so she decided to offer to break the engagement. The young man did not like her words and asked with a trembling voice what she was saying. Rose made it clear that she knew he wanted to marry her not because he loved her, but to inherit the title of head of the family as quickly as possible. Therefore, instead of waiting for him to return from the war, she thought it would be better to break the engagement with her and quickly find a new bride. In short, she is giving him a chance because they only made a verbal promise. The blonde shouted loudly that he would not do this and asked why he was looking at her like that. This puzzled the young woman, as she did not expect such a violent reaction from him. She blushed and began to tremble, trying to hide her laughter, but the young man noticed that she was having fun. And he asked her the reason. The girl apologized because she didn't think he would react so desperately, and, in her opinion, it was cute. The young man himself didn't know why he was so upset, thinking that everything was Labby's influence, who asked to be kind to Rose. At that moment, the girl approached the young man and told him that then he had to wait for her, and that she would return to him as soon as possible, as long as he didn't tell her that they wouldn't win. He felt embarrassed when she touched his lips with her index finger and turned around, realizing that he shouldn't have told her that. The girl replied that nothing bad had happened, but asked him to be careful because she didn't like it when people looked around in the absence of the fiancé. And she asked him to remember that he chose her, not the opportunity she gave him. That was all she had, and she asked him if he wanted to ask her anything, and the man asked if by chance the Enoch family would participate in the war. The girl, thoughtfully, rubbed her chin and remembered that the Enoch family was really going to participate in the war. And also her friend Labiat, who was under imperial order. The blonde man pressed his hand against his suddenly aching head, replying that he thought so, having learned that this was why he hadn't been present lately. He supposed his sister would be very upset to hear this news, which turned out to be true. While the protagonist was sick, she felt a cold in her head, and it was as pleasant as if she were being petted. And the girl immediately realized that her best friend had come to her. She greeted him cheerfully despite how she felt, and the young man apologized for waking her up. The main character replied that everything was fine, asking when he came. And the young man replied that he had come recently, and added that if she felt so bad, then she should have called him. The blonde said she thought he wouldn't come because he was offended, and the young man replied that of course that wasn't the case, and that he couldn't come because he was busy. There is a lot of work in the imperial palace, and the girl asked him what he was doing. The young man patted her head again and told her he would tell her when she recovered, but that now it would be better for her to sleep. In response, the main character said that when she woke up, she would immediately listen to him, and she would ask him not to go anywhere and to stay with her. His Majesty ordered him to also participate in the battle, and this was already confirmed by the imperial decree. So he couldn't refuse. Akkad couldn't believe they were sending the only heir of the family to war, which, in his opinion, was too much. He ordered this because he has outstanding skills, and it was a ridiculous excuse, and he would like to know the real reason. The Duke remembered that his son could not disobey the imperial decree and told him to first prepare for the preparations. The young man dared not obey his father and left the office, remembering that what he couldn't say last time. He promised himself that at the next meeting, he would definitely tell everything. He never thought he would be glad he never confessed to her. For the protagonist, this night passed peacefully thanks to her best friend watching over her sleep. But as soon as she woke up, she had to face reality. It was the beginning of her worst nightmare. When the main character told him she was going to war, and the girl was compensated for not having told him anything like that before. She couldn't understand why there was such a hurry, and the young man explained that he came as soon as he heard this news. It was a direct order from the emperor himself. The girl knew this moment had to come, given the impact Akkad's actions had on the war in the book. This was a completely logical development of events. Although the girls didn't like what was happening very much, because why would her friend do this? So she asked him if he couldn't go. She offered to run away with him, and the young man replied that it was a very tempting offer. The main character believed he agreed and was about to start preparing everything necessary for escape. And at that moment, the young man put his hand on her head and told her he couldn't expose her to such danger, but that he was glad to hear these words from her. The girl looked at her best friend and asked if that was all he wanted to tell her. Akkad couldn't say it out loud, but admitted mentally that he liked Labiat. And that's why he wanted to protect the place where she lived. He wanted to go back to her, and mentally asked her to wait for him so he could finally confess his feelings to her. At that moment, the annoyed girl asked him if it was true that he didn't want to tell her anything else. The young man thought it would be good if he talked about his feelings, but he couldn't do it since his absence could last for years. Although he had recently become a knight, he would try to do his best. So he replied that she didn't need to worry too much. The girl added internally that she would worry even more about him, because how could she send him where those bad guys are? After all, she raised him for so many years that she couldn't let him go so easily. I hugged him and asked when he was leaving. The young man smiled and replied that he would leave in a week early in the morning, and that only the knights would go. The girl asked if they would say goodbye to the people they would protect, and the pink-haired girl said she was already fed up with her alone. The main character grabbed his hand and told him that it wasn't enough, and ordered him to sleep with her until he left. The duke's son blushed, not knowing how to respond to this, and the blonde began to persuade him, telling him that they wouldn't see each other for a while and that they had slept together before. But after his return, he constantly refused. The girl asked him why he didn't want to, suggesting that he was disturbing her sleep, and probably snored and hit him. The fact is that, because they hadn't seen each other for so long, Viet's health had deteriorated, and she would like to improve it before he left. The young man offered to spend the night with her, and the girl accepted, so the pink-haired man reminded himself to be strong-spirited. Time passed since that moment, and now the protagonist was kicking the tree where the accompanying knight slept. She ordered him to come down immediately, and the young man replied that dinner wasn't soon, and asked if something had happened. The girl couldn't believe he reacted like that to her words, because that's not what her escort should say. Although the knight remembered that she constantly said she wanted to be free. And he asked her if he wasn't the best at all kinds of entertainment, and the girl couldn't agree with him. So today, she wanted to give him the opportunity to show his skills and buy him some delicious alcohol. She invited him to bring 2 bottles of alcohol while she distracted him, and in return, she would give him the same bottle. At first, the young man chuckled, but then he remembered that his heart hurt after a few drops of brandy. So he couldn't understand why she needed a whole bottle. The girl replied that it was a secret, and the brunette said he wouldn't do that, and he refused. He explained that he had agreed anyway, but that he couldn't allow anything to threaten her safety. When the girl asked again, the young man replied that he had lied and was only curious. That's why he asked. The girl sighed deeply and admitted that although it was a secret, nothing could be done. In fact, she wanted to get a man drunk and sleep with him because she wanted to go with another man who was an emperor. And leave her. All this time he refused when she asked him to sleep with her and found a reason to distance himself from her. And since they wouldn't see each other for a while, she wanted to take the opportunity to spend the night with him. This was not the whole truth, because Caleb might be jealous that she was drinking without him. At that moment, the young man took her by the shoulders and assured her that in that case she should trust him, and that he would definitely contribute something worthwhile for the sake of her vibrant youth. And the girl was happy to hear this, although she didn't know what her youth had to do with it. They immediately began to execute their plan when the blonde approached the knights guarding the warehouse, and began to tell them that she suddenly felt dizzy. She signaled with her eyes to the accompanying knight, who showed his thumb, and headed towards the bottles of alcohol. At the same time, the young men suggested calling a doctor, and the girl replied that not everything was that bad, but that she could use some support. As soon as she inwardly wished her companion good luck, one of the knights told the other to help the lady. And he needs to return to his post, because lately wine has been disappearing. So he needs to be vigilant. The girl got scared and started saying that her shoulder suddenly hurt due to an injury she received when she was 6 years old. The young men were scared and didn't know what to do, and in the end, they thought they needed to massage her shoulders first. It was very close, but they still managed to get what they wanted thanks to Caleb. When the girl thanked him, the young man replied that he still received his share and stole a lot. The girl wished him a good time until Alan returned, and told him that at that moment he would need to have a drink and talk honestly with Akkad. The young man assumed it was a farewell gift and offered to give something else. For example, a decoration for a sword, which was a kind of talisman worn on the handle of the ball. This talisman signifies a safe return and was a custom of the knights, and is usually made to match the color of the eyes. But in Viet's case, it is the color of her eyes. While the protagonist was thinking about a gift for her best friend, the young man was pacing restlessly in his room, remembering that he had agreed to sleep with Viet. He held his head, not understanding how he could accept this and offer to spend the night at her house. He had to admit that no matter how much he tried to stay away, he was still attracted to Avi. The young man looked out the window and saw a carriage, suggesting that it was his best friend who had arrived. At the same time, the girl tightly hugged her personal knight and asked him if he had fully recovered. Alan replied by nodding his head and said he heard she was coming here. So he decided to wait for her, and the girl offered to go home together. The knight noticed that Viet had some kind of bag that looked very heavy for such a fragile girl. The main character started to get nervous and deny, saying it wasn't that heavy, thinking that if Alan found out the contents of the bag, he would take everything. When she didn't know what to do, someone grabbed her hand, pulling her closer to him. And it was the protagonist's best friend, who arrived just in time. The young man held his breath and greeted Viet, apologizing for being late to meet her. The main character approached the young man and replied that everything was fine, since he was here, and told Alan that he could pack up for now. The brunette felt that something was wrong and said that then she could give him this bag. And the girl frantically started asking Akkad not to ask anything and just hug her. Songgork immediately granted her wishes, and being in his arms, the girl assured Alan that there was nothing to worry about, and that Akkad would take her. They immediately started leaving, and at that moment the dangerous one turned and looked at Alan with a malicious expression as if he had somehow defeated him. Although Alan didn't understand anything and thought that Akkad was simply in a good mood. And he smiled. When they were approaching the entrance of the mansion, the blonde asked why her best friend was in such a hurry if even his hair was messy. They entered Akkad's room, and the girl happily dropped onto the sofa, admitting that it was terribly difficult because she had many things with her. She laughed and said that otherwise she wouldn't have been able to get them to drink in secret. When she asked the young man to serve the wine again, Akkad seemed worried, and asked her if she could really drink because her heart might hurt again. The girl exhaled indignantly and replied that, of course, she could drink it and demanded that it be served quickly. She looked at her best friend with a red face and said that she could do anything as long as he was near. This time the young man fell for her trick again, and restlessly, he still served her wine since she said so. Their hands touched, and the young man reminded them that they didn't need to use them all the time. After which they toasted. The blonde quickly drank the contents of the glass, satisfied that her temporary companion had chosen a delicious wine, whose aroma was very pleasant. Akkad began to worry about her and told her not to drink so fast. Otherwise, she would get drunk. And the blonde replied that there was nothing to worry about when the antidote in the form of a person was sitting next to her. The young man replied that he wasn't sure if his healing abilities would work as an antidote against alcohol, because he had never studied this topic before. And the girl said that his complaints were very boring. She prepared all this, I hope you like it, but he complains all the time, and she also asked if she wasn't clear about what was happening. The pink-haired man suggested with a smile that he was afraid he would get hurt. And the girl replied that she knew he wouldn't get hurt. She predicted that he would successfully defeat all enemy commanders and gain many merits, and also return from the battlefield alive and intact like everyone else. The young man was happy to hear that she believed so much in his success, and at that moment the girl began to mumble that she already knew. The main character couldn't understand what she was talking about and asked again. But the girl didn't answer. He assumed that she had fallen asleep, which would be natural since it was late and the bag was very heavy. The Duke's son wanted to take his glass and offered to lie down on the bed. But as soon as he finished his words, the girl began to go crazy. She threw the young man onto the sofa and shouted loudly that she didn't want to go to bed, and asked him why he was already taking her to bed. The protagonist jumped up from her seat and looked severely at her best friend, but the effect was lost due to her flushed face. The girl tried to show Akkad that she wasn't drunk at all, and the young man couldn't understand when his hands were on her face. He apologized and wanted to heal her quickly, and the girl shook her head and ordered him to stay still. After all, she first needs to give him something, and when after several attempts she couldn't find what she was looking for, she grabbed Akkad's face with her hands and told him she wanted to kiss him first. After that, everything was like in a fog, and the girl woke up the next morning in bed. She couldn't understand why no one was around, because she was definitely with Akkad. So she immediately assumed that something had happened the night before, although she didn't remember anything at all. The girl began to panic, having no idea what happened yesterday, and shouted loudly if there was anyone outside the door. Talon, who was waiting for her outside, immediately responded and ran to the girl and told her that this was Lord Enoch's guest room. He assured her that there was nothing to worry about since he would accompany her, and at that moment the girl asked him why he was looking at her like that. The girl assumed it was because she was drinking alcohol in secret and said it was just one glass. Or even a sip. The young man shook his head, said it wasn't for that reason, and asked her if she remembered anything else. And the girl said she remembered that they were only talking with Akkad. At that moment, a flash of memory from the previous night passed before her eyes, and she realized that she seemed to remember something. She drank, then her temperature rose and she probably vomited, and at that moment, Laviette could remember all the details of yesterday's incident with the kiss. While the protagonist wanted to fall to the floor in embarrassment, the young man she was thinking of looked at himself in the mirror. He touched his lips, which had a small wound, and admitted that he was getting dizzy remembering yesterday. The main character tried to stop her best friend, saying that she was drunk now, and that she would regret it later. But the girl didn't listen to him at all and leaned over him and kissed the blushing teenager. Viet asked why he constantly said not to do this. Because this way she wishes him a safe return. The Duke's son couldn't understand what she was talking about and couldn't even imagine that if Alan hadn't come to them, it would have been a big problem. At that moment, Alan gathered all his things and therefore suggested moving on. And he saw that scene in front of him. They quickly laid her down in the guest room, but she must have woken up by then. And as soon as she thought about it, she heard that there was a lot of noise in the hallway. It was her best friend, who asked Alan not to interfere in his meeting with Akkad. But he asked him to wait a little, since the Duke's son also needed time to prepare. The blonde accepted his point of view and said that since he was stopping her, then he himself needed to tell what she did. He couldn't answer for sure, but decided to tell what he saw, that is, that when he entered she was on Akkad. The main character didn't allow him to speak further, but opened the doors and greeted Laviette. The girl understood that after everything that happened, she needed to be polite, so she wished Akkad a good morning. When the young man thought he was in such a hurry to stop Alan that he came out looking like that. The blonde thought that he didn't even remember anything, but for some reason, she felt that she needed to apologize. Seeing that the young men felt uncomfortable being together, Alan cleared his throat and said he would prepare the carriage, and in the meantime, they could talk about what they didn't have time to discuss. Viet was indignant and asked what this meant, since he was the knight accompanying her. The brunette began to get irritated and replied that he hadn't officially started his duties yet, so he could afford it, and that this was a punishment for mocking him yesterday. He expressed the hope that they would say whatever they wanted, and the girl thought it was too much to leave her in such a situation. At first she didn't know where to start, but no matter what, she understood that it was better to apologize immediately and ask him not to move away from her because of it. She admitted that she was very embarrassed, although she only wanted him to have good memories. But in the end, they would be terrible, and she couldn't even remember anything normally. Akkad grabbed her by the shoulders and asked her to stop, asking if she really didn't remember anything. The girl nodded with tears in her eyes, and the young man asked her why she was apologizing since she didn't remember anything. The main character suggested that she had vomited on him, and the young man, furious, began to deny it, asking how such a thing had occurred to her. She thought she had vomited on him because she drank a lot yesterday, and Alan never told her anything. The pink-haired girl replied that everything was wrong, but the girl was cautious because, judging by his facial expression, it didn't look like anything had happened. Especially these lips, which weren't like that yesterday, so she immediately thought he had hit her. And he says nothing because his pride is hurt. She asked Akkad to give her his hand and put the sword decorations on it. It seems that because she got very drunk yesterday, she forgot it. The girl offered to cover herself with this yesterday, and the young man asked her if she had made it herself, worried that she had hurt her fingers. The main character replied that she simply doesn't know how to sew, but that she is good at this. And since he doesn't believe it, he doesn't need to take it, and she will happily take it. When she wanted to do this, her best friend suddenly hugged her and admitted that he was only joking. And of course, she believed him. He touched her silky hair and said that he simply couldn't help but recognize her hair. Still holding her in his arms, the young man thanked her and promised to return safe and sound. The main character also relaxed and hugged him tightly, asking him to return as soon as possible. 2 days later, Akkad, along with other knights, set off to fight for their homeland. The girl couldn't help but think how wonderful it would be if she had the opportunity to go back in time by turning the pages like in books. And no matter how much you prepare, separation will still be difficult and melancholy will be very long. When Alan approached her and told her she wouldn't see anything from here, the girl replied that she would recognize it. But she still waited. Even though for 3 years there was no news from her best friend, the girl still hoped for a favorable outcome. The war began, and under the leadership of Duke Enoch, Prince Felix rose. And Akkad led the southern front. And it seemed that the pace of the enemy's advance slowed down, but still not everything was as smooth as it seemed at first glance. In every battle, the loss of allies was considerable, and the enemies were quite strong. So the war never stopped. Time passed, and 3 years had already passed since Akkad left. The girl constantly wrote him letters and asked him if everything was fine for him. Although she knew it was hot there in the south, she was still worried if he had caught a cold. She said that her brother was doing well and was highly respected in the imperial palace. The girl thought that she and Rose exchanged letters often, and she was very happy that they hadn't drifted apart during this time. But the girl was very indignant because he didn't answer her letters. Viet couldn't believe she had to learn about him through Rose's letters, or from newspapers she couldn't even trust. After all, the articles say he is red-haired, which is why the blonde even asked her older brother to edit the newspaper. She knew it wouldn't be so easy for him to answer her, but admitted that she missed him very much. When she finished praying, the girl approached her accompanying knight, and he noticed that today it took her longer. The girl agreed with him and cursed because, like no one else, she spends a lot of money at the temple. But for some reason, this is useless. Everyone was talking about the same topic, and she was also indignant that there were so many people here. But Alan couldn't believe that she really didn't understand why. The young man invited her to return home, and the girl replied that she had to do what she does every day. She has a certain list of things she does when she comes to the temple, namely the search for a young priest who has enormous divine power. Noticing her attitude, Alan said that if she needed a person with divine power, she needed a high-ranking priest. Who would be the best option? He couldn't understand why she focused on young priests, and the girl was surprised. After all, why is it so hard for him to guess why she needs me? A young man his age. And only then did the young man understand the hint, and seeing this, the girl revealed her plan to him, in which she was going to get engaged to the priest. He couldn't believe she was already thinking about this, and the girl replied that she would soon turn 20. So that could happen soon. Then the young man realized that the last boy he saw was also a priest. And all the men she had met up to that moment were also priests. But the girl concluded that she doesn't understand men, because she meets those who are not suitable for her. Some are already married, others are simply interested in improving their social status. Some want to have affairs on the side. And there was one who, at the age of 15, decided to lie about his age, and another who constantly touched her. Who was the worst of them? And Alan even had a duel with him because this man was a paladin. The girl explained that she saw this paladin because Caleb lied and said that paladins have healing powers. At that moment, the knight accompanying the girl asked her if she had written about other men to Akkad. And the heroine replied yes, although she didn't know if he read these letters or not, since he never replied to her messages. At that moment, the young man the main character was thinking of had just arrived at his tent after another battle. One of the knights looked inside his tent and told his captain that they had prepared everything he asked for. The cold expression of the pink hair asked the knight named Levin which past territory was conquered. The young man handed him the research materials and replied in a trembling voice that they had conquered the Lucina forest. And the duke's son immediately replied that there was a high probability that the commander was still alive. After which he warned that they would go out again early this morning. Supplies ran out and everyone had to rest for a week. But the knight asked him to wait and asked if they needed permission from the commander-in-chief. Akkad looked at him and said that if they won there would be no problems, although it wouldn't be easy to do. The brunette offered to talk at least a little, not knowing where his captain had gone again. And the young man replied that he wanted to be alone. He knocked on wood and was indignant that Werner and Alan ignored that Lavi was communicating with men. As his best friend was about to turn 20, maybe she wanted a relationship. But he thought all her suitors were terrible. And he couldn't understand why they were all priests, suggesting it was because she often went to church. And the young man thought that even though they had been together for so long, they never managed to become a couple. He considered them as if they were some kind of animals, because he didn't know what they thought towards the girl for whom he felt nothing. The knight didn't think Laviette was the first to run away with them, and at that moment there were already 4 people she was communicating with. Or even 5, so he couldn't help but think about what would happen after he returned. As if hearing his thoughts, the main character sneezed and Alan thought she had a cold, and replied that he suddenly felt cold. Akkad, sitting near the fire and warming his hands, thought that he really wanted to go home. He frowned, thinking it would be a good idea to send a letter to his best friend. The young man remembered his father's words when he asked why he couldn't write letters. To which the duke replied that it was too dangerous, since letters sent by the highest nobility passed through the royal family. The men didn't understand what his true intentions were, but they were forced to avoid information leaks so as not to show weakness. The dangerous one only thought that he just wanted to reply to his beloved and wondered how this could attract the attention of the royal family. He was very angry about this situation. He couldn't believe that because of some hypothetical weakness, he had to ignore his best friend. The knights beside him began to whisper. One of them asked if all this was because of that letter in a pink envelope, since he received something like that 3 months ago. And he seemed to have gone crazy. Another knight told him not to remind him of this, because he usually rejoices at letters. But that day, everything was different. When he read it, he changed in an instant and destroyed everything in the area, as if he were in a trance. If Mrs. Salome hadn't stopped and calmed him down, the duke's son would have killed his own people, and at that moment, everyone noticed that he was covered in blood. And even his hair was scarlet. With great regret, the young men couldn't help but wonder who was to blame for all this. Several hours passed since that moment, and the person they were talking about was now conferring with Madame Salome. She said that his plan seemed good and asked if she and her army should join him. The dangerous one replied that he didn't know what he had heard, but refused, and the girl explained that she had learned that he planned to ignore orders and take action. The girl wondered what would happen if his plan failed, and the grim-faced young man turned to the sweetly smiling girl. The heroine suggested discussing this and said that in the dark forests the enemies have an advantage. And she set traps on the paths and trees. However, they are dealing with a mercenary alliance and only have one option. And that is to attack first. With the sun rising, their wars will distract them if the mercenaries leave the forest. The duke's son and his army intercept them. She was confident in her plan and was ready to extract all the information from them later. The young man asked her why she was sharing the strategy with him because he thought she didn't like him. The girl replied that she just wanted to help him, knowing that he wanted to flirt with Marquis Enoch. She patted him on the shoulder and told him she understood his situation. Besides, she had a reason to want to return early, just like the young man. So it was beneficial for both. Just at that moment, other knights were talking, and one of them asked if the other had seen the decorations on the swords of Mrs. Salome and Mr. Akkad. They were the same decorations of the same color, so they thought they had made them for each other. Which would not have been reasonable, since they only got stubborn when they saw each other. It was obvious to one of the knights that they had a lover, whom he found difficult to choose one of them. Akkad. As if hearing their conversation, he asked the girl to remove the jewelry that was ruining his mood since everyone was talking about him. The girl refused to comply with his request, because in that case it would be better to remove them since her jewelry was a gift from her fiancé. And for him, it was just a symbol of friendship. On the eve of the battle at Salome's estate, the main character's older brother came to see the pink-haired girl. The girl became interested in why the young Count Diaz came to her, who knew very well that even though he was her fiancé, it was quite rude to come to her at night. Despite the young man taking such a bold step, he looked like a puppy when he was in front of her. Because of this, the girls only wanted to tease him, so they asked him if he had changed his mind. But she didn't expect that, at that moment, the young man would not only start furiously denying her words, but also take her hand and hold it tightly in his arms. She didn't think he would react like this, so being so close to him, the girl couldn't help but wonder if he was sick, since his body was quite hot. The girl called him by name, and the blushing young man asked her to be careful. With a trembling voice, Count Diaz, despite his face, also asked to reply to his letters. The girl was first and foremost a knight, not a wife, but now, for the first time, she hesitated before the battle. She brought the young man's face closer to her with her hand, thinking it was good to see that expression on his face. But this moment was interrupted by the novel's main character, saying he had something for her. At that moment, the girl also felt uncomfortable, and she, embarrassed, cleared her throat and asked what it was. And rummaging in his pockets, the young man took out a sword decoration because he heard that this would help her return safe and sound. The red-haired girl couldn't contain her surprise, and seeing her reaction, the young man turned again and said that if she didn't like it, it was okay. And the girl realized that if she looked at him like that, it seemed like his hair had gotten shorter. And when she was about to leave, the girl asked him to wait. Then she kissed him on the cheek as a sign of gratitude and whispered that she needed him to wait for her for 5 years. She smiled tenderly, looking at his embarrassed expression, and then, after calculating, she said she would have to wait not 5 years, but 3 years. The girl admitted she was really interested in what he would do after her return. The redhead told this to the young man in front of her, adding that she promised to return as soon as possible. And Akkad replied that it didn't sound very good. The heroine decided to ignore his words and said she liked the defensive tactics of his army, but that she thought it was time to end this battle. Time passed and spring arrived. The imperial army began to attack and achieve victory after victory. 7 enemy commanders died at the hands of the young Marquis of Enoch, and most of the lost territory was returned. The blonde was happy to hear the good news about her friend, but something still bothered her. The girl couldn't understand why Akkad's army was so exhausted, thinking their superiors were mocking them. Out of anxiety, she bit her nails, and the brunette next to her noticed and said she was about to bleed. The protagonist was delighted that he wanted to help her. She knew that priests are usually stingy with the use of sacred power. But this is a completely different case. Besides, it was important that he looked quite good, which was a plus in her eyes. His name was Tess, and he was a priest she had met not long ago. He was very different from the people in the capital, who were blinded by their ambitions, which made her think it was because he had recently arrived in the capital. He took care of her from the first meeting. Not thinking about the means, his pure and innocent appearance reminded her of Akkad. But she, of course, couldn't help but admit that Akkad, of course, looked much better in her eyes. The young man was so different from all the trash she had met before, which is why he seemed like a very kind person to her. And honest. The girl smiled sweetly. I thought that next to him, her life would proceed calmly and without surprises. The priest noticed that the newspaper he held in his hands was written about someone close to the lady. And she was right, since the girl said that article was about her best friend, who was quite young, but incredibly talented. Even without her asking, the young man realized that this cute boy in the photo was the son of a duke. He smiled mischievously when he realized she was his friend. She would never have thought that she came here so often to pray for a friend's well-being. The brunette sighed deeply and said she thought he would come to meet him. And that now she felt uncomfortable. The blonde immediately blushed, thinking that he liked her too, even though they had barely met for the 5th time. And just when he decided it was time for a serious conversation, the young man interrupted her and told her that everything was ready. She looked at her hand and was surprised that it had stopped bleeding. But the scar remained, which meant that his healing abilities were weaker than Akkad's. The girl remembered that her best friend stayed with her until she was completely healed. And the heroine couldn't believe she constantly compared them, thinking it was due to similar abilities. As she regained her senses, the brunette got up from the bench and told him it was time for her to leave, asking him to take care of her health, and the protagonist thanked him. Viet decided to talk to him another time, and upon returning to the mansion, she told this incident to the knight accompanying her. He replied that she didn't need a meeting with this priest. And when she asked why Alan didn't like priests at all, the young man replied that this was not the problem. He explained that his past was quite vague. The hero was outraged that she was doing something like this behind his back. And the black-haired man refuted the words by saying that she had bad taste because she didn't even know how to choose clothes. The girl couldn't deny his words, but still asked what was wrong with the priest for the knight to behave like this for the first time. Taking the comb in his hands, the man said that the priest had arrived in the capital for no apparent reason, and that he had no acquaintances here, and the girl replied that perhaps his status was higher than she thought. He continued by saying that they couldn't find any information about his past, and that it was quite strange. And the girl realized that Alan seemed determined to stop her if she wanted to continue communicating with that priest again. She asked him how he could do this to her when she hadn't had fun with her friends for so long. Calling him persistent, Alan asked her not to talk like that. The girl shouted at him, telling him that if he had time to find fault with her, then he had better take care of himself. The young man didn't understand what she was saying. The girl explained that he was quite bad at love matters. She was sure that every time he was rejected by all the girls he talked to. And this hit the nail on the head. He turned to the other side and muttered that he wasn't interested in love at all. And the girl was shocked by his words. The girl said it wasn't that he wasn't interested in this, because he is kind, has a good income, and often takes time off. When the girl wondered what was wrong with him, the young man couldn't say that all his failures were because the girls didn't want to know more about a girl. They wondered why he only talked about her, which made them feel that she was interested in him. So they said that if she was so great, then she should start dating him. The young man understood that it was better not to talk about the topic, and replied to the girl that he didn't know the reason why he had such bad luck with girls. And he smiled awkwardly. Alan put the main character to bed, and at that moment, the girl's personal maid knocked on the door and asked if the mistress had fallen asleep. The young man asked if something had happened. The brunette replied that the matter was that a letter had arrived from young Master Akkad. The girl, who heard the familiar name, immediately opened her eyes and ran to the young men and demanded that they hand her the letter. She immediately unpacked it in front of them to read the contents. And at that moment, when she read the brief message, tears of relief appeared in her eyes when her best friend wrote that the war was over. She pressed the letter tightly against her chest and began to cry silently, and when her servants saw this, they also became emotional. Ignoring the witnesses of her joy, the girl could only think that her best friend was about to return. It should also be mentioned that at the end of his letter, the young man wrote that he was returning. While the protagonist was happy to finally receive the good news from her best friend, the young man asked why they hadn't told him this before. That is, about the fact that all her jewelry was covered in blood after the last battle. And the girl next to him replied that she just needed to clean them. The dangerous one, being in a bad mood, said he didn't like the fact of being stained. And not even with his blood. The heroine of the novel couldn't help but think that the young man next to her meant that it would be better if it were his blood. And someone's voice didn't give her the opportunity to ask about it. It was His Highness the Prince, who realized that they were already returning, and the redhead, confirming it, suggested that for now she should prepare the table for negotiations. The young man replied that it would be better if they were also present, because only thanks to their strength did the enemies lay down their arms. Therefore, he would like to properly reward Marchioness Rose and Duke Enoch at the meeting. And the dangerous one replied that such behavior might seem rude to others. Madame Rose supported him and told him that they had an advantage, so they would negotiate accordingly. And the prince realized that he had failed again. They informed him that it was time for them to leave, and the prince couldn't help but say that they would meet later at the imperial palace. Noticing that the two looked very happy, while the young people were talking about their carriage already waiting near the door. The prince looked at the sky and thought that news about the wedding would arrive soon. They finally got into the carriage, and the girl stretched her shoulders as the door turned out to be heavier than she thought. She suggested that the redhead should ride a horse when entering the capital, which was the best option. The young man replied that she shouldn't worry about him and told her to do whatever she thought best. Rose thought this meant they would never see each other again, although since she would become part of the Diaz family, they might as well be friends. The duke's son replied that it was still a marriage of convenience and didn't count. And the girl said that was at least better than not being able to write letters. The girl said that if he keeps his distance, just because he's afraid, he won't be able to remain friends. Then nothing will change in her life. The young man started to get angry and asked her if she liked to tease him. And the heroine laughed, admitting that this was her only entertainment during the war. The heroine of the novel advised the man to enjoy this moment to the fullest, because this will not happen again. And although she, of course, wanted to meet Labiate as soon as possible, it was better to first know what His Highness was thinking. Otherwise, she will be the object of attention of the imperial family, even when she returns. Although the duke's son knew this without her. The war, the imperial family, the priests, he wondered why so many things had been bothering him lately when he just wanted to be close to his best friend. He remembered the main character's last letter, where she wrote that she had recently met a man. The main character admitted that she could no longer tolerate this and believed that only he could be with Fiat. And she didn't want anything to stand in their way. So she thought she just needed to say that she liked him from the beginning, but present it in such a way that she doesn't stop communicating with him if their feelings are not mutual. Several hours passed since that moment, and Alan said in the main character's room that the doctor told him she was sick. The girl replied that she suddenly felt dizzy and coughed, and that it was very strange since everything had been normal since yesterday. Opening the window, the young man replied that it was probably because she was simply nervous about Akkad's letter. After stress, fatigue always appears, so now she needs bed rest. The girl thought she really seemed overexcited. When Akkad left, she got worse and worse. She realized that the peace she enjoyed was an illusion. This illusion was preserved only because they had always been together since they were 7. But reality soon set in, and the protagonist realized she was bound by chains. The girl couldn't help but wish Akkad was by her side now, although she understood that was a bad idea. So, when she has the right to her own life, as happened in the novel, the girl informed the knight accompanying her that she needed to go out. The main protagonist decided for herself that she was no longer a child and that she had to pull herself together. Alan couldn't understand what she was talking about because it was better for her to lie in bed. But the girl shouted at him not to stop since he didn't know how she felt. The girl continued by saying that there is nothing worse than illness, but what is even worse is remaining inactive. The heroine thought that if Tess couldn't do this, she should find the next priest who would quickly agree to marry her. She understood that if she went with Alan, he would probably complain, and it would be better to go alone when she recovered a little. The girl thought that now the illness would be the best topic for flirting. The problem is that it's simply not a topic. When she left the mansion, a male voice called her, and she quickly turned in that direction. This voice sounded familiar, and her cheeks flushed with excitement, but the one who said it had been a long time since they last saw each other was not her best friend, but a brunette in a priest's robe. The blonde immediately lowered her head and disdainfully asked his name. And then he replied that his name was Falcon. The girl replied that she really remembered him, but asked why he was addressing her by her first name when they should have stopped doing that. The brunette pretended not to notice that the girl was annoyed and said she was still just as cheeky. Without asking, he took her hand and kissed it, telling her that maybe she wouldn't believe it, but that he missed her. This man was Falcon Smith, the second son of the venerable Earl Smith, who became a priest after displaying divine powers. He was her first boyfriend, and everything would have been fine, but there was a big problem. Besides the main character, he dated 9 other girls whom he deceived. At the same time, the brunette continued by saying that after breaking up with her, he seriously thought about his feelings. None of those girls could bring him as much joy as she did, and the girl replied that she didn't care, and ordered him to let go of her hand. The brunette replied that instead of jumping to conclusions, she should think again. The blonde at that moment really wanted to hit him, but she didn't have the strength. And the young man noticed that she had become even weaker than the last time, since she couldn't even raise her hand. The main character felt very offended by his words and threatened to scream. The young man asked her to be honest with herself and admit that she needed him. He had heard rumors that she only dated priests, and it seemed he had the one she wanted so much. The man showed the girl his sacred power, and her hand trembled, making the girl wonder why she didn't even have the strength to push him away from her. But at the same time, an inner feeling seems to tell her that she shouldn't do this. She stared at his hands, thinking that if only she had this light, she would no longer have a burning fever or a headache. The girl understood that for this, she only needed to reach out her hand, but at that moment the brunette sensed her intentions. And he pulled his hand away from her. That being said, in light of this, he asks her to apologize for all the rudeness he poured out because, by the way, he felt offended. The main character narrowed her eyes in disappointment, thinking that his actions were terribly childish. She thought he was a crazy bastard and thought she would rather die than do something so shameful. The girl couldn't understand why there was no one to teach this vile jerk a lesson. And the priest at that moment felt superior to her and hurried her. And at that moment, when the girl wanted to pour all sorts of curses on him, she was interrupted by a male voice. The young man with pink hair and a cold expression on his face ordered the priest to move away from Viet. The young people turned sharply towards the voice, and the blonde immediately recognized her best friend in the young man. As if not noticing her reaction, Akkad ordered Viet to approach him in a low voice. The brunette began to be indignant, asking who else he was and telling him not to meddle in other people's business, and to go where he was going. The duke's son grabbed his sword and said that in that case, he should cut off his hand. The priest's face immediately contracted in fear, and he slowly let go of his ex-girlfriend's hand. As soon as he did this, the main character ran to her best friend and fell into his arms. She buried her head in his chest and asked if it was really Akkad, and he laughed, assuring her that it was the same Akkad. And at that moment the girl said that now that he had come, she could finally do it. The main character turned severely towards the young man who had caused her so much trouble. And then she also waved her hand, which he held, demanding that he never appear before her again. As she put all her strength into this blow, she instantly felt sick and began to lose her balance. And seeing this, her best friend smiling extended his hands and caught her. The protagonist, who had missed her best friend's hugs for a long time, mentally said it was a blessing. The brunette paid him no attention and asked how he could do this to her, although she had to admit that it wasn't that painful. And as soon as he said that, he felt a strong kick that sent him flying 2 meters and landing on the ground. The man responsible for his fall looked at him and ordered him never to mention Viet's name with his dirty mouth again, because she hated him. The girl, whom the main character held by the waist, thought it must have been very painful. Time passed since that moment, and the girl noticed that she was in her bed. This immediately made her think that it was all a dream. That is, Akkad unexpectedly returns and scares away her ex named Falcon, after which he heals her bruised hand by touching it with his lips. And when he was sure that everything was fine with her, he picked her up and carried her to the bedroom. Everything happened so suddenly that the protagonist found it completely unreal. Or maybe she was still in a dream. She looked at the knight accompanying her and asked if he had heard anything. The black-haired young man averted his gaze and replied in a trembling voice that he hadn't noticed anything at all. At that moment, he stood in front of the window so that she couldn't look out from there. The girl didn't pay attention to him. She said she thought it was Falcon shouting again because she cursed him several times to break his leg. The knight mentally replied that her wish had come true as it really happened. And out loud, he told the girl that Akkad would return soon and asked her not to worry. This was enough, and turning to the side, the girl asked him if it seemed to her that Akkad had changed. The moment the young man ordered her to come closer to him, she hesitated. It was the first time her best friend had called her like that, and it scared her, and the expression on his face, which she had never seen before, seemed terribly unfamiliar to her. While thinking about it, the pink-haired man was stretching out his hands after hitting his best friend's ex several times. He writhed in pain on the floor and asked him to stop. Tears welled up in his eyes, and once again he repeated that he gave up. And he promised never to meet Madame Laviette again. He was interrupted by a boot landing on his head when the Duke asked him how he dared to stop when Laviette told him to. The young man pinned to the floor realized his mistake and once again asked for forgiveness. At the same time, in the girls' room, Alan asked if the blonde was by chance disappointed with the changes in Mr. Akkad. Judging by what happened a second ago, Mr. Akkad still had feelings for her that he didn't express out loud. The blonde turned to her side and asked in surprise why she should be disappointed if they were friends. The girl explained that she was simply worried that his character had deteriorated due to worries. And maybe it was because she didn't see her brother. The black-haired man thought that it would be the most difficult for his lover's best friend to survive her reaction. The main character smiled and said again that she was a little surprised. But the pink hair she liked so much was still the same. If you think about the warmth of his body that she felt on her back, and the feeling of his hug is still the same. Except that he became a little more muscular, and the memories of this made her blush, which was immediately noticed by the accompanying knight, who asked her if she was okay. The girl stuttered and replied that everything was fine, allowing Alan to leave because she herself couldn't understand why the fever hadn't gone down yet since her face was burning. The pink-haired man was heading to his best friend's room, wiping the blood from his knuckles. Akkad scolded himself because he had just arrived and had already lost his head. He already knew about this and the songs, but seeing Labiate with someone else was unbearable for his fragile psyche. The main character remembered how her best friend's ex showed her his sacred power and told her that he could give her whatever she wanted. The young man couldn't believe that this bad man had forced his precious, beloved to make that face. Burning with righteous anger, he wished he had broken something else for him, but then he exhaled, telling himself that he needed to calm down. After all, the main thing now is to see Viet, so he knocked on the door and asked if he could come in. When the young man was allowed in, he opened the door when it seemed strange to him that the voice sounded very close. And his feelings did not deceive him when his best friend stood in front of him and said she was happy to see him. The pink-haired man immediately began to scold her, telling her that she shouldn't stand near the door. And the girl replied that she was keeping a safe distance so she could see him immediately as soon as he entered. The girl explained that they didn't even have time to greet each other properly and asked if he really didn't like that reception. Akkad decided to drop this topic and, hugging the main character, replied that everything was fine. He admitted that he missed her very much, and the girl reciprocated, saying that she missed him very much too, and asked him why he didn't write her a single line. The Duke's son decided not to tell his best friend the reason why he couldn't write songs. and replied that it just happened that way. The young man asked his best friend if she would forgive him and brought his face close to hers. But this moment was interrupted by the main character, who slapped his cheeks and told him that, as an apology, she herself would check everything, and then dragged him to her bed. To which the war hero did not react at all and simply followed her. He asked what that meant. The blonde explained that she needed to look at him to check if he was intact. She took him by the chin and asked if he had really returned safe and sound, and if anything hurt him. Viet narrowed her eyes, analyzing his face, thinking that at first glance everything was fine. The girl sighed in relief, convinced that he had a kind and innocent look however, this was the same Akkad she knew. The blonde was still holding his chin, in a good mood, realizing that she had clearly imagined everything at that moment. The pink-haired man reacted calmly to her behavior. But after a while, he asked her if she would keep just looking at him. The girl asked him if he was embarrassed. The young man got up from his seat and shook his head. He replied that he was just wondering how he could help her examine him more thoroughly. The protagonist couldn't understand what this meant until an image appeared before her eyes, where suddenly her best friend began to undress. The girl, of course, felt embarrassed and asked him what he was doing, covering her flushed face, including her eyes. The young man calmly replied that she herself said she wanted to make sure everything was fine with him, and she couldn't do it just by looking at his face. The blonde couldn't help but agree with him at this moment without taking her eyes off his body. She didn't believe Akkad was capable of such things, although she had to admit that her best friend really had a beautiful physique. The girl understood that this was not kind to him and closed her eyes again, asking where he had learned this. She felt embarrassed and pressed her lips into a thin line, and at that moment, the young man said that she asked to check. So he showed it to her. He took her hand and placed it on his chest, suggesting that if it was so difficult for her to look, she should check it this way. The girl was surprised by such impudence and backed away from him, wondering who taught such things to this innocent boy. She began to frantically unbutton his shirt, saying that she couldn't undress anywhere. The pink-haired man didn't understand the reason for this behavior and asked why this couldn't be done. The hero replied that it was simply not accepted, although the problem was more in his heart. At that moment, the protagonist refuted his words by saying that she herself once said that you shouldn't be ashamed of anything in front of her. She reminded him of the words she told him 3 years ago before he went to war, assuring him that she was willing to accept him in any way. The blonde did not deny that she might have said such a thing, but justified herself by saying that it was many years ago. As if sensing her confusion, the main character reminded her that she needed to breathe. The protagonist herself didn't understand that she was holding her breath, which made her realize why her heart was beating so wildly. Being so close to him, the girl turned her head, saying that of course that was it, because he brought his face close to hers. The pink-haired man said that she drove him crazy, and he admitted that he wanted to do many things to her. The girl blushed to the roots of her hair and indignantly asked what had happened to him, not understanding his jokes today. She felt very strange when he touched her, and her whole body seemed to tense up. If you think about it, when she received a lot of strength from him, she had a similar feeling. And as soon as she thought about it, the young man brought his face closer to hers. Akkad kissed her on the cheek, and the girl asked him if he was listening to her, and he replied that if she didn't like something, she should say it directly. When asked what this meant, he explained that she herself taught him not to speak when he didn't like something. The Duke's son asked her if she really didn't like it, to which the heroine hesitantly replied that this was not the case. This made the young man relax and say that these things should have been said earlier. After that, without listening to her objections anymore, the protagonist's best friend kissed her on the cheek again. The girl tried with all her might to resist and tell him to wait, but he was inexorable. This time he didn't kiss her on the cheek, but pressed his lips against her ears. And the girl thought to herself that it wasn't that she didn't like it, but that she felt a strange sensation inside. The feeling that she was healing, and there was something else she couldn't understand, which made her push him away. She asked him why he kissed her all the time, thinking it was because of the treatment. But the young man denied her assumption. When the redhead asked the answer to the question, that is, what did he think? Why did he kiss her constantly? But the girl didn't know the reason. She didn't know why he was approaching her, but she didn't think that was a common reason for a kiss. And as soon as she thought about it, the young man blushed and admitted that he loved her, or rather, he always loved her. The girl immediately blushed, not believing that her best friend could love her that way. The main character asked him to repeat what he had said, which he did, calmly repeating that he had loved her for a long time. The blonde thought he was talking nonsense, and that couldn't be, and the young man replied that it was true. He asked her why she had decided that, and she replied that he often goes with them. He likes blue-eyed blondes and also reads a lot. She also realized that the novel mentioned a kiss with the main character. And Kat. The young man replied that all these characteristics apply to her, since she is a blue-eyed blonde. She lives in the same house and is physically weak, so the only thing she does is read. And most importantly, the young man loved girls, or rather, there was always only one girl in his head. And that was Viet. The girl clutched her head, not understanding what he was talking about, and pressed against the window. She wondered what had been happening all this time. She wondered when all this could have started, suggesting that his feelings might have appeared 3 years ago in the carriage. Or during the attack, when her best friend was very scared for her and spent the whole night with her. Or even earlier. The girl, with a bad feeling, asked Akkad how long it had been going on. And the young man replied that he didn't remember exactly, but probably 5 years. The blonde shouted at him, not believing that he could have guessed for so long. And the young man replied that it was surprising that she really didn't know. He spoke seriously about the fact that he loved her not as his best friend, but as a woman. The girl looked at him for a while, but then turned away with a flushed face, replying that she still couldn't believe it. She continued by saying that she never thought this could happen, and this made the Duke's son shudder. Not noticing his reaction, the girl began to notice that if she had known this earlier, everything could have been different. And at that moment, he stealthily approached her from behind. He asked her if she wanted him to show her how much he loved people like her. The girl thought his words were pure nonsense and asked him how he was going to prove it. The young man, with an innocent expression on his face, replied that he would prove it well. And the girl, blushing even more, asked him to stop. The pink-haired man, who expected nothing more, replied with a smile that it was regrettable, which was the last straw for the protagonist, who couldn't stand the tension and ran out. As she walked, she babbled that they would talk about it later, thinking that something was wrong here.